And welcome to the 2023 Antwerp Chase-Off here in Antwerp, Belgium. I am Fernando Arce here with commentator Greg Ball.
Yes, and this is an incredibly interesting lineup that we've got today, Fernando. We've got two clear, strong players or strong teams on paper. We're talking about Urban Corp Mamba and Fata Morgana. And there's a couple of new teams here today, which I'm also quite excited to see on the quad for the first time. For example, we've got third at WCC France, and this is their last chance to really try and hit home going. But other than that, we've got some new teams. We'll crack on with those as and when they come up. But for now, first up on the quad, we've got Trauma Tracers against Overground. Who do you think is going to take this one, Fernando?
My goodness, based on the lineup right here, I would have to just flip a coin and go with Trauma Tracers based on the name. Actually, I'm going to swap it over because Trauma Tracers sounds like a little sketchy of a name. So I'm going to go back to Overground Basel, just based off the names alone. What do you think?
Yeah, look, Overground Basel has their own quad. It's a bit of a different quad. It's like a welded quad, which means that some of the bars are in different places. They've got a big, concrete pillar in the middle of the quad. So while they're going to be getting some good quad experience, it's not going to quite be the same as what we're going to be seeing here today. Now, with Trauma Tracers, these are a mixed team, mixed Belgium teams. We've got a combination of Ultramove, who competed at Roubaix. We've got Tic Tag, and we've got Atomic Rush. Now, these three teams came together, put their best forward to create Trauma Tracers. We're going to be looking at a chap called Wesley today. He's been put forward as their star player. So, guys, keep your eyes open for him on the quad. And then, point of view, we're looking at Dominic. Dominic is an incredibly quick and fast-paced chaser. He's very good at his chasing, but when he gets into the evading situations, he can get a bit flustered sometimes and get stuck in the corners. So we're going to hope to see that he's, worked some strat out around that. But yeah, look, we haven't seen these two teams compete before. We haven't seen them on the quad much at all. So I think we're going to see that a lot during today. For some of these teams, it's a bit of a warm-up. It's a bit of a let's get some quad experience. And for other teams like your Fata and Urban Corp Mamba, they're going to be here gunning for that opportunity to get to Worlds, Fernando.
Fantastic. So we've got a little bit of quad experience with some little differentials from the actual course, and we've got a couple new team members from different teams all around. Looking forward to see some hot young action up in this place and get this going with Antwerp Chase-Off.
Guys watching on the YouTube stream, thank you so much for being here today. If you have any questions for myself or Fernando, pop them into the comments. If you have any questions about the actual teams themselves, we'll try our best to answer them. Unfortunately, we're not going to be amazing in terms of athlete information because a lot of these guys are new and this is first time competing. So go easy on us. We'll try our best for you. And another thing to mention now quickly is on the top of your screen, you should see a QR code. Now, this is provided from a group called Gamified. And what Gamified is if you go onto that QR code, it's like an AI generation which will tell you a bit about, or like a questionnaire, sorry, and you can go through things that we've said or different matches and stuff like that, for example. Now, it's something that we're testing out here on Chase Tag, so if you have any advice or any kind of, you think it's working well or you think it's not working well, pop that down into the chat. We'd love to see your opinion, you guys, the fans. That would be fantastic. Before we go live, some other shout-outs. Thank you to Sprite for sponsoring today. The event is being held at a place called Strat Genoten. It's like an urban sports festival. They've got BMXing and skating, so it's a nice fit for World Chase Tag. And finally, a group called Squared. Squared are World Chase Tag's GFX company or partner. So if you need anything like that, you know where to go. All right, Fernando, it looks like we're getting ready to launch up. So, yeah, tell us, what are your thoughts?
All right, Overground Basel. I believe we're going to have this. I'm going to predict it right now. It's going to be Overground Basel 2-1.
Okay.
That's what I'm predicting.
Right. Over to you.
Let's see, number 18. Who do we have on the court? Looks like we've got Jeremy going up to Chase. And he's getting on the starting plate. Remember, we only have 20 seconds to go and try and tag his opponent on Overground Basel.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Greg Ball, part of 3-time World Championship Marrero Gang, and I'm here with your main commentator, Fernando. Fernando, introduce yourself quick.
I am Fernando RC of Team Olo, the U.S. team over out in the U.S. of A. I've been commentating for the past 3 U.S. championships now, and I'm excited to get this going here for the Antwerp Chase-Off here with Greg Ball, 3-time champ Marrero Gang.
Chat, who's your prediction over here? Are we going to see Trauma Tracers win, or are we going to see Overground?
Here we go. We are starting off nice and quick. We got Jeremy over on the quad, going around through the loading bay, right to the ridge. Underneath the sisters, scrambling around, quick scrambling, not looking back on his opponent, but taking a look over. He's got quite a few seconds remaining. Taking it back and forth, side to side, juking left and right. Overground under the mountain, and looks like that's going to be the first evasion opening point for Overground Basel.
That was a very unconventional route there by Lucien. You can see the way that I've never seen it before, but coming from the mountainside and threading your way through the loading bay to get the evasion. I mean, I understand you're getting a lot of high EQ bars in between you and your chaser, but yeah, I've never seen anything like that before. Maybe this is going to be a first, an athlete of first today.
All right, we're moving right along. We got Trauma Tracers moving over to here with Benjamin. With Wesley over here going up through the ridge. Ooh, back around the front line. Round to the sisters. Making it through cross court in the middle. Man, close call. We have 3 seconds remaining. Could this be another point? Another evasion. Wow. 2 chases in. 2 points for Overground Basel.
I like that. And look, you're definitely going to start to see the quad experience coming in here. As we mentioned, Overground Basel have their own quad, whereas Trauma Tracers are a mix of athletes, and they've been training on the Dutch quad, so they've got a bit of experience. But obviously having it in your backyard, like that's going to give you all the skill you need. And we're seeing that come through from Lucien. He's looking like a bit of a star player now.
Man, is Lucien going to get a triple hat trick right now? He's looking a little tired, but ooh, making a quick juke back around through the mountain, speeding through. We got Zazowski coming in real quick, and that's a tag coming out about 10, 11 seconds there. It looked like it was Cedric.
Yeah, beautiful little tag there from Cedric. I mean, look, I'm sure that Lucien's getting a little bit tired now, so it's probably a good idea that he came out anyways and gave Overground an opportunity to now put in some of the other players. With these first matchups, half of it is about showing the other teams what you've got in the tank, and half of it's just making sure that all of your athletes or your important athletes get the chance to warm up properly.
All right, coming up next, where we go. Overground Basel sending out. Looks like it's going to be Miro. Taking a little slow Panther approach over the tilted cube, now by the loading bay. Taking it high on the bars. Threading it through. Oh, Taking the low road there. coming out, calling over the sisters, coming out real close to the end. This could be it. And that's going to be an evasion for Trauma Tracers. Got 1 point on the board.
Yeah, you can see Trauma Tracers just as they came over the sisters over there. You can usually feel in World Chase Tag when you've got less than 5 seconds left, and that's when you need to stick the acceleration on the go. And they tried to, but unfortunately he was just in a bad position. Overground had the straight ahead of him, so look, he tried his best, but next time you got to go a bit quicker for that last shoot.
All right, looks like Overground Basil sending out Miro out, and he's coming in hot towards the tilted cube, the loading bay, going around towards the ridge, sending it back around, going over across court. Cedric is moving it towards the lazy boy, staying still, wasting a lot of time there, going underneath the sisters. Oh, but there's a quick diving reach underneath, and that's going to be a tag around 17 seconds.
It's a nice little misdirection there from Cedric at the lazy boy. You know, he kind of throws his arm to go one way, which quite evidently baits out Miro over there. But give him just enough time to kind of switch the other way. But Miro using that scrambly aspect to really try gain that ground on the heels of Cedric, and successfully so.
All right, Trauma Tracers looks like something out to Zalski. Matthias coming around to the quad front line. Ooh, quick moves around the ridge. Oh, backing around. Ooh, a quick swipe, and looks like that's going to be a tag at 10 seconds in. My goodness.
I thought Matthias had made a mistake there by going over the vault and trying to cut back into the center. I don't know what could have been done there by Miro. Maybe if he'd kept going to the left-hand side around the back side of the ridge, that would have created a bit more space, and maybe that's when you could have got the evasion over there. But hey, it's a strong Overground team that we're seeing so far. It's only 2-1. We're approaching halfway, so it's anyone's game still.
Anyone's game still while Dominique Carlin is being sent out from Overground Basil. This is one of the favorite players you were calling out, Greg. Let's see what he can deliver here. Ooh, big reaching up over through the mountain. That's a sky grab right there.
Yeah, I love the way that Dominic just, even though he's on the ground, he's looking up. He knows exactly where his opponent is, and he knows the time to make that tag. But as we've heard before, he's an incredibly good tagger, but sometimes when he goes into the evading part of things, he doesn't really have a plan, and he gets stuck in the corners. So let's see if that's what we're going to see now. Matthias stepping up. Fingers crossed.
Dominic has both arms on the railing, looking like he's tired, or he's going to maneuver his way, pulling himself around. There you go, momentum pull. Going around, taking his lazy boy approach underneath the ridge, keeping his eyes on his opponent. Matthias coming in quick attendance, just trailing him, just sliding around. We only got a few seconds remaining. Is this going to be another point for Overground Basil? Yes, it is. Evasion number 3.
I talked about earlier, like you have this this time sense when you know you've got a couple seconds left, and quite clearly Matthias knew that, and he went for a dive at the ridge. It was just the wrong thing to do to be putting yourself in a position where you can't get up and recover there. He should have got onto his feet on the top of the ridge and then tried to chase down the distance and maybe try to get the tag over there.
All right, looks like we got a fresh leg coming on the quad. It looks like it's going to be Elroy coming in here with his glasses on, making sure they stay on tight. He's got that good vision to keep in check with Dominic. Dominic is over by the ridge, just taking it slow, not doing too much, going over side to side. Oh, a little back turn away, no call in there. A few seconds remaining. Looks like he's going to be, oh my goodness, a swipe and a miss. That's an evasion number 4. Wow, they were so close in tendency chime.
As one of these fundamentals about chase tag, Fernando, is you don't need to underbar. If you underbar, your hands are going to be taken out of the game. Your feet might be there, and you might be a bit closer to your evader. But as you saw there, his hands were engaged. There was no chance at all of him making a tag over there. So yeah, go for the dive, go for the shoot, go for the hands first, not feet first.
All right, up here next we got, looks like we have Jeremy coming up on the quad. Moving it side to side, taking it long side on the ridge. High step in the roads. Dominic just going back and forth, side to side. Making sure, oh my goodness, there he goes. Tripped up over by the front line, and that's a tag for Trauma Tracers.
Yeah, nice tag there from Cedric. He actually made their first pivotal tag, so I think we're slowly starting to see something of the team coming out here. Cedric is stepping up as like main competitor. Elroy coming through for that backup. We haven't seen much from Jeremy or from Wesley yet, so maybe they've already known who their star players are, but Overground team of star players.
I believe this is Jeremy right now on the quad 22. And we're going around with Florian. Make a quick tag over there by that lazy boy.
Yeah, a little hand tag. And look, Trauma Tracers, It's early on. This is match point, but this is probably going to be one of their hard games within the group over here. So get this one out of the way, get that confidence underneath you, and then slowly start to climb up the ranks later on. Overground are playing this beautifully. They have a nice mix of their athletes going around. I'm really impressed with how they've done this first match.
All right, we got Wesley starting off kind of smooth and spot right over the ridge. Ooh, taking a high route. Florian going up the mountain. Back and forth between the sisters, going through the mountain this time, speed vaulting through. Wesley not trying to get a hold on him. Moving side to side, trying to stay that center court control, but he's got a few seconds remaining. Oh, looks like it's going to be a quick tag at the end with 3 seconds remaining. Wesley chesting himself right in the mountain.
That was a clutch little dive there from Wesley, exactly what we wanted to see. Maybe it was their plan all along to save Wesley for the important tags, and if that's the case, all he needs to do now is get another 3 in a row for them to stay in. So, hey, 3 in a row is not that bad. It's not too hard, but I don't think Overground are going to let them get that one at all, Fernando.
Nah, if Lucian only got 2 in a row and they're setting him up now, I don't see Wesley getting 3 in a row right now with match point coming in. And Wesley's going around to that tilted cube. Lucian taking that slow Panther approach up in a course. Oh, did he get a reach a finger tag? Refs aren't calling it. Looks like we're going to keep on moving. Got to make that clear, concise tag. Oh. And here it is at 17 seconds. There's the tag. Lucian's happy about that. It is match point. It is game over.
Little flip to celebrate there from Lucian. That was phenomenal. All right, people to watch off the gate over here. Lucian obviously coming through from Overground, scoring the majority. I think he scored at least 3 of their evasions in that match over there. Look, it's exactly what I thought we were going to see. A little textbook matchup between experience versus no experience. A David and Goliath situation. I was quite impressed with how Trauma Tracers started off, seeing newcomers like Cedric and Matthias out there. Jeremy came through, but I'm really impressed with Wesley at the back end over there. Clutched the tag, and then almost made his way to get... Hopefully it's just those pre-match jitters coming out, and then he can relax into it, and he can hopefully score some more points over there. But the real ones to watch out for here are Overground. Lucian coming through there, very, very surprising. And Dominic as well, showing why he's the captain out here. So yeah, very, very, very good matchup. I think good way to open it all up. Next up, we've got a team from, or 2 teams from Group B, so that was the first Group A match. Next up, we're going to see Urban Corp Mamba and Team Karma. Fernando, what do you think is going to happen out of those 2 teams as they step up here?
All right, well, we've got Karma here. We've got a few female players, and I haven't seen them too much on the quad at all. And then we've got Urban Corp, who have got quite a few players who have already been competing on World Chase Tag. Benjamin and Loic, who have seen really star players out in the championships. And I'm really excited to see what they do on the quad versus Karma.
Yeah, definitely. Karma, just for some extra information there, led by Yesser. Yesser is a team member that plays and trains with Eugen quite a lot, so I'm hoping that he'll be able to transfer that strat onto the rest of the team. Zoe and Elizabeth have just come off competing in WCT France for one of the mixed teams, for one of the women's teams. Both been doing incredibly well. Zoe scoring a couple of Asians, so I'm looking out for her. And then, yeah, from Urban Corp, you hit the nail on the head. Benjamin's probably the longest competing athlete in here. So eyes are on him. Guys, if you're wondering how this tournament's actually working, we've got two groups, Group A and B. How it will work is they'll both have a round-robin style fix-up. Then the winners of those 2 groups will go on to the semi-finals. The first and second teams are going to the semi-finals. There'll then be a third-place place-off, and then the finals. And remember, the winner of the finals gets a shot to go through to the next World Championship. So everything is on the line here. Everything.
All right, we've got our 2 players up first. Looks like we've got, is that Yessa already on the starting plate? Oh my goodness, calling it. He's being able to play. And then over on the evading side, we've got...
I think this is Enzo that we're seeing on the evading side.
Yes,
and this is going to be one of the big ones to watch out for. Urban Corp are probably on paper to them or Fata Morgana. So what we're looking for here is, are they going to have like a dominating start to already show Fata Morgana that they mean business? Or are they going to be a bit shaky coming off the loss at WCT France, desperately trying to find their way back into this? Today I'm looking at an athlete called Timothy. He was injured for WCT France, but he's back here today to try and claim back some sort of victory. And if he has what it takes to bring them to victory here today, then he's definitely going to secure his spot on that Urban Corp Mamba team.
All right, we're going to get started here on the Chaser's plate with Yessa going against Enzo. from Urban Corp, starting off by the ridge. Taking across court towards the Lazy Boy, making this open approach. Whoa, yes, a close attendance right there. Little scrambling moves, and there's a quick tag. We're at 14 seconds there from Yessa.
Yessa was on Enzo's heels the whole time over there, making the correct choices, going for the Duke, going for the Duke. I think both of these teams have a lot more experience than the previous two that we saw between Trauma Tracers and Overground. So we should be seeing a lot more strat coming into this, a lot more herding, reverse herding, duking, threading. And I'm just looking at the pacing over here. That's what I'm particularly looking out for.
I believe we have a low look out here for Urban Corp, then starting the chase. Going through the mountain. Ooh, quick swipe. Looks like he's calling it, but it's going to keep on moving forward. Moving around to the Lazy Boy, going around towards the back end of the... Oh, and there's a tag over by the tilted cube, by the ridge. Lazy Boy. Oh, my goodness.
That was a fantastic little step through, a little thread. So this is Timothy, who I was talking about earlier, Timothy. They call him one of the star players, and we can see it over there. You see the way he sets himself up in the loading bay, whereby like you've got 1 foot on the outside, 1 foot on the in, which allows you the opportunity to go either way and really funnel in that tag, as we've just seen successfully over there.
It looks like we've got Dan Van Dissel over there from Karma, coming underneath the mountain and scrambling through, going cross court, going through the ridge this time. Timothy going up and around. Ooh, going through the mountain area. Got a few seconds remaining. Did we get a tag in there? They're still moving. And that's going to be an evasion from Urban Corp.
Okay, Timothy officially securing a spot over there. I believe Dan is a fairly inexperienced player when it comes to the big teams over here, so that's why we're seeing a lot of things like the Benny Hill situation. Benny Hill is basically where you keep running around the tilted cube. Rule number 1 in chase tag, get into the obstacles, get onto the obstacles, don't just run around in circles. Hopefully that's the first time we see that, and you'll learn his lesson going into the next time.
All right, Karma sending out Thinman over here, going over by starting off the ridge. Real close attendance right now. Oh, Timothy getting a little stumble through the mountain there. Got to clip his knee through that vault. Oh, and a quick overgrab tag.
Just about made it over there. Very unlucky for Timothy. It's so hard to get away from these dive tags with the tilted cube. You almost have to get your belly down onto the backboard just to avoid. And when athletes like we've just seen over there have got a longer reach, that makes it so much harder. But look, it's only 1-0 on the board. We're not even at halfway yet. Urban Corp, I thought, would have had a more convincing lead at this point. But hey, here comes Arthur. Let's see if he can do anything else.
All right, Arthur going it real strong with those focused laser vision. Going straight over there. And, oh, quick reach, but there's not enough distance there to get that tag. Still moving on. We got 10 seconds remaining. Coming in close. Oh, and there's an open tag right there, making a mistake going towards that open area.
Yeah, Arthur doing a great job there of herding into the corners. And again, this is one of the big strats that we want to be seeing on the quad. You can see the way that when he's in the loading bay over here, he's funneling, he's reverse herding, he's making it so that there's nowhere else that the evader can go. Unfortunately, he just missed the full extension on his arm over there, which missed the tag. But it's fine. He got back to the Lazy Boy. He did the exact same thing. This is clinical chase tag that we're seeing here from this Urban Corp team. And rightly so. They've got the most experience.
Karma looked like they're sending out Zoe Hopkins over to try and get Arthur. Going around that front line, sprinting across, going underneath the sisters. Archer going across court, jogging it around. Close attendance. Zoe is trying to keep it up. 5 seconds remaining. Can she do it? Looks like Archer's just got too much distance in between, and that's going to be an evasion and another point for Urban Corp. 2-0.
Yeah, this is more of that domination that we're trying to see over here. And it's good to see Arthur pulling through as well. But credit where credit's due. Elizabeth is coming on a long time since the French competition. You can see that she's been working a lot on her threading and getting through places like the ridge and nice and easy into places like the tilted cube. So very great work from that side. But against a team like Urban Corp, you're just going to have to step it up to that next game.
All right, Yessa coming in across real course. Oh, we got Arthur taking a high road over there in the mountain. Oh,
whoa,
does not know where to go on the sisters, and Yessa just quick tag right there at 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's what we want to be seeing through from Yessa, not giving in to the dukes and the dives. But Arthur making a silly little mistake there. He should have continued to quadrupedal underneath the sisters, and that maybe would have got him in the way there. But Yessa, textbook over there, not overcommitting. Watch the way he stalks down from the tilted cube and waits for the opportunity to go. All Arthur could have done is, scrambled his way under the sisters to freedom. And here comes Loic Georgie, team captain.
Man, he is fired up, ready to go. Set off that dynamite, please. And he's off. Going straight towards Yesa on the right of the ridge. Ooh, getting caught up there. Over by the lazy boy. Yesa going back and forth, side to side, just staring him down. Loic in quick court attendance.
Woo!
Oh my goodness. And oh my goodness. What?
Did he get it? Did he go for it? I think they're going to give it, Fernando.
They're going to call it. Looks like they're going to in attendance. Yep.
Oh no, they're going to give the evasion.
Oh my goodness. Yesa gave the, yeah, he's got the point. He's staying on the quad.
I
would really like to see that. I would like to see that replay back and forth because they were so close in attendance right there at the ridge.
Yeah, definitely. Last minute clutch dive there from Loic, unfortunately just about missing. And we typically see this from Loic in the lineups. He's a bit nervous on his first match.
Whoa, quick tag under the mountain there. Nice job by Enzo.
Enzo showing a bit more ferocity. That's the kind of feisty spirit we want to see coming through from Urban Corp. And this is what I was trying to say about Loic earlier. They typically take like a game or two to warm up into it. And then as the emotions and as the stakes start to raise, that's when they start to click into that Urban Corp Mamba gear. And that's when they fully go for it and give it. But well done to Karma to sticking this up so far, man. Like, scores aren't that big. They've got a long way to go to pull it back, though.
Dan Vindissel is coming out through the quad. Looks like it's going around up into the mountain, going around through. And we got Enzo going real quick, looking back at Dan, just keeping eyes right on him. Only a few seconds remaining. He's keeping quite a few distance away. My goodness, that's an evasion from Urban Corp.
Yeah, that was beautiful pacing and control there by Enzo. And when I say pacing and control, what I mean is that keeping the maximum amount of distance between you and the evader, you and the chaser, sorry, and making sure that you're playing around the time. So not just fully sprinting around, not just like jogging around slowly, but making sure you get a timing aspect for the chaser that you're up against, and he led that beautifully.
All right, Karma setting up him, and again, going around, going quickly over by the ridge. Enzo taking that cross-court approach, making sure there's an obstacle in between. Oh, that quick side back juke over by the ridge. Oh my goodness. This is like 2 or 3 times over there by the ridge. Coming in close. How much time is remaining? That's going to be an evasion.
I love that third evasion there from Enzo. You see how the whole team are getting evasions now. We've got one from Tim, one from Arthur, and one from Enzo now. And I don't think I need to say it, but if you looked at those jukes that he was putting out there, that was beautiful. Those are ankle-breaking jukes. But this is the girl that I want to see upcoming. This is Zoe Hopkins, the younger sister. Will she have what it takes to take on Enzo? I think she might. We'll see.
Well, let's see what we got. We only have 20 seconds on the clock. Zoe taking a quick approach. Enzo holding his ground. Quadrupedal movement under the sisters. About 10 seconds remaining here. Ooh, nice thread through the ridge, but is it going to be quick enough? Enzo just moving a quad course, and that's going to be an evasion. Enzo racking up the points.
Definitely, that's two for Enzo now. And look, it's one of these unfortunate things where when we do have mixed teams of like inexperience versus a lot of experience, we are going to see matches like this when you're going to have like your... I mean, even to get the 1 point against Urban Corp is phenomenal, and they should be stupidly proud of that. But bear in mind, this is a last-minute team getting put together, and that's it. Urban Corp Mamba have shown their domination. They've hit the 5-1, and this is the kind of message they want to be sending out to Fata Morgana right here.
Yeah, Urban Corp Mamba showing that really good quad experience out there with 5-1 against this newcomer team put together. Ragtag, but they did a great job having that one evasion out there. One is better than none, and I'm excited to see what Urban Corp Mamba has next up in store for them.
What did you think of how Karma played and how Urban Corp played?
You know, it's very quick. Karma had, some strong approaches, very direct lines. Urban Corp was just really good eyes on their opponents the whole time, so they made sure they had a lot of distance in between. And with that approach and that tactic, you have a lot of time to breathe and get those evasions, and it showed out there.
Yeah, definitely agree.
What do you think about these next two teams coming up?
And this is the one that I'm bloody excited for, Fernando. So this is Fata Morgana. Fata Morgana are one of the only teams that have beat teams like Hollywood Freerunners and Parkour 59. So theoretically, on paper, they are the beasts that we're looking out for. More than that, they've actually just had their own quad set up in the past couple of days in Israel, the first Israeli quad. So usually they come into these competitions without any kind of quad experience, and they smash it. So I'm actually kind of scared to see how these guys do with a couple of like trading sessions here. As for the team that they're going up against, it's a bit of a mixed team. We've currently got them down as the Untitled team. It was going to be the Flying Dutchman, but unfortunately they had to pull out the competition. So this is now basically French Fry. So that's Parkour 59C team, and there might be a couple of no joke players at it as well. So look, it's not going to be a complete whitewash, but I'm not going to lie. For me, this is Fata Morgana's game. What do you guys think in chat? Fernando, the thing that we're interested to see here is if Fata Morgana can win their group and Urban Corp can win their group, then we're going to see a battle of titans.
Ooh, I really hope to see that, and based off the quad experience on both teams, I believe that's what's going to happen is today. But anything can happen with this chase tag. It's a really scrappy game, and this sport is down to the wire.
That's the one. Now we're going to switch roles for this next match. I'm going to be giving you your color commentary, which is your play-by-play commentary, and Fernando's going to be jumping to your analysis to give insight from the player's point of view. Fernando's been on the quad a lot more recent than I have, so he'll definitely be able to provide a bit more pizzazz than I can. But look, first up on the quad, this is going to be how we set the tone for the rest of the game. Again, what Fata Morgana want to be doing is really pushing out that they are the dominant force. Okay, it's looking like we've got Martin stepping up for the Untitled team now. Their first opportunity to go up against this Fata Morgana team of beasts. And first up, of course, they've put in Staz. What a player. This man has been... Oh, I might need to take that back. No, it is Staz. Definitely is Staz. Guy is their absolute MVP. If it's not Staz, then it's Lewis.
I believe it's Lewis, because Staz is number 5 right there with the bread.
Yeah, he's got the 5 on, so it's Lewis. So this is a guy that I haven't actually seen much before on the quad. I talk about Stas quite a lot, but let's see how these guys get on. Stas starting behind the tilted cube, which is a very confident starting point. We're going to see most of the team starting there today. Sorry, Lewis. Here we go.
Lewis and Martin.
Yeah, and Martin we haven't really seen much of as well. He would have competed in a couple of smaller events like the qualification matches to get through to WCT France, but they weren't quite good enough to get through. I'm expecting it to be a bit of another like 5-0 win. Chat, what do you think? Do you think this is going to be an absolute dominant victory, or do you think that this Untitled French Fries team are going to take?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, is French Fries playing with 4 team members, or they have a 5th member?
Yeah, they're playing with 4, so this is going to be a disadvantage as well, especially when you consider that Fata Morgana have an entirely stacked team. You've got people like Dimitri, you've got Shai, you've got Lewis, you've got Stas, who we've talked about a lot today, Maxim and Yuval. An absolute stacked lineup. It could go either way. You never know how these things go, but typically the quad experience comes through. And you got to bear in mind, Fata Morgana have come all the way from Israel for this event here today. So they mean business. They're on the right mindset for it.
Pick Fata Morgana athletes versus 4 French Fries. Let's see what is going to happen with this second chase of Antwerp Chase-Off.
Okay, we've hit the athletes ready position. Let's go with Lewis up behind the tilted cube, and the match begins. Lewis idly waiting, goes for the slight jukes left and right, baits his opponent beautifully over here. Still waiting for the move. There it is, strides over the sisters, around to the front line. Now's where he can explode with those explosive legs. Now waiting behind the security of the ridge. Over to the loading bay. Underneath the mountain instead of over, and we've got 1 second left. There it is, first evasion of the game. Fernando, tell us how that one went.
Oh my goodness, Lewis Casas was on point that entire chase. He knew exactly the distance between him and his opponent and how much space he needed to be out of reach, and he had all the time. He had that counter clock in his head ticking down. He knew exactly where it was the entire time in the quad. It was, fantastic. Fantastic job, Lewis.
All right, Jan stepping up next to try and stop Lewis's little victory run. Will he have what it takes? We'll find out. He starts galloping through the center of the quad. Makes his way, there we go, into the loading bay. Into the tilted cube. Great little juke over there. He continues to the ridge, makes his way through, cutting off any sort of point of return. But Lewis doubles back in front of the front line. Here we go, what a dive! That's exactly what we want to be seeing here. And beautiful work there, shuts down the 1-0 victory. Now all you got to do is try and get an evasion off the back of that, and you are set.
Wow. Lewis, again, was doing his textbook approach of keeping his eyes on his opponent the whole time, making sure he was juking left and right, know exactly what the distance apart. But Jan just kicked it into third gear, and with that diving, reaching tag by the ridge, wow, that was fantastic. Fantastic tag.
This is what I mean by anyone can take it at any point. That was a beautiful little piece of chase tag over there, but Shy now stepping up with an athletic start to play. Ooh. Okay, looks like he stepped off just too soon. They're going to replay the buzzer, and then we're going to go again, I think. Yeah, it's a false start, ladies and gents. These things can happen. It's the same as like a 100-meter sprint. The amount of pressure builds up so much that it's very easy to just go at any. But what do you think after seeing that dive from Jan over there, chat? Like, do you think he's got what it takes to get the evasion over here? I don't think the Shy is going to let him, but I like how he's tracking his way to the ridge to try this. And here we go for the real start. Shy stepping up onto the top of the ridge. Beautiful work there. Getting into the loading bay, flushing back into the top corner, and there's the tag. Nice and concise, quick 9-second tag.
Dang, I thought Jan was going to take it a little bit further than that because he had a few more seconds of rest time with that false start. But Shy, he was just doing an incredible job of threading through those obstacles, making sure he knew exactly where he's putting that foot placement and getting that quick tag.
Shy looking for the second point on the board for Fata Morgana here, but it's Alexander who steps up from this Untitled French Fries team to try and stop any chance of that happening. We're still early on, and Alexander steps into the middle of the quad. Shy going through the mountain around the loading bay and straight to the front line. Oh, no tag. He keeps going. He's running circles at the moment, straight over the sisters, behind the tilted cube, back over the sisters. Alexander reaching at air at this point, but not connecting with anything. Goes for the dive, hits himself out the way. Shy just stumbling to that evasion right there. 2-0 for Fata Morgana. This is what we want to see.
Alexander was doing a pretty okay job with staying in the center court control, just trying to find his right opponent, his move, and he kept getting those 2 or 3 tags in there, trying to get that exact moment, but he was just waiting for the too right of a moment and just took too long, and Shy just taking it away with that evasion there for Fata Morgana.
Yeah, and it looks like there are only 3 team members here from the Untitled team, which is going to be even harder. Shy starting behind the ridge over there, cross court through to under the mountain to behind the tilted cube, getting a lot of high EQ obstacles in the way. Lovely stride over the sisters, through to the front line. Jan tries to track him down, but no luck so far. He's going to dive through the bottom of the ridge now. Oh, unlucky. Shy going for the second evasion in a row. And he gallops there. Beautiful work under the mountain, securing the 3-0 right now for Fata Morgana. 2 points to Shy. Beautiful strike.
Wow, you can really see that quad experience that they had since they got that new quad in Israel. I mean, once you've gone from training on no quad at all to being 1 hour into the comp and then training on the quad for months at a time, it shows, and it shows.
And it's Martin that steps up again for this Untitled team, carrying the hopes of the world on his shoulders. A little standoff with the sisters as we get this match underway. Another at the Lazy Boy. Can Martin duke and dodge his way to the tag? And he unsuccessfully goes to the reach, and the game is still on. 5 seconds left. Shy now waiting, not even moving. He's confidently got this, but it looks like the third evasion is given. That's 3 in a row, and the first hat-trick that we've seen here today.
My goodness. Usually people, when they're in the standoff, athletes will tend to juke their feet back and forth, be really skittish, trying to get their opponent to move one way or another. But Shy doing a standoff, just staring down his opponent, not making any sudden moves until he's ready to go and making them make the mistake. And that's when he bolts off and makes that evasion.
As we approach the halfway mark over here, 4-0 on the scoreboard. Shy tracking his way back behind the loading bay. A beautiful little dive coming through there from Untitled team, from Jan. Oh, and he gets the secured tag in the end. A beautiful thread through the tilt.
Jan shutting down Shy's hot streak of 3 evasions in a row. Let's see if he's got enough in the tank to try and save his team out of that 4-0 hole.
He's going to be pretty tired now as another fresh pair of legs stepped up onto the starter plate, ready to go. Jan starting behind the tilted cube again. It's looking like Shy's sent back in. No, this is Maxim, my apologies. Maxim with the first appearance on the quad here today. Now playing cat and mouse with Jan, cuts in beautifully into the loading bay. Just misses the opportunity for the dive there. Jan looking like he might get the first tag over here. Will it be allowed? Yes, it is. 1-0 coming through, but is the tag called from Maxim earlier on in this competition? It looks like we might have some deliberation. We're going to a DTR by the looks of it, or at least they're going to be asking Dave, our head ref here.
I didn't see anything, and it looks like they're in a they're going to shake it off, shake hands. But I see on the screen that we have a disputed tag review, DTR. Yep, they're going to go to a DTR and look at the footage to see where that tag was made and if contact was actually made. Now, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Greg, did you see where it was?
I didn't see anything either. It looked like there was a lot of diving and scrambling and reaching over there, but I didn't see the foot tag. And as we both know, when you do get a foot tag, you can't always feel it. So that's why it's going to be hard to tell what's going to be happening. Tell us what a DTR is, Fernando.
So a DTR is a disputed tag review. If the chaser does not make the tag well enough and shown off enough to the judges, that they must keep on going. But if they feel like they made contact, they can call a DTR, a disputed tag review, and have the judges look over the footage and zoom in, slow down, making sure they get the right angles and try and see where that contact was made and if it was made, and if so, the call can be reversed.
Chat, what do you think? Was that a tag or an evasion? Give us one in the chat. Let us know your thoughts. It's All-Star Haroon now stepping up to make a decision and make light of this. We've also got Mo over here from Parkour 59. This is an all-star refereeing crew that we're seeing here.
Haroon's got the video cameras on point. He's got that long arm extension. Let's see if we can see on the replay where that tag was. And we're looking at pretty far away. Okay, here we go.
Ooh.
It's a little blown out from the light and the white background, but we see a finger move or a shoe. Dang, that bar is just blocking that view just slightly.
The stakes are high here for this Untitled team. If they're given the evasion over here, it could be they need to try and pull some momentum back in their favor. Remember, it's 4-0, and if the evasion is given to the Untitled team, that's going to instantly give them an evasion, making it 4-1. And as we all know in chase tag, it's all about a bit more momentum.
We are at chase number 8 out of 16 over the halfway marker. I'm not too sure if the Entitled team with 4 athletes is going to be able to conquer this Fata Morgana 4-0 conquer team.
I agree. And while we wait for a decision here, I just want to remind you guys that you should be seeing a QR code on the screen supplied by Gamify. And what that is, it's almost like a mini quiz in terms of things that we might be saying. It's all AI powered, so it's all real-time feed in terms of what's going on the screen over here. Scan it in, it'll take you to that page. And if you do have the chance to have a little look and give us some feedback on what you think about the app and what you think about the process, it's something that we're quite intrigued to find out about, because this is a test partnership that we're doing with them. So you as the fans, your opinions matter, and we'd love to hear what you think. More importantly, I'd love to hear what you think about this DTR, which is now taking a bit more time than we would like. It looks like
everyone here in the chat is looking like everyone on the chat is looking saying, "Whoa, no tag!" Yep. The evasion for the Untitled French Fry team, finally getting a point on the board against Fata Morgana.
Yan as well now with a lot of rest time under his belt. It's almost like he's going to step onto this fresh and have an opportunity to not level quite yet, but get the 2-4 split, and that's going to be what they need to crack on. But Fata Morgana is going to say no. They're not going to give them the chance to crack on over here. Let's get hyped as we continue this chase. Remember, this is the dominant team, Fata Morgana, that we're seeing step up to the plate over here. And it's going to be Yuval stepping up from Fata Morgana, trying to stop any more evasions happening and bring them back into the limelight. Yuval starting with that athletic pose again. Jan starting from behind the tilted cube, as we've seen so much today. And Yuval is in, stalks his way into the cube. Doesn't reach out and jump. Calm and collectedly finds his position again, goes towards the back of the loading bay, into the loading bay, misses the chance again. Jan absolutely relishing in the time that he's been given over here. Does he have what it takes to crack on? 2 seconds left. Evasion again. Now we're seeing it. Is Jan the star player that we've been dreaming about here, Fernando?
Here is that momentum. Jan taking that time from that DTR, getting that breath in there, having enough time to get that going in that extended control, going on the outside route, taking a page out of Shai's book, not moving too much in that staring contest, making the other opponent make a mistake first, and then breakaway speed getting out, and it showed right there with that another evasion.
And it's the man himself, Stas, stepping up to the plate to stop this 2 evasion streak from going anywhere. And the chase is on. They're running across the front line now, over the Ladyboy, tracks down over the sisters, and that is some strategic play that we're seeing coming through from Stas. This is why they sent him on. He is the executioner.
Yeah, chase number 10 out of 16. Stas with fresh legs just was a bullet out of there. getting that quick tag on Jan. My goodness. Hopefully he can get this evasion out here, seal the deal, but maybe this Untitled French Fry team can hang on a little bit longer.
Yeah, Alexandra desperately needs a tag over here if they've got any chance of a comeback happening. And remember that we're now progressing quite far into the chase over here. Desperation kicks in, but Stas is not desperate whatsoever. He starts calm and collected, getting tagged in record time behind the tilted cube. That was a bit of a stupid decision there from Stas.
Alexander, my goodness. Just taking that quick, easy outside tag out there from the tilted cube. Stas just, what was he thinking? He was just maybe a little too far approach and just wasn't thinking quick enough. Took that chance a little too shy towards the sisters, and that was a quick tag by Alexander.
And it's no thinking from Stas, but it's team captain Dimitri coming in now. This is a military man. He is precise as he precisely goes into the tilted cube. Look at that, cornering his opponent, easy tag. A lot of acrobatics to go with that. I hope he's all right. He's a very strong man, so I don't suspect he won't be.
Alexander taking that little sideways approach, juking it left and right. Not taking that outdoor approach, but going towards the mountain, but it was just too close in attendance. And then there was that Dimitri tag, just diving right up and over that little gate vault, and then crumpled his body a bit.
And it's match point now as Dimitri starts behind the tilted cube. He's been in these pressurized situations before, playing against teams like Hollywood and beating them. Will he have what it takes to beat this French fries team? Almost gets caught out in the loading bay. Slows down at the lazy boy across the front line, behind the security of the ridge, just about anti-shoots out of the way. Now underneath the mountain, here we go, 5 seconds left, we're getting desperate. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, he's standing, and he stands his way to victory. Fata Morgana winning their first matchup with an absolutely dominating 5-2 appearance over here. Fernando, walk us through that match.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Jan was just so close in attendance, and he was just getting too close. And oh my goodness, we got Dimitri, who was just taking an outside route and making sure he's so just out of reach, because Jan was so close and desperate, just needed a few more seconds to get that clock, but not enough time was there. Fata Morgana takes this win against the Untitled French Fry team.
And a nice dominating victory to start things off. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be seeing Quality Movement and Sandstorm, your second match from Group A. Remember that Overground Basel are currently leading the group as they victored over Trauma Tracers. And now we're going to see how the rest of the table is gonna go out and go for them. Quality Movement we haven't seen much of before at all. This is their first time competing on the quad at all. They've had a lot of prep coming up, and they're very excited to be in this competition here today. But up against them is the fiercity that is Sandstorm. Fata Morgana's B team. I don't want to call them a B team because they're all exceptional in their own right. I had the pleasure of spending a week with them before this in Antwerp, prepping and running into it. We've got a couple of niggling injuries that we'll be seeing. So I hope that doesn't take too much time. But let's see what they've got in the tank. Sorry.
Quality Movement from Sweden and Sandstorm from Israel. Two teams with very similar coloring jerseys on, but just different enough. We got black numbers, we got white numbers.
And just to clarify again, this is actually Group B's table. So the first match we've seen up here so far was Urban Corp against Karma. Urban Corp currently lead. Sandstorm looking for that second position or to equalize with Urban Corp. But let's see how it looks as we enter in. Sandstorm on the defense so far, starting with the evasion opportunity. And it looks like it's William being sent in from Quality Movement first up, and Anas from Sandstorm. Anas was a bit of a star player at their Roubaix competition up against Parkour 59, a very dominating team.
Victor Anderson coming here for Quality Movement.
Victor from Quality Movement, you are very, very much correct. Thank you for the clarification over there. But Anas starting behind the ridge, a very secure place, high EQ. Tracks his way back to the back of the loading bay and through the mountain at record pace, almost stumbling, like Victor stumbling up over there. Hope he's going to be all right. Wasting valuable time. Anas making his way to the back of the tilted cube and back underneath the mountain again. Idling at the loading bay, beautifully moving through towards the front line again. 2 seconds left on the clock. Is it an opening victory? Yes, it is. 1-0 Sandstorm.
Anas taking that outside approach, not getting that center court control, making sure he's got all the movement ranges around left and right. And he's keeping his eyes on Victor there, Victor was trying to maintain center control, but couldn't quite find his time to reach out and get the tag. Sandstorm taking that opening invasion, starting off strong.
And Anas with a different starting position now. Taunting at the sisters, and he's going to backtrack his way to the back of the tilted cube, again underneath the mountain, rapidly, idling again at the loading bay, moves off toward the front line, back towards the loading bay, crosses the quad, back to the tilted cube, beautifully opening up opportunities here. Will this be a second nil, a 2-0, a second evasion? And it is! Look at that! Anas coming through with the victory!
Ooh. Leon from Quality Movement just tailing his opponent just the whole time, not cutting him off, getting that route in. And Anas just doubling up on the points here. And just in match number 2, he is starting strong for Sandstorm.
And Kieve coming through from Quality Movement. Again, first time we're seeing him on the quad. And another new starting position from Anas as they move around the back of the loading bay. A tilted cube with an easy tag there from Kiva. Maybe that's what they needed to see there, Fernando.
Yeah, Anas looked like he was going a little bit too close in attendance to the bar trying to get movement, but he left him too much space for Heave to get that quick tag right over by the loading bay. Tilted cube. Yeah, he looked like he was a little too tired and did not have enough space to run out of the sisters or across the quad.
And another new member of Sandstorm we're going to be seeing stepping up to the plate over here. And it's going to be Matinel. Matinel with a wrist injury, but that's not bothering him here today as he quickly closes down the distance and Penguin slides his way, just about misses it. Off he goes again. This man is an absolute unit. He's putting his body on the line and it's finally successful as he shoots his way through the tilted cube to attack.
When one penguin slide doesn't work, try again. When 2 doesn't work, maybe that third one will. And Matinel getting that third penguin slide by the tilted cube, just reaching that contact on. Fully committed to every single one of these tags, but it's got to get up real quick to go again. And luckily, third time is the charm for Matinel.
Matinel scrambling his way to shut off the opportunity to score over there. And now it's going to be William stepping it up to try and clobber any chance of a third evasion here. William underneath the mountain, tracking his way through Matinel, who just easily guides his opponent across all the quads over there. Towards the back of the loading bay, he tracks again back into the middle of the quad. 5 seconds left as he's at the back of the tilted cube, wasting time beautifully. Dogs one way, goes the other, and here it is. That's the third evasion. This is an absolute dominating start that we're seeing from Sandstorm over here. Good job, Matinel. Good job, Anas. Excellent work, chaps.
Matinel just leading Willem all around the course, just making sure he's getting close attendance, but not close enough to make that tag. Matinel getting another evasion there for Team Sandstorm.
And it's Tim now stepping up to stop this 3-0 victory as we approach the halfway mark. Matinel underneath the sisters, Duke's back the other way, creating some valuable space over there, but it's cut down beautifully by Tim as he utilizes his legs to really get that tag in the center of the quad.
Nothing about QMing, quadrupedal movement, is being on your hands and feet. Your head movement is a little restrictive, so looking back at your opponent is a little bit different and difficult. So when he's doing that for the second time, trying to go around, he couldn't keep eye on the opponent, took a different route, was not knowing where he was going, got that quick tag on himself.
And it's Tal stepping up to try and stop any evasion coming through from Quality Movement here. They track into the middle of the quad over there. A bit of a silly mistake, but it looks like they're running with it over the sisters behind the tilted cube again. Back into the middle of the quad, and he's not looking anywhere for where Tal is, and he capitalizes with a tag.
Oh, goodness. Almost that entire chase, he did not look back at all at his opponent, and that's just crucial mistake right there, because you got to know where the opponent's at, because you got to know where to run at. And if you don't know where the opponent's going, and you take that wrong turn, that opponent's taking that same turn, like, oh, I'm just going to tag you, get that right there. You're not even looking at me.
It's Matthias looking to stop all of this momentum, and Tal looking for his first evasion on the board here today. Tal starting behind the tilted cube as he makes his way through the mountain, but tracked down beautifully Matthias, who takes the high ground, maintains center control, maintains the height, chases down behind the tilted cube, again not working very nicely. Tal is making the most of this distance over here as he makes his way to another evasion. That's 4 evasions coming through now from Sandstorm. 1 from Anas, 2 from Anas, sorry, 1 from Matinel, and now 1 from Tal. An absolutely dominating performance.
Wow, we're coming out of this back half of this chase 4-0, looking almost similar to the match we just had before. Tal doing a great job keeping obstacles in between him and his opponent.
And Victor unsuccessful on his last attempt to get any point on the board, tracking down across the top of the ridge behind the loading bay and through the mountain, as we now have some more Benny Hill and Caddy Mouse's Tao looks like he's caught in a deer in the headlights over there. But he's still going, he's pushing it, and Mateus just, and Victor just says no, goes for the tag in the middle of the quad. Very successful there.
My goodness, this is a great opening match for Sandstorm coming in here for the first time in the quad, but Quality Movement is just trying to hold on tight with those rare fingertip tags, just trying to hold on for as long as they can against Sandstorm. Sandstorm almost running away with this match. We only have six chases left, but I don't think it's going to go that far with 4-0 time right now.
Alan dancing his way as we enter this. Our video feed has gone down, so I can't really commentate on the moment. All I know is that what we're probably seeing here is a great matchup, and there it is. Alan makes the tag on the top of the mountain. Could have gone either way. It looks like it might have been a dodgy one. Hopefully we get a little bit of a replay there so we know it's happening, but great debut coming through.
Luckily I've got the chat on the other side of my screen right here, and it looks like we went on top of the mountain, and it was just a slow approach on the mountain, and it was so slow that it was able to make a quick tag underneath and right through, and Quality Movement just couldn't make a fast move approach up the mountain.
Alan looking for his first points on the board here. An unconventional starting plate. This is where Bilal loves to start from parkour 59. Will it be successful? We will find out. Oh, Alan pointed one way, tracking his way back to the loading bay. Up the mountain, just about, connects the swipe tag. Beautiful work there from Quality Movement. That was desperate, that was needed.
Man, that was like a much higher pace replay of what just happened on that previous chase, that mountain area. Not quite too, once you try and make your movement go up a direction, it's very hard from being from a dead sprint over to an upward movement. And once you have that upward movement, it's just really slow down approach, and that tagger is just easy to get that reach over there and get that calf tag foot reach. This is strong work right here from Quality Movement, but can they hold on much longer?
And it's Nick stepping in now from Sandstorm. We haven't seen much of this chap. He's only been training parkour for about a year and a half, and World Chase Tag for some of that, and it's been super successful. He's head through the ridge for the tag over there. This whole Sandstorm team absolutely running away with it.
Man, that was a quick spike under 5 seconds, diving right through the ridge, and that's going to be it for Overground, for Sandstorm and Quality Movement. Sandstorm taking it away 4-0. My goodness, what a great opening debut on the quad for Sandstorm, the new team from Israel.
Absolutely phenomenal work, as you said there, Fernando. And how it looks at the moment from Group A, we've had Overground Basel, who have just won their first game. We've got Fata Morgana, who have won their first game as well. So they're currently top Group A and are currently going through to the semi-finals, with Trauma Tracers and French Fries up next. From Group B, we've had Urban Corp winning their first match. We've had Sandstorm now winning their first match, so they are currently in place to go through to semis. But Karma and Quality Movement still have some games coming up. Next up, we're going to see Trauma Tracers taking on Fata Morgana, the absolute legends here from Group A, followed by Quality Movement Urban Corp.
Right. Trauma Tracers versus Fata Morgana.
Want to have a quick shout out to Mr. James. I'm not going to try butcher your last name over there, but thank you very much for the gifted membership on YouTube. It helps support the channel. It helps us keep doing the stuff that we're doing now. So thank you very much, mate. We appreciate it. Once again, I want to shout out to our sponsors today. Thank you very much to Sprite. Awesome to see such big names finally getting involved with the competition. We've got Squared, who is World Chase Tag's GFX partner. And we've also got the actual event itself, which is Strat. Genotin, thank you all very much for helping us to put on these events today. Thank you to Fernando. Thank you to the World Chase Tag Bros. And let's see how this goes as we start getting ready for the second bits and bobs. Looks like we're going to take a quick break before coming on with the next groups of matches. For me, I'd say the standouts are Sandstorm. I was really hoping to see them dominate that first match. Obviously, Fata and Urban Corp also coming through beautifully. But I think Sandstorm's going to be the one to keep their eye on as we progress through this this next match. Fernando, what do you think?
Absolutely. Sandstorm was rushing it out there. Did not look like a B team from Israel, looking like an A+ team. Scrambling around, making sure their eyes on their opponents and not making those mistake moves that most new teams are making. And it's really exciting to see these fresh teams come out on the quad and seeing all the experience they can have with a short amount of time of practicing at their own local facilities.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely. Chat, what are your thoughts so far? We've currently got, obviously, Sandstorm and Corp leading Group B, and we've got Overground and Fata leading Group A. Do you think we're going to see this Fata Urban Corp matchup, or do you think Sandstorm might have what it takes to take the Urban Corp? And next up, as I mentioned, we're going to have Trauma Tracers trying to take on Fata Morgana. Fata Morgana, remember that we've had evasions now from Lewis, from Shy. We've had 3 from Shy and 1 from Lewis. Trauma Tracers getting 1 point on the board with a less convincing loss in their previous matchup against Overground Basel. On paper, this should go Fata Morgana. I'm not too sure. James, what do you think in the chat here today?
Trauma Tracers, another team out there that's not playing with a full 6-man deck, is out there, and they are playing with 5 team members against the Fata Morgana, who has a full 6-man roster. Is that going to play well with them? Is that going to be working against them? You know, are they going to have not as fresh legs as the other team? We'll see what happens in the next minute and a half.
Yeah, certainly. And another interesting point to kind of mention over here, we briefly mentioned it earlier, but Fata Morgana are now the first Israeli team to set up a quad. They've just come off the qualification process and they're official to teach, but they've also had a valuable couple of days of warm-up and experience. We didn't quite see that in their first match. Maybe this was a bit of a shaky start, making some little mistakes, but they've certainly got more experience compared to Trauma Tracers, who are the mix of Belgian teams. Again, we've seen them as Ultra Move at Roubaix, Tic Tag, and Atomic Rush.
All the quads here in the US usually aren't all spaced out enough to have the exact proportions and dimensions. Usually like there's a wall or, like you said, a pillar that's in the way. Do you know if Fata Morgana's newly installed quad is open area like this so you can have full sprint speed all the way to the end, or are there walls that hinder you to stop you while you're practicing?
Yeah, so I believe that their quad is an open quad, so it's meant to be to spec, thing needed. They've got space on the outsides. So unlike Overground, where they've got a lot of limitations on their quad, Fata Morgana will be playing on World Chase Tag's specified quad. Unlike Trauma Tracers, they've had a lot of time on the Dutch quad, which is a bit of a sketchy quad as well. It's set up on dusty concrete. It's also open-faced, but it gets wet quite a lot, so it's quite hard to train consistently. But you can see what happens, where as soon as you get a quad set up, the community just grows and grows. So if anyone in the chat wants to be a cool hero kid and set up a quad, the community will thank you.
Looks like we've got a really high vote for 68. Fata Morgana's open to win against Trauma Tracers. Chat is looking like that's the way this match is going to go.
Yeah, but more interesting, people are saying that Sandstorm is looking better than Fata Morgana today. And remember that Sandstorm are Fata Morgana's B team, so if they imagine what it would be like if they were to take on the absolute legends in this match. Okay, here we go as we prepare for this matchup. Match number 4, and we are off. Oh, it looks like we have another false start. I think we're going to be pulling that back to start again. Stas looking around like, what's going on? I was ready the whole time. Trauma Tracers slightly less so. Yeah, we're going to rerun the point. These things happen with the smaller competitions. Just some more little issues to iron out as we crack on. And it's Elroy that we're seeing now. Trauma Tracers stepping up to the plate. And what a David and Goliath situation here. Okay, big man Haroon just explaining what's going on over there. Elroy will have a second opportunity. Remember that this is the second round of group matches over here, so we're playing 2 round robins per group, and Elroy trying to claw at his first stop and underbarring again. We talked about that before. Staz working his way towards the back of the tilted cube. Juking one way, juking another, idling perfectly, beautifully underneath the mountain again towards the back of the loading bay. Now towards the ridge as they fight for a chance for that first victory, and Stas can do it. First evasion on the board. This might be the setup for another dominating matchup.
Yeah, you can see how those rookie movements from Elroy and Trauma Tracers underbarring almost every obstacle. I know when I was first starting out on the quad and I wasn't feeling familiar with everything, I was underbarring a lot of obstacles, including the mountain. But now once you get more comfortable with it, you see that there's different obstacles and different routes, different ways you can attack things. And unfortunately, he just didn't have that in him.
And Jeremy making his way on top of the ridge. Now tracking his way to the tilted cube where he hopes to shut down Stas, scoring a second point. Stas not having any of it. Casually making his way across the mountain tables over there towards back of the ridge now. Wasting more time beautifully. And here it is. The chase is on. 2 seconds left. Stas with a second evasion on the board. Dominating the startup of this match.
Jeremy just tailing him the whole time. Stas keeping quick attendance on him, making sure he knows exactly where he's going. And Jeremy just was not quick enough. Stas might be running away with this. 2-0 Fata Morgana.
And it's Wesley who steps in now from Trauma Tracers. They sent him in their match against Overground to clutch the tag, and he was successful. Let's see if he can do it again here today. Jeremy, with a quick little back step towards the back of the tilted cube, but now we're caught in a Benny Hill situation. Stas absolutely loving this. Finally, Jeremy steps in and successfully makes the tag, stopping Fata Morgana's lead here. But he's got a lot of way to go before they can get any points on the board.
I don't know what happened there, but Stas may look like he was just either getting tired or maybe an injury happened, because he was, when he bent and hailed around there, at the first swipe, it looked like he was like, oh, he got my tag, I'm just going to stop moving. But then he saw that Wesley was still moving, and he was just like, all right, I'll keep jogging around, not moving so much faster. And he's like, I know he's going to tag me soon in this open area. Too close an attendance to call.
Jeremy starting behind the ridge over here, looking to get the first point on the board for Trauma Tracers team. And he is just tracked down. No tomorrow coming through over here from Fata Morgana. Really showing why they are the dominant team. Yuval with the tag over there.
Wesley just taking too much time to make a decision on where to move. Just quick attendance on there by Yuval. And it was just right cross court, and it's like, oh, over almost as soon as it started.
And it's going to be Matthias who steps up again for Trauma Tracers. Yuval starting behind the tilted cube over here. I apologize, it might be Cedric that's stepping in, but Yuval doesn't care who's stepping him against him. He's here for the evasion. Dukes his way behind the ridge, wasting beautiful time over here, and the chase is on, and the tag is just about made by Cedric as we enter the back of the quad over here in the corner.
My goodness, quick scrambling moves, and did not pull around that loading bay quick enough to go under the mountain. Trauma Tracers just too close in attendance right here. You see this on the instant replay. Whoa, little trip up there, but doesn't matter. He's got this long reach in this extension. He can get that quick tag right before the mountain reach.
Okay, Cedric now starting behind the tilted cube, hoping to get some points, and quickly makes his way over the sisters with those long stridable legs. Back he goes. Maxim's not having any of it. Cheeky hand tag on the back of the tilted cube. He's saying, don't you dare mess with me over there.
And with those long legs, it's really difficult to get that extra speed into that real quickness. So with those long legs, it takes a longer bit of the stride, and we just got a quick tag there. Maxim just making it too quick of an easy stroke.
Some nervous energy being displayed on the starter plate now from Matthias, who steps up. Maxim confidently in the back of the tilted cube. Dukes to go, successfully gets his way underneath the mountain, across to the back of the loading bay. Now crosses the quad completely. Beautiful work here from Maxim. Again, stalls behind the tilted cube. A little kick off the sisters. This is just playing around now. He is here to embarrass Trauma Tracers, and he's doing it successfully as he scores his own evasion now. 3-0 to Fata Morgana.
Maxim making those quick, janky moves out there. Just making sure that Trauma Tracers was 3 steps behind him, no more, no less. And with that kick off the sisters for a redirect, just faking out the opponent. I know it fakes out some people out here, and it was a good big kickoff, and enough to get another evasion there for Fata Morgana.
Maxim trying to get a second point on the board as we approach the halfway mark of this fifth game in the Antwerp chase-off. Trauma Tracers stumbling as they make their way around as they're Benny Hilling now for the ridge. Maxim baits the dive successfully, now makes his way underneath the sisters, and the tag is just about made. Unfortunately, Maxim doesn't quite get away with it. Trauma Tracers coming through. They should be very happy with that little performance.
Maxim was taking a little too much time to think about where he was going, and when he went to go under the sisters, we have, who was that behind him? Trauma Tracers just got too much distance behind him, so he was able to sprint and get that diving reach under the sisters. Wow, Maxim was just QMing underneath and not making that fast approach.
Match number 9 now on the board. Shy coming through with the clutch little dive, just about gets the ankle tag and stops any chance of Trauma Tracers getting any points on the board over here.
Yeah, as you can see there in chase number 9, taking that low road, unless you're swift going underneath that mountain, a diving tag is just going to be even faster because they don't have to focus on getting those hand placements or anything. They just put your feet down, get that diving reach, and sliding out your body, making that tag right under the mountain.
Shy looking for his own evasion now as he jukes his way, starting at the ridge, making his way across to the lazy boy, stalls again, just about misses the tag over here. Trauma Tracers stumbling as Shy stands up to take a bit of a rest, turning this into a bit of a tea party with the amount of time, but not enough time as Jeremy just about makes the tag on the top of the sisters.
Yeah, Jeremy clicking that approach, making sure he's panthering out, knows exactly where to go, and taking that open area reach, making that fake to the right, so that way the evader has to go out to the other side, the open area. Ooh, there's a quick reach, but not far enough. He's got the short limbs, but here at that tilted cube is where he made that fake out to the right on this panther approach. And then to the left, open area. Ooh, just enough distance, just enough open area for that tag.
And here we go. They're sending Dimitri, who quickly makes his way onto the ridge. A lovely little ballerina turnaround, but this guy is no ballerina indeed. He is an absolute monster as he gets his tag, pushing his way out of the quad. Phenomenal work there for Dimitri.
Yeah, nice little step on top of the ridge platform there with a reverse ball coming down, making sure he's not going over momentum and shooting past this point, but making sure he's able to spot his momentum, turn around, and go back towards his opponent. Fantastic job there. And he had that extra sprint to reach all the way out and get that tag.
And match point now. It looks like Dimitri just took out the cameraman and the video feed on our side. But Jeremy trying to stop this match point from going anywhere. Dimitri trying to take out another cameraman as he claws his way to the victory over here for Fata Morgana. They make their way underneath the mountain, now stalling at the back of the tilted cube. He's wasting time. He's going to get this victory. He's got 3 seconds left. Jeremy doesn't know what he's doing. He's flustered, and that's it. Back to Morgana with their second victory today, showing everyone why they are the team to beat out here, Fernando.
Wesley just too far in attendance there, and Fata Morgana just taken away with it with that quad experience. Shows as well. That was a fantastic run there. Trauma Tracers doing their best to try and keep it up, but that's going to be the end of it, and Fata Morgana is going to take away match again.
Absolutely phenomenal work there. As we're standing in Group A, this is now Fata Morgana who's leading the team with 2 victories, then Overground Basel on 1, and then Trauma Tracers and French Fries are currently tied. But before we go into the next match, what were your highlights there?
My goodness, I would say Shy over there with the just back and forth, side to side, juking around, making sure he's just like deer in the headlights approach, just staring down his opponent, making them make the mistake first before he bolts out the opposite direction. Just fantastic moves there, not wasting too much energy at all, saving it up for more evasions for the matches to come. How about you?
Mate, that whole dominating performance was fantastic. Although I can't lie, I did like it when Trauma Tracers almost looked like they were going to score some points, but unfortunately, nothing on the board. Now, let's head into the 6th match of this Antwerp competition today. We're going to be seeing Urban Corp Mamba stepping up against Quality Movement. Urban Corp Mamba absolutely dominating against Karma in their first match, the 5-1 win. We have Timothy, Arthur, and Enzo scoring the evasions there. And unfortunately, Quality Movement, with their absolute butts spanked by Sandstorm, it's looking on paper like this could be another dominating performance, but what do you think?
I mean, we've got Urban Corp doing a really strong opening chases, and the matches there, they're fantastic, always on the quad. Quality Movement didn't quite tickle my fancy there with the Swedish moves. They were showing some strong approaches, but not quite enough, I think, is going to take over Urban Corp. I think Urban Corp is going to take this over 3-2. It's going to be, 4-2. It's going to be a close match, but I think it's going to be 4-2. What do you think?
And Loic Georgie stepping up on the quad first. Now, he had a bit of a shaky first running. Even though they won their first match, he wasn't as good as we would have liked to see, but now's his chance to show everyone why he's the team captain over here. And let's see if they've learned anything from their loss.
like Kiev is going to be starting on the starting plate, going and trying to chase down Loic.
And it is indeed Kiev Suarez trying to take on the Mamba himself. Loic's looking for a victory now. The opening point to this game is behind the ridge. And we are off. Loic with a small duke at the ridge, trying to waste as much time as possible. He makes his way through center quad, crosses over the sisters, stumbles a little bit, but he's still free as he makes his way back to the ridge. Could this be an opening point for Loic? We've got 5 seconds left on the scoreboard now. Over the sisters, behind the tilted cube. This could be it. Here we go. First evasion for Loic. Evasion for the team captain. First dominating point here in the 7th match.
Wow, Loic was looking a little sketchy up there in the first opening part of the chase with us standing on the high portions of the obstacles, doing a little bit of stumble action, but was able to keep it controlled and composure all the way throughout the 20 seconds, getting that opening evasion.
And stepping up for quality movement is William, who makes his way around the ridge, trying to force Loic out of the pocket. Successfully does so. Now we're just in a cat and mouse. Loic is feeling very comfortable. Benny healing around the tilted cube for a bit. He's striding around here. This is easy for Loic. This is definitely showing the young guns what he's got in the tank. Makes his way up to the mountain, back through the cube, across the second point. Well done, Loic. You should be proud for that one over there.
Loic keeping that outside control, perimeter movement, and eyes on his opponent the whole time. He was so far in attendance that he didn't have to try in that last 5-10 seconds of it. He was so far apart.
But it's going to be Tim who's going to try and stop this incredible start to this game over here. Again, Loic starting by the ridge, just dawdling his way around the back, almost dancing on the quad now. This is just straight disrespect, and I'm here for it. Working his way across the sisters now, back towards the tilted cube. Slides his way under the mountain, quadrupedals his way out of it. Very unconventional, but it's working for the team captain Loic now, as he makes his way towards the second hat-trick of the day. Loic Georgie with an incredible performance out.
Oh my goodness. Tim from quality movement with so many interactions there to Loic. I thought there was going to be at least 2 or 3 tags, but Tim was just too far, and Loic just making those 2 quick correction moves. Just my goodness, Loic hat-tricking out there. 3 points to 0.
Quality movement might be the stars of Stockholm, but they're certainly not the stars today as Loic goes for his 4th evasion in the row. It's Victor who's sent out to try and stop it. Jumps his way into the tilted cube across the back of the loading bay. Loic again, just dawdling his way around. We need some more commitment over here from Victor, otherwise Loic's going to get his 4th evasion in the row, which I think he is. There it is, 4 in a row. Come on, Urban Corp.
Wow, this is the most evasions we've seen in this Antwerp chase-off, and it's 4 in a row, not just 4 in a whole match, 4 in a row, back to back to back, and that's after you've already gotten my goodness, this is crazy. Loic just pumping some air on by the ridge. Can he keep this up and get an all-star and just run out the entire quality movement team? This is crazy, Greg. I haven't seen this before in so long.
Remember, guys, that Loic competed under United as they won the title, the WCT4, and it's a lot thanks to this man that we're seeing now. But it's Leon who's stepping up to try and claw back the absolute massive gap that we've got at the moment. Working his way across the center of the quad, getting stuck at the ridge again. Loic once again toying and joking his way through this. Is this going to be 5 in a row? I think it is, but Leon just about makes the tag.
This is close, because I saw that swipe just before the timer ran out, but they're having a little competition and talking about it. Like, was this before the timer? Was it after the timer? I saw the tag happened, but it looks like we have to go to a DTR to see exactly when that tag was made.
Quality movement not looking so quality. Scotty Boy on the chat hitting that point hard home. It could be a 5-0 start to this match, and we're not even halfway through. This could be one of the biggest point scorers that we've seen so far. But what I'm liking here is this dominant performance from Urban Corp. They're going to be looking at Fata Morgana here, and they're going to be saying, look at us. We are here to take this. We deserve this opportunity to get into the Worlds over here. But chat, what do you think? Tag or evasion?
My mind is going to go against tag. Even though I didn't quite see it, I did see the momentum and how the speed was going and the timing was going down. I'm pretty sure it's going to be like 19.7, maybe 19.6 of a close tag. You know, it was very close. Unless I see some angles there, I believe my mind's going to be on a tag. But hopefully it's in a 5th evasion because that's insane running from Loic.
Finnegan Drippy saying 100% a tag over there. But James, our little donator earlier, going for the evasion. We have some heated chat going on in the group right now. Let's see what we do. Both teams now getting much deserved rest. Loic's hoping that this gets awarded as an evasion. And then he's going to be fresh going into the second. Scotty Boy also coming through for the tag now. I think everyone's siding with you here, Fernando. I'm going to go for evasion just because I like to be a bit controversial on the mic. But look, Fernando, tell us, what do Quality Movement need to do to get back into this game?
Well, Leon has got a lot to do because they got to catch up on these points from Loic, and they've got to be strong in attendance, and they can't be waiting for those moments to strike. As you can see, they're waiting until like the very last few seconds of the match to try and get that last-ditch effort tag. They've got to make some more quick decisions and try and get those tags a lot sooner so they have much more gas in the tank, a lot more air to breathe before their next chase and go and make more evasions, because otherwise they're just going to get tired all day against this Urban Corp team.
And it's not even the Urban Corp team, Fernando. It's just Loic Georgie himself, Loic Georgie. He is taking this all the way, and the evasion is given. That's 5-0 for Loic himself. Plenty of rest. Now we're going to look for number 6. Is this an early man of the match that we're seeing, man of the competition? Oh, I'm excited for this next match.
Oh my goodness. This could be an all Loic decided right here, with Urban Corp just one man out, and then Quality Movement trying to send everyone at him, trying to get this tag in. No one being able to do it. Will we see another evasion?
Last time we saw this was when Xavi got 8 in a row. Can we see Loic put his name in the highlights and join Xavi in the top point scorers in the world? And it's gonna be a tough matchup over here. Loic again behind the tilted cube, misses the first chance of a tag, successfully gets away under the mountain, just walking his way around the loading bay. He's finding this too easy. A swipe and a miss again. Look at this. He's literally stumbling around, and the 6th evasion is given Fernando. What the heck is going on?
Matthias from Quality Movement was just, again, not making those aggressive approaches and like attempts. Loic seemingly like walking out there, looking back at his opponent, just like, oh, sauntering around. I'm not going to use my energy. I'm not going to waste my time sprinting out. I'm just going to walk around and feel the exact points where I need to be. That was insane.
Loic now sitting on Carl Soderman's record, officially joining the big ranks, looking for Xavi position, and a quick start now coming through from Kive as he works his way, trying to chase Loic back around the... Oh, and there it is! Unfortunately, Loic, you won't be joining Xavi, but an incredible 6-point lead over here, and a great stop to the movement. Great stop to Loic by Quality Movement.
And Kiev, one of the only 2 other competitors on Quality Movement with a tag, looking to stop Loic, and does, making sure they're not getting any more points. But now, Kiev has got a lot of work to do on himself because they are 6 points down, and they don't have many chases left to go.
And we are off as we see Timothy, previous point scorer, stepping onto the plate now, trying to stop any chance of Quality scoring a point. And the chase is on, tracks his way across the front line, slipping up at the starter plate over there, giving an ample chance for Kive to get some points on the board, and it is! First evasion made, 6-1.
Timothy out there with his arm outreached, looking like he's about to make the tag and make contact, but just doesn't pull through. His arm is just out there as if he's just like waiting for someone to shake his hand. But instead, like, Kiev just sprints right away from it and is able to get away and away with a first evasion point for Quality Movement.
Urban Corp needs to be a little bit more careful now, as they send on Dustin, the absolute rocket, to try and take on Kiev, and there it is. There's a reason why this guy was one of their star players at WCT6 France. He's been competing since the beginning. Now it's his chance to get some points on the board as we enter match point.
And this is Dustin's first chase out on this Antwerp chase-off, and he's got fresh legs, as you can see by that almost spike tag. And it looks like that's going to be it. They're shaking it off. Urban Corp looks like they're going to take this against Quality Movement 6-1.
Absolutely dominating performance there. And here we go. This is the match point that we were talking about. Dustin looking for the final evasion. They've celebrated too soon. Dustin knows what he needs to do. Striding his way across the mountain over there, across the tilted cube. Quick duck and dive across the front line. And here it is, 5 seconds left. Are we going to see the game set and match here? I think we are. Dustin thinks we are. nothing William can do, and there it is. 2 points on the board for Dustin now. 7-1 to Urban Corp. Biggest point difference we've seen. Fernando, walk us through that matchup. Tell us the highlights from your side.
My goodness. Well, I mean, where do we start off? But except for Loic sending in there right off the bat, doesn't go for tag first. He is the first one sent out to evade, and gets all those evasions back to back to back to back to back to back to back. So many. It's like it was only Loic out there until we had Dustin come out at the end. And my goodness, Kiev coming out there with those tags out there and trying to get that evasion, which was nice, but it wasn't just enough to stop Loic's record of 6 evasions out there, and then Dustin sealing it out with that 7th out there. Wow, Urban Corp just destroyed that quad chase.
The question is, do we think that Urban Corp has what it takes to win this entire competition over here? They're certainly topping Group B right now. As it stands, we've got Urban Corp in first place, Sandstorm in second, followed by Quality now, followed by Karma finally. But next up is going to be a Group A matchup, and we're going to be seeing Overground Basel now taking on French Fries. Overground Basel with 1 point on the board, French Fries with absolutely nothing on the board. And just to summarize where we were, Overground took on Trauma Tracers, absolutely thrashed them 4-1 down. So they're definitely looking to lead here. And we're looking at the French Fries team, who had 5-2 against Fata Morgana. They got 2 points on the board. And it's Jan that we're looking at from this French Fries team.
And again, Untitled French Fries only has 4 players out there against Overground Basel's 5. And now Basel's only has 5 players, but they still have some strong players that haven't even come out on the quad yet.
Yeah, spot on. We're seeing a lot of play from Lucien over here, so we're going to keep an eye on him, and Dominic as well. And then from French Fries team, we're looking at Jan and Alexander coming in as a quick backup. But this is Martin that we're seeing on the starting plate now from this French Fries team. And what a beautiful starting position from Miro coming through from Overground Basel. Starting in the QM position, makes his way towards the back of the tilted cube, straight over the sisters, striding beautifully. A quick change of direction from Martin as he cuts them off towards the back of the ridge. A kick off the mountain, and a tag is made from Martin with an incredible start to this matchup.
Oh, Miro trying to take those quick juke side-to-side approaches, but was too far back in the edge of the corner of the quad, and just Martin was able to make up that space right before he went to the mountain. Quick tag out there. Nice job, Martin.
Chat, who's your money on in this next matchup? I'm looking at some of your regular commenters here. Tell me who you think is going to take it. And we've got Miro back up on the quad, sending himself in for a second time as we make our way back through the mountain, through to the tilted cube, up and over the sisters. Martin looking for the first point on the board here for this French Fries team as they make their way around, running in circles now. Miro needs to do something quickly. He stumbles his way into the tilted cube, and it's going to be French Fries who score the first point for this team over here with an absolutely unprecedented and unexpected first point from French Fries.
Miro wanted that revenge, just turning himself back onto the chaser's plate. But Martin, my goodness, too hungry for those French Fries, and that evasion starting off. First evasion for Untitled French Fry team. Dominique going in for Overground Basel. Quick attendance right there, just tailing him right along over the front line. Oh, vaults over the front line. Martin going the low road, Dominic taking the high road, tripping up and over, but there's a tag made at 13 seconds. That was a quick tag out there with 13 seconds, but let's see if Untitled French Fry team can keep up a momentum of 1-0 while Dominic goes for his evasion. All right, looks like we got Alexander coming up here for French Fries. Ooh, there's that open air tag. My goodness, I don't understand why athletes think they can get away with it at that tilted cube. There's so much open area space, and Alexander didn't even go up into the tilted cube. He just dropped down on the side of it and was able to get that open tag. Nice job, Alexander.
And Greggy Boy is back in the action. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Fernando, for hacking that one out over here. And we're moving into now this 5th matchup. We've got Florian stepping in to try and stop a second evasion being scored over here. But it's going to be Alexander looking for that second point as he tracks his way across the front line. Under the sisters, juking his way just out of reach. Marion saying no. There's the tag in place. They desperately needed that one.
Alexander doing a quick job moving under the sisters there. QM looking back also, but he was just, Florian was just too close in attendance there. And just getting that tag right in that middle of that quad. Nice job stopping them. Overground Basil.
As we now approach the 7th chase here today, Overground looking for their first point on the board, and it's going to be Florian who's going to try and do that as he makes his way towards the back of the tilted cube, and a beautiful shoot over there, claims the tag given, and this is the Yan that we want to see.
Because that is not even Yan at all.
It's not, it's Tom, isn't it? Yeah,
nice job, Tom, making that. There's that aggressive tag diving through that tilted cube, making that outstretch approach reach, and there it is, claimed. Newcomer Tom.
Tom now tracking his way back towards the tilted cube as Lucien steps in, successfully getting the tag over there. Remember, this is the main point scorer from their previous matchup, and this is their chance to now get some points on the board. Lucien fairly fresh as he takes on this French fries team.
Tom just taking too much time through that mountain area, giving Lucien that outreach approach for that quick tag.
And now we see Yan stepping up onto the starter plate, trying to claw back this game is Overground. Lucien making his way into the tilted cube, quick steps, fast feet. Will it be fast enough to get an evasion on the board? Yan stalking his way in, secures the tag, tries on the up and up now. Incredible work.
Yeah, Jan doing that nice slow approach, that Panther approach through that tilted cube, not giving away where his movements are going to be going, just making sure he's getting closer and closer, keeping his opponent just frozen in time while he makes the distance up, getting in closer and closer. Here we can see that instant replay going through and underneath. Nice and slow approach, taking the time, and then that shooting reach out, quick tag, not enough sprint distance away.
And let's see who they're sending up again. It's going to be Dominic again. Oh, and a very quick tag under the mountain, showing why, again, he is the MVP of this lineup right here.
Yeah, Dominic knowing exactly what that approach is going to be because he's going, he knows that Untitled French Fries team is going through the mountain all the time, under the mountain. So we make sure Dominic's get that quick thread through, tagging each. We're sealing it up. 10. This is a really close match. 1-0, 10 chases in. This could be anyone's game.
Dominic starting behind the loading bay now, desperately trying to get any points on the board now for Overground. As he swings his way over the sisters, effortlessly tracking back and forward. A risky little run across the front line, back towards the security of the ridge. Anti-shoots out the way. Now he's going to go for it all the way. 5 seconds left. Just about misses the dive tag over there, and this is it. First evasion on the board for Dominic. Well done, good sir.
Oh, fantastic. I could have sworn Dominic was going to get tagged over there by the ridge because he was not looking for 4 to 5 seconds, not worrying where his opponent was going. Alexander made that diving reach through the ridge, but was not quick enough. Dominic has those quick steps, making it around and evading all those dives. Alexander not quick in attendance. Overground Basil's getting that 1-point evasion by Dominique.
Remember that this French Fries team have a lot of quad experiences. They train with Parkour 59 all the time, and that's seeing and all the shoots that we're going at the moment. But Tom's going to need a little bit more in the tank if he's... And there's the little bit more that we were hoping for. A beautiful shoot through the ridge over there, securing the tag. It's 1-1 as we enter the back end of this chase.
This is incredible. Tom making that quick work through them, threading through that ridge space. He shows that he's got some quad experience out there, not going underbarring. You can see now the replay here. Diving right through. Oh, Dominic trying to jump and miss that evasion.
Just about missing it. And it's going to be up to the man himself, Lucien, to try and stop French Fries from getting any points on the board. Lucien tracking his way over the sisters. Quick and easy tag made in the corner for Lucien over there. Beautiful work. Now's your chance to try to claw something ahead.
Luzian doing a really great job showing that experience from that first couple chases. He is my key guy to look out for Overground Basel. And we only have a few chases left in this match. And I'm excited. Hopefully this will go to our first ever sudden death.
I believe this is Tom that we're seeing step up to the plate again. Lucian trying to save today and claw this victory for Overground Basel as he makes his way behind the Lazy Boy underneath the Sisters. Quadrupeeling his way beautifully under the mountain over there. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. What a versatile athlete as he makes his way across court, back to the ridge, securing himself a position in the title is what he's going for here, and there it is! 2-1! Well done, Lucian!
Man, Martin from Untitled French Fries team was just too far away and not making his quick attack. He was just trying to see where the opening points were, not quite making sure where he was. Luzian doing a great job out there, getting that evasion out there, setting his team up for match point. Overground could be taking this right now if they get the evasion. Untitled just needs to stop them with attack.
It's 2-1 now as we enter this match point. Lucian tracking his way into the mountain, into the cube. We've seen this before, but a beautiful little thread through from French Fries, and it successfully blocks them right there. But can they hold up another point?
All right, Tom does have these fresh legs, but he needs to hold on a little bit longer and try and get these evasions back to back to back to make this go into sudden death evasion, or try and make their team go all the way in. We are close in these matches, only 15 of 16. This could be it.
And it's going to be Florian stepping up for Overground, trying to nip this in the bud right now, making his way into the loading bay, creeps his way, dive tag misses, back into the center of the quad. Tom utilizing this extra time right now as he jukes his way back to the ridge, continues through to loading bay. A quick juke, a quick idle to loading bay. 2 seconds left. I think we're going to see this equalize over here. And a successful slip-up from Florian. And here we go. The match is wide open. 2-2 as we enter the 16th matchup over here.
Oh, those interactions were so close and heavy. My goodness, that last ditch effort on the 20-second marker looks like it was going to be a DTR review, but that was so quick. I'm so happy this is going to 2-2. Match point, last chase, unless this goes to sudden death.
So if Dominic gets the tag over here, then we go to sudden death. If Tom gets the evasion, we're going ahead, and the tag is made, and it is a road to sudden death that we both pull apart over here. Fernando, walk us through how a sudden death works quickly for the fans watching.
For you guys watching at home, sudden death chases. This is not coming with tags. It's going to be who can last the longest on the quad. So evasions are going to be the ones to look out for. If someone gets a tag out in 10 seconds, the next team comes out, you must last longer than 10 seconds in order to win that match.
And remember the stakes at play over here. Overground 1 victory behind them, but they have to face up Fata Morgana, who's now got 2 victories under the belt. They are desperate for this victory if they want to go through. But the pressure is going to lie on the French Fries team. If they don't get any points on the board over here, they're done. Fernando, who are you sending out?
My goodness, if I'm French Fries, I'm going to, dang it, either Jan or Tom, because they are the ones to look out for. And with this sudden death, you can choose any team member to go out for evasions. And then when it's your time to go for the tag, it can be the same thing. You can choose anyone to go out for the tag. This is really coming down to the wire. I am super excited. Who are they sending out? Looks like they're sending out, is that Tom?
I think,
or
do you know what?
Martin?
I think this is Martin that they're sending out.
That is
and
Martin.
Look, Martin he's got some evasions on the board so far, so he's definitely feeling the groove, but I think Dominic's going to feel the groove even more. Now remember, we're going for the longest evasion over here, so it's Martin's opportunity to really chase that clock down, while Dominic is going to go for a the quickest tag possible. And here we go. First sudden death match. Both athletes making their way underneath the mountain over here. A quick dive coming through from Dominic, but it's unsuccessful. Martin running down the clock now as he makes his way towards the 10-second mark and just about gets tagged on the 10-second. We'll get a proper little score over here on the board. What a great start to this song.
Wow, it's almost like I'm calling the match and then they're saying with it me, because I said 10 seconds is how, if they get it there, you have to be faster than 10 seconds, which is an insane time. That was crazy. I saw Dominique going for that diagonal approach through the mountain because he knows that they're just going to go right underneath it. So he was going that diagonal approach, trying to get that 5-second spike tag. Wasn't quite short enough, but now we have Alexander who's going to try and beat that 10-second tag time. Can we get an official time? Because right now we're seeing 14.4, but we know that's a lie. It's got to be faster than 10 seconds. I've got my stopwatch ready. Let's go for this next one.
An unconventional pop in now from Alexander. I would have thought Jan or Tom would have been setting Fernando. But let's see if Alexander has what it takes as both athletes get ready and prepare.
And even though Dominic just went out for the tag, he is staying on for evasions. They could have sent anyone else out, but they chose to keep Dominic in.
I'm surprised they didn't send Lucien out, to be fair. He's the rapid man over here. Chat, who do we think has got this? Do we think it's going to be Overground, or do we think it's going to be French fries?
Very unique approach from these teams here, choosing out who to go out. Here we go.
Alexander making his way into the center of the quad. Dominic with a small juke as he makes his way over the sisters. Both teams heading to the lazy boy. The tag has just missed. This could be everything that Overground need to crack on. And a very unconventional start. And here we are at the loading bay. Richard Duke goes through, misses it. Overground are going to take it. They win the sudden death. That puts them on par with Fata Morgana. This is shaping up to be a very interesting group here, mate.
Wow, I could have sworn there was a tag happening very close to that 9-8 second marker where we was like super close to being just winning past Overground, this Overground Basel team, but it was just not close enough. And now they did a very triumphant loss over there to Overground Basel. Great job from Untitled French Fries team putting it together from all these ragtags. But it's Overground Basel who takes it 2-2 in that sudden death victory.
We've got 1 minute left before match 8, which is going to be Sandstorm versus Karma. How the groups are looking right now in Group A, leading the group is going to be Fata Morgana, followed by Overground Basel, who are going to be going through to the semi-final. Unfortunately, Trauma Tracers and French Fries just don't have enough points to get through. So Group A is already set. Now from Group B, we've currently got Urban Corp on top with a 2-0 lead. Sandstorm need to win this next matchup if they want to go through with Urban Corp, but it's going to be Karma who are looking to shut down Sandstorm's traction and control over here. And remember that unfortunately Karma lost to Urban Corp 1-0 in their first match, so they're coming from 0 points. So they desperately need a win over here if they want any chance of going through. Whereas Sandstorm are looking for an easier victory now, as they won their previous matchup 5-0 against Quality Movement. Scoreboards are wide open, but who do you think is going to take this round?
Well, based off what I saw in these previous matches, I think Sandstorm's going to take it away, but not by too much. Karma was showing some strong, heavy players out there with Jesse and Dan, but, you know, Sandstorm does have that quad experience after this, and they've also got some fresh legs out there. Nick, I didn't see too much out there at all. Not too much, actually. Sandstorm. And Elton's got one out there, yeah. And then Alon is going to be a fresh legs as well. So they got a lot of fresh legs on their hands.
Yeah, definitely. And from a point scorer point of view, we've got 1 point on here from Anas. We've got 2 points for Anas. We've got 1 for Matinal, and we've got 1 for Tal. So we've got a lot of different points here. And it's going to be Matinal that they send in first against this Karma team. Karma with no evasions on the scoreboard so far. Yes, are coming through from the UGen team to try and lead them anywhere. And we've got Zoe and Elizabeth, the Hopkins sisters. But it's Matinal who was seeing first. Unfortunately, the kid kind of sprained his wrist as they were practicing a couple of days ago on the quad. But he doesn't care. Look at the mentality of the Israeli guys coming through over here. Let's see who can put points on the board first, Fernando. And we are off, and it's going to be Karma chasing first, and Matinal looking for that first evasion on the board as he tracks back towards the loading bay. Dukes backwards across the front line, through to the ridge now, cuts in quad, whipping and waving and diving his way over the mountain. This is where he slipped up before, into the tilted cube, and it's going to be an evasion. 1-0 through now from Matinal.
My goodness, Matinal doing a great job moving all around the quad, not leaving anywhere exposed. Sandstorm taking away with that first evasion there, my goodness.
Unfortunately, Dan just missing out on the tag over there, but it's going to be Mr. Timian. Apologies if I'm brutalizing your name over here. I'm a lowly Englishman and I'm terrible at pronunciations, but Matinal making his way underneath the sisters. Now, across, back underneath the sisters, back to the tilted cube. He's got time on his hands here. He's got plenty of time as he wakes his way over the mountain. Oh, Karma needs to step up the game. They need to add some more intensity into this. Otherwise, this is going to be 2-0. And it is. What was he doing out there? Obviously, Matinal with an incredible start to this 2-0. But I was very disappointed with the Karma team after that little stuff there.
Fidgeman looked like he was just taking his time of trying to read the opponent before they actually made their move. Trying to cut the opponent off before he even like made the move, and just wasting too much time trying to backtrack himself, going back to where he was, even at 2 evasions out there.
Scotty boy, I agree. What was that? But now Yesser trying to claw something back as the most experienced member. You can see that experience in that quad EQ coming through over here. Makes the tag in the back of the corner by the lazy boy. Very efficient 7-second tag. I think he's got a bit more gas in the tank now. He needs to get some evasions here, doesn't he, Fernando?
Absolutely, yeah. Mattanel was doing a little bit tired work there, and Yatsen was really close to his approach, so he's got to try and stay close on all these opponents. What is he doing starting off right here?
There's that classic Eugen spirit. Exactly what we wanted to see. And I believe it's going to be Tal on the board coming through from Sandstorm as he makes his way underneath the mountain. And now the chase is on. Yesser into the center of the quad, jumping to the front line, caught in the corner. Tal capitalizing, saying, no, mate, you make silly mistakes like that against a team like Sandstorm. We're going to take you right out. You're going to get blown away in the Sandstorm.
Yeah, Yesser had like a lot of speed going through that cross quad there, going into that big jump over to that ridge area. But again, too deep into that corner, leaving so much space out there. And there's that quick tag out there, and it's not a good move to beat.
Tal scoring his first evasion against Quality Movement, now scoring his second, or he's looking for his second against Karma. As he starts now behind the tilted cube, tracks his way through the mountain nice and quickly, behind the loading bay now. Juking one way, juking another way, a little stumble from Karma as Tal capitalizes, back under the ridge, Benny Hill. This is some typical chase tag we're seeing over here. Back into the center of the quad, and there it is! Second point on the board now from Tal, proving his point on the team. 3-0 to Sandstorm.
Textbook evasion from Tal, making sure he's got obstacles in between him and his opponent, and Benjamin just not being able to overcome those obstacles quick enough to get that tag. Tal just running away with it, now making it 3-0 to Sandstorm.
And Sandstorm with the early lead as we begin to approach the midway point of this, the 8th match of the Antwerp chase-off. Sandstorm looking to get a 4th point on the board as they move their way underneath the mountain, across to the back of the tilted cube. Lots on the line over here, and a silly little mistake there from Tal. The hand tag is made by Dan from Karma.
Man, when you want to have all that pull movement off the bars area, you got to make sure you have that whip release off. Otherwise, you leave it on too long, there goes those hand tags. And here we can see right now the instant replay over by the tilted cube. Boom, there it is. My goodness, fractions of a second.
And the stakes are super high as Anna steps in. Remember that they need this victory if they want to join Urban Corp in the semi-finals here today, fighting for their spot at a point at the Worlds. And it's going to be Anas that takes the second point. Now he's looking for the evasion. Dan just doesn't have enough in the tank as he ambitiously slides through and loses his shot at opportunity.
Looks like Dan was trying to take that outward route and took too much of a bank there, tripped up, and then slipped down underneath that front line. Anna's getting that tag in there.
Okay, and Yesser stepping up again now from Team Karma, making his way through underneath the mountain, stopping at the tilted cube, stalking his way around the side, and a beautiful little tag on the side there, Fernando.
Yesser making sure he's got that slow approach, making the opponent make the mistake first. And Anas was just not taking his time. He was taking too much time, in fact, of trying to make a decision where to go, and just left too much space out on the table for Yesser to get that tag out there by the tilted cube.
Some textbook work there by Yesser, but he's got a lot to try and track down now, and it's going to be Nick stepping up to the plate for Sandstorm, trying to get an early close to this game as he makes his way. Yesser makes his way across the loading bay, little Benny Hill, little juking, but it's Nick who reads it early as he makes their way to the lazy boy, tracking down the space on the sisters. Oh, and he just about gets the dive tag out over there. Well done, Nick.
Yeah, you can see Yesser did not want to go to that open area of the tilted cube, but Nick just has too long of a reach to reach all the way over and get that gate vault tag over the tilted cube. Just quick movement and long reach. Just knows exactly how far his body is.
Yesser calling for Elizabeth Hopkins, the older of the two Hopkins here today, and it's Nick who starts behind the ridge. Elizabeth straight through the ridge, and she's hot on Nick's heels now as she's closing on that distance beautifully. Nick looking at where she is. Could she stop this momentum, or could Nick get his first points on the board over here? And he way beautifully around the ridge. I think he's going to get the first point on the board as they make their way over the sisters, and there it is. 4-0 and Nick with his debut points out here. Sandstorm looking very strong as they demolish this Karma team.
Dang, Elizabeth was really in control of it, trying to get all the way through, making those cut points really sharp, but they're just not quick enough for Sandstorm to just bolt out of there in that quick fashion. 4-0 coming up to match point.
It's Nick trying to get this victory and join Urban Corp in the semi-finals. Nick making his way through the center of the quad, back the ridge. Dan stepping through quickly from Karma, making his way back into center control. And now the chase is on, he's flat out. Nick still jogging, he's not taking this seriously at all. He's galloping and frolicking around over here.
Oh my God.
And there it is, evasion given. 5-0 to Sandstorm as they dominate this game against Karma, securing their spot in the semi-finals, but that's not to come just yet. We're going to take a couple minutes break as Fernando talks us through what went well and what went wrong over there. Fernando, walk us through that with me.
Man, Sandstorm just sweeping it with a 5-0 victory. Nick on that final chase was just so far in attendance away from the Karma, just keeping it distance so far apart that he was just jogging and almost walking like Loic. So much interactions, but so many jogging moments that he was just wasting a lot of time, and that time made up in evasions. Wow, that was a walk away 5-0 chase. Insane. Wish I saw a little more from Karma, but they sent out almost their entire roster on that run, except for Zoe, I believe. But Dan was doing a really strong job trying to stop that Sandstorm team, but Sandstorm just showing that too much of that quad tactics out there, knowing exactly where to be and when.
Yeah, definitely. What an absolutely dominating matchup. Fernando, tell me, what was your favorite of the group stages so far?
Oh my goodness, I would have to say, if it's not Urban Corp versus Karma, it is going to be, I'm going to say Urban Corp versus Karma. Seeing Loic just run away with it. Oh, was that Quality Movement? I'm sorry. Yeah, Urban Corp versus Quality Movement. Yeah, just seeing Loic just almost run away with it, the entire team. Just fantastic job. It just really goes to show how much star power you have in that captain there.
As we head into match 9, this is going to be the third of the group stages. I'm going to give you the little lowdown on how the groups are looking so far. From Group A, in first position, we've got Fata Morgana, followed by Overground Basel, who are going to be going through to the semi-finals. But next up, we've got Trauma Tracers against the Flying Dutchman. So this is essentially fighting for third place in Group A. In Group B, we've now got Urban Corp taking first place and Sandstorm with second spot. And we're going to be seeing that much anticipated game coming up later for third place in Group B. I'm not sure how we're going to stack up yet in terms of who's going to be playing semi-finals 1 and 2. They'll be coming a bit more shortly. So stay tuned and we'll have some coverage of that as they go. But next up, Trauma Tracers and French Fries. Both teams with a bit of an unconventional start over here. French Fries winning their, just losing their second sudden death matchup against Overground Basel. On paper, they're looking a bit stronger than this Trauma Tracers team who lost 5-0 against Fata Morgana, which isn't the best startup in the world, and 4-1 against Overground. These two teams are probably more evenly matched than anything we've seen so far, but my money is going to be a French Fries team through.
Yeah, I'm going to have to call that as well. The French Fry team is looking a lot hungrier for this win as opposed to Trauma Tracers. I know we saw only a few moments out there from Wesley, who you were looking to be a star player out for Trauma Tracers, but I'm just not seeing a whole lot from that team to try and conquer this short-handed French Fry team, which is really looking to settle the upset up here from having no players to having this team out here.
Yeah, completely agree. And just a little shout out to Deck Timothy again, saying sudden death match was the best. And I got to agree with you here, man. To see Loic, one of the oldest competing members here today, not only in age, but in how many years he's been on the quad, dominating through with a 6-point leader. For me, as an old school player in this game, I love it when the guys keep coming through and showing their relevance. And that's exactly what we saw come through from Loic.
You got to put an age on Loic. What did you say? Mid 30s?
Mid 40s, actually.
Really? Mid-40s?
Yeah, Loic isn't far off Sebastian Fugl, and Sin's kind of late 40s. I believe that Loic is going to be early 40s. But still phenomenal to see that you've got an athlete like him putting in the work and the dedication and still being as relevant as some of the young bucks in the game over.
Absolutely, and showing it off right there with those 5-6 evasions out there. My goodness. He is showing that age does not matter in World Chase Tag.
Yeah, 100%. And with age definitely comes wisdom. got to agree on that one there. We see rocky starts from Loic usually, but as soon as he gets comfortable and runs into the game, that's when he really starts to shine. When he feels the pressure of his team on his hand. Tell me, Fernando, you've been in this situation a lot of times before as well. Unfortunately, some of these matchups are going to be harder than others. How do you prepare yourself against the harder teams out here? For example, if you're coming up against someone like Urban Corp, how do you make sure that you're ready for that?
Well, I mean, in these situations where you know there's going to be some high points and some low points, you got to treat every match as if it's a championship match. You know, trying to get those tags in there quick and easy so you can have that long time for that breathing time for your evasions, making sure you have the strategy of who's going to go up against which athlete. If you see a competitor out there who you know is really good at scrambling, you want that powerhouse athlete to go right behind it to just try and make those tags. Again, every match you need to treat this as if it's the last match you're ever going to play, because sometimes it is, and you don't want to end out just going out half-assed and trying to just, you know, going at it. But with this level of championship match, we definitely want to see them go on their full-on pace and staying safe as well. An Untitled French Fry team is looking to do that upset against Trauma Traceurs.
Well said there, Fernando. Well, just to give a little update in terms of what's going on the quad right now, they're just fixing up a couple of the banners so it's not a slip hazard or anything like that. Now, to give you a little recap, how this game is working, this is the Antwerp Chase-Off. Essentially, one team, the victor, will be securing their spot at the next World Chase Tag Main Championship match. How it works is it was split into two groups, Group A and Group B. Each group will have a round robin with the top two teams going through to a semi-final matchup, and then obviously the top winners going through to the final, where they are fighting for a chance to come through. Urban Corp coming third at the World Chase Tag France matchup a couple of weeks ago, just missing out a chance to the Worlds. So for them, they are fighting and clutching on for hope. Whereas Fata Morgana, coming through from Israel, fighting for their chance to get through here as well. And it's 10 seconds called on the board as we have Trauma Tracers chasing first, Untitled French Fries in the evasion position. And it's a fantastic little startup that we're seeing on the board here from Cedric, who's chasing now from Trauma Tracers. Gallops his way into the tilted cube, and a nice easy tag on the open side of the cube to stop Untitled from getting the first points on the board.
Wow, I could have sworn there was a quick moment where he was like just juking him left and right, and just like, oh, I'm going to stare you down, and then I'm going to go left, obviously, because there's where the opening is not at. I'm definitely going to take that spot where there's an obstacle in between, but instead, he's just staring him down, and it's like, you know what? There's an open area to sprint towards the sisters. I don't understand why people do this, because it's just an open reach, easy tag there from Trauma Traceurs Cedric.
It's going to be Jan coming through from French Fries. The dive tag across the bars, getting stuck in the tilted cube. Cedric capitalizing across the front line now, but Jan, another dive, the table by the ridge. Great dive work that we're seeing throughout this whole competition from Jan.
Cedric going on the open route when you need to, when the athlete is stuck inside the tilted cube. That's when you make your opening move out to the open area towards the sisters. Now, Jan just doing a quick dive across the quad over towards the ridge, making sure you get that nice penguin slide reach and makes contact fully on Cedric.
And here we go into the third chase of this matchup over here. And we've got Jan coming through the front line, looking for the first point on the board for the Untitled French Fries team. But it is quickly shut down by Jeremy from Tracers, showing it here in quad over here. He's been a bit of a clutch player coming through from Trauma Tracers today.
And there it is again, another open area on the quad. This one happens to be by the Lazy Boy. Again, there's an obstacle to the right of it, but not to the left. If you try to juke incorrectly, you're going to leave yourself open for that open tag.
And it's Alexander stepping up now onto the chaser plate. Jeremy looking for that point board for Trauma Tracers as they idle at... Oh, and that was a silly little mistake there by Jeremy, not looking where Alexander was coming from.
Yeah, Jeremy baited him into going through the ridge, but did not see that Alexander did not take the bait and just went right back around towards him to the opening loading bay and just quick tag right before the mountain.
Remember,
Nice try, Jeremy, but not quick enough.
These two teams are playing for third spot in their groups right now, so neither can actually advance through to the semifinals. But now we play for pride and glory as Matthias steps up onto the starter plate, stalking his way to the tilted cube. Alexandra making his way, Benny healing around the tilted cube now. Look at all this time he's wasting as they dip and dive and weave to the lazy boy. Matthias coming through from the little tag over there from the lazy boy, dropping down beautifully.
Alexandra doing a really great job of showing that Benny Hill control with all the obstacles in between, but just didn't know where he was near the end of that quad, where that open area by the lazy boy, again, showing that new experience right there, just getting that tag out open area.
It's Tom now stepping up from this Untitled French Fries team. Tom, their top point scorer at the moment. Still 0-0 as we enter the sixth chase, and Tom threads his way into the tilted cube unsuccessfully now across the middle of the quad. Matthias in the back of the corner over here, but Tom showing that experience in getting the tag.
Matthias got those long legs reaching around, trying to get that speed, but not quick enough for that diving reach. Boom, easy contact right by the ridge. Matthias just collapsed.
It's Wesley that they send in now to stop French Fries from scoring any points on the board. Tom starting behind the loading bay, wasting as much time as possible now. Leading and duking out and successfully getting Wesley a bit scrambled and caught up. As Tom dives his way underneath the mountain, Wesley hard on his tails. Wesley now stumbling across the mountain, looking like it's going to be the first tag attempt now. And a swipe, and a successful swipe. Wesley just pushing them back, keeping the wolf at the door. 0-0 as we approach the halfway mark.
Wesley had an interesting approach there about halfway through that chase, going up through the tilted cube. We're going to see right here a little bit. There's a quick tag, but a little before that, he went up the tilted cube as opposed to going around it and just falling over. Maybe that was leaving him enough space to have the chaser make the mistake himself and going around before Wesley can cut him off and get that tag.
Wesley starting behind the ridge now, moving his way back to the loading bay, a little foot on the mountain. Wrong-handed dive coming through here by Jan from French Fries, a little reverse juke and successfully tags in the lazy boy.
Yeah, Jan wanted to keep control of his body, not falling over through the ground, but luckily over by the lazy boy did not have that problem. Had that open area to just dive through, and Wesley did not have enough space in between to go for those sisters.
We are neck and neck, Fernando, as we enter chase 9 of 16 over here. Jan looking to put the first points on the board for the French Fries team. Starting behind the loading bay and a beautiful dive through, unsuccessfully getting the tag. Jan working his way now to the lazy boy. He jukes towards the open side, a sketchy move, working so far. Now underneath the mountain, back towards cross court. Beautiful distance in play now. 1 second left. Evasion given. What happened there? Trauma Tracers just gave up.
My goodness, it looks like the footwork was just a little bit too incomplete there. A lot of slipping happening during that chase. And unfortunately, once you slip, all your grip is taken away and you cannot push off anymore. And we see this slide, just getting stopped by that bar on the shoulder. Could not go at that reach enough. Man, it is 1-0 now to the Untitled French Fry team.
Elroy trying to stop any more momentum happening over here, tripping his way into the loading bay, but successfully getting the dive tag. Despite the lack of footwork, the handwork was what was important in that little match.
Yeah, tripping out on his feet is one thing, but keeping your hands on contact on the bar to get that outreach is another. Making sure he's solid with that tag first before coming down and slowing himself down to the ground. Fantastic job there, Elroy.
And Elroy having little chats with his team across the quad as they work out some sort of desperate strat to get any point on the board. It's match 11. A little juke sends Alexander the right way, but we have talked about this underbar situation before now, haven't we, Fred?
Yeah, Greg, you've mentioned it many a times, and this is the first outing for this underbar going in between that mountain triangular area. Wow, I mean, if he would have pulled it off, great, but as soon as he underbars, he's running right into those bars. I don't know where he was going to go next after that.
Alexander knew exactly where he was going, though, but will he know where Jeremy's going? Jeremy steps up from Trauma Tracers. Alexander looking to extend their lead now as he plays around behind the tilted cube. Come on, left, right, I love that. Working his way through the mountain, back across Quad Corp, back into the tilted cube. And the tag just made fingertips. Jeremy looking very happy with himself over there.
Alexandre doing a great job of sprinting around those obstacles, making sure he's got in between, but doing a poor job of looking back at his opponent, not knowing where he is and how much space he has in between, and just was too close to the tenants there for that gate vault over that tilted cube.
And it's going to be Jeremy. He's going to try and level the playing field. There's not many opportunities left with only 3 chases to go. Tom stepping up, trying to quash any chance of this, but Jeremy, eyes are on you in the back of the tilted cube here. Tom with a beautiful thread, unfortunately not making it. Jeremy cracks on, making the most of this. Back towards the ridge now, across the front line. Stalls at the lazy boy, back across the front line. The chase is on now. Tom missing his opportunities, but a slide through, and he misses it. Jeremy with the point of the board, celebrating justly.
Wow. Wow. You can definitely see the difference between those past 2 chases. Not keeping your eyes on the opponent versus keeping your eyes on your chaser. And that leads to evasions because you know exactly where you need to go, where you need to not go, and how far away that opponent is. Wow, great job, Jeremy, keeping eyes on the prize. 1 point for Trauma Tracers.
French fries love a little clutch finish. Again, we might be moving to sudden death. Jeremy's looking to try and extend their lead now, but Alexander stepping in as he chases mercilessly. A little flip up in concentration from Jeremy, and that could cost them the game right there.
Oh my goodness, Alexander is coming back out on the quad so many times already. He is showing no signs of stopping right here, and this could be sudden death if we see another tag from Trauma Tracers.
French fries with their slight sudden death loss against Overground. It's looking like we might be heading that way, but there is one chance to stop that, and it's going to be Alexander, who starts open in the middle of the mountain, ushering Trauma Tracers in, and it's successful so far. Oh, and the tag is just about made. You know what that means, Fernando. I think, well, we've got one more opportunity before we go to sudden death, but it's looking like we're going to be bloody close.
Alexander doing those really good head bob moves, just juking with just only his head, trying to deter his opponent to the wrong way, but just wasn't quick enough on that last chase. Here we go, match point.
And it's going to be an intense match point indeed. Here we go. And it's Jan stepping in from French fries as he tracks his way to the lazy boy underneath the sisters now, trying to close the gap, but Matthias saying no. The clock is ticking. Matthias going over. And the tag is
Matthias looked like he was moving up the mountain, but then just stopped himself. I don't know if he got tripped up by his shoes or caught on an angle. Let's see it again. Here we go. It's going up the mountain on that corner bank side. Takes a step. Oh, and feels that tag, and he hesitates for that jump. Knew he was too close to tenants. Wow, that was a tag, and that is setting into our second sudden death chase-off here at the Antwerp chase-off.
Right, remember that the Untitled French team have just come off the back of a sudden death loss against Overground, but this is the first time we'll see Trauma Tracers coming into sudden death. Fernando, tell me what's going through your head as a player now, as an athlete, as a captain. Who are you sending out?
My goodness, it depends on who's going to have to send out first, but if I'm going to have a choice to have an invasion for my team, I would probably have to go with either Jan or Alexander's been out there too much. I think I might have sent out Martin. He's been in a little bit of fresh legs out there. I think he could do a better job of outrunning the clock. And it looks like Wesley's being sent out, which is kind of nice because he's got some fresh legs as well, but he has been doing not well of a job of evading. But let's see how we can turn around during the sudden death pressure.
Now's not the time for silly mistakes as we begin the first of the sudden death matches. We're looking for the longest rundown on the clock over here. The longest evasion wins. And it's going to be Wesley as he starts behind the ridge. Alexander stepping in from French fries, quickly closing down the gap. Oh, and a sketchy little jump across the distance there from Wesley as he gets caught in record time.
If there was no mistake in that first 2 seconds, I swear there was a 3 second, 4 second tag. But with that hesitation from Wesley, oh my goodness, and the toe swipe. If Wesley would have just committed all the way through the mountain, knew he was going to go past it and go towards the loading bay, he would have tilted cube. He would have been out for an evasion longer than 5 seconds.
Actual time on the board there, I believe, was 5.3 seconds, and it's going to be Jeremy, which is sent in to try and get that. Remember, Jeremy needs to get the tag within 5.3 seconds, and they're going to be sending in Martin. Now, we haven't seen much of him recently. He's got fresh legs. All he has to do is outlive 5.3 seconds on the board. It's
I would not start there if I need 5
GFX
seconds.
now. No, exactly. You'd start somewhere you've got more obstacles, right?
More obstacles, more distance away, having them more time to get to you as opposed to you get to them. 5.3 seconds. That is a few steps, and then you're already at 3 seconds. So if you're at the far end of the quad, you've got to waste all that time. At the ridge, not a lot of time right here.
You're going to see a spike. A spike is a tag in under 5 seconds. That's what we're looking for now here from Jeremy. And the pressure mounts as the athlete's ready card is called. Jeremy blowing on his hands for luck. He's going to need more than luck if he wants to get this tag. And here we go. Already 2 seconds wasted. Last opportunity. And there it is. Evasion given. Yeah, Martin getting the point there from French Fries as they dominate, ending third in their group. Fernando, did you expect that at all?
Oh, fantastic. I was expecting French Fries to like really put their struggling hard work into it, and that was delivered. 1-to-1 sudden death chase off. Fantastic. I could not have pictured this match going any other way. That was a great job by both teams out there, showing what they really want to put into this championship.
And that was match 9 that we saw on the board. For me, that was probably the first upset of the day. Well done to French Fries for clawing their way through. And here is how Group A is going to look so far. Remember that this isn't just the end. We've got one more matchup coming through in Overground versus Fata Morgana, and that's going to decide who ends on top. But currently, points on the board. Fata Morgana are leading with quite a big victory, followed by Underground. So they're going to be playing in match 11 to see who tops the table. Followed up next is going to be French Fries, who are going to be in third place in Group A, and then bottoming off the table, Trauma Tracers, who are all flipping their way off the top of the mountain at the back over there. Incredible stuff from Group A. Next up, we're going to see Quality Movement against Karma. Going to decide who positions 3 and 4 are coming through from Group B. Fernando, who's your thoughts on Quality Movement versus Karma?
I mean, it's a 6 roster versus a 5 roster, and my bet is always going against the 6 roster because they have much more legs and energy to go against this five-man roster. And you know, Karma has been doing a really great job of trying to keep everything together, but there's just not enough to pull it together apart for these evasions. And Quality Movement, I see, has got a lot of strong players out there who are, I feel like, is going to take this win. Maybe a 3-1 victory, not too far behind, but not too shut out.
Well, 3-1 is what our expert on the mic over here, Fernando, is saying. But chat, what do you think the next matchup is going to be? Do you think it's going to be Quality Movement, or do you think it's going to be Karma? We haven't seen much of the Hopkins systems today, so maybe this is the chance that we'll get to see them both played out. Or is it going to be Yesser that we're relying on here today? And it's going to be William who steps up first for Quality Movement, hoping to kick off this matchup with fashion. Remember, this is match 10. We've got 2 more group matches to go before we enter the all-anticipated semi-finals. Both teams here fighting for their 3rd and 4th place position. But neither of them will have enough points to go through into the semi-finals. But 2 new teams like this is about bragging rights here today.
Oh yeah, you don't want to go out with no wins out there. Even if it's just for bragging rights, you want to leave with some kind of victory out here.
And we're off. Yesser starting behind the ridge, duking one way, going the other, working his way beautifully through the mountain. Now over the system, he's running circled around William now. He needs to do something to stop this momentum and stop an early invasion. I don't think he's going to have what it takes. Yesser working his way over the sisters again. And there it is, evasion at the back of the tilted cube. Well done, Yesser. First points for the day.
Dang, Yesser got so much gas in the tank there, making it look like NASCAR in that first opening chases right there. Going around 2 laps and then backtracking himself around, keeping that outside perimeter check, getting that a lot of distance in between that first point out for Karma. Look at this evasion, going so much. Look at him backtrack, he's got like 7 steps over between every time. So much distance.
Hoping to see a bit more quality from this quality movement team. Yesser again making his way to the front line. Strategic work underneath the sisters this time towards the back of the tilted cube, looking for that second point on the board, being chased mercilessly down now by Kive, who works his way on top of the ridge, but I don't think he has what it takes. And yet coming through with a second evasion. It's 2-0 now.
Man, Kive just taking too much time going up and over obstacles each time. And as you do that, you're wasting so much time to go up and down, whereas Yessa was taking that low route the whole time on the floor, keeping the contact on, making that speed all the way through. There it is, 2-0 Karma. Wow, upsetting my score already.
And it's Tim Streed who's being sent in from quality movement. Could he stride his way around the quad and catch Yessa? Yessa again weaving his way, beautiful lines that we're seeing here. Lovely slide there from Tim, but a slide won't get you the victory. Tim now desperately trying to find Yessa, making his way through the loading bay, across the front line. He's going to have to turn on the jets, which I don't think he has, but will he? Oh, they're so close to the evasion being given.
Whoa. I think that was given, actually. Yep, that's an evasion. Yessa is staying out on the quad. You get the evasion. That was a really quick move under that mountain there, but just not quick enough, getting up and over those obstacles. Yessa always looking behind, making sure he knows where exactly his chaser is going to be at. So much distance, 3-0 Karma.
It's going to be Leon sent in from quality movement to try and quash this record-breaking start here from Yessa, who's looking to join Soderman, Loic, and Xavi with more points scored in the competition. And Leon says, no, I'm not letting you join the big league. The beautiful and there the ridge.
Fantastic job. Liam making sure he knows exactly when it's going to strike and waiting for that moment, because he does not want any more points on the board for Karma. He wants to shut them down and get them movement for quality.
It's going to be Dan being sent in again from this Karma team, trying to take on Leon Brandt from quality movement. Leon jukes left and forward, moves his way underneath the mountain to the back of the loading bay, wasting time beautifully here. Oh, just gets caught as he tries to go up the mountain over there. Beautiful.
Unless you're running around that loading bay, you are not going to get up that mountain fast enough for that to evade that chaser. If you are starting off just right at that spot and that hit point, you cannot get up that mountain quick enough. And as we see right there, it's a super and easy tag just to reach up, grab anything that's moving up top, and get that tag.
And it's the team from Stockholm against the Dutch team themselves. Victor Anderson stepping up now, trying to stop any more points scored as he stalks his way into the tilted cube, drops down into the mountain, cautiously makes his way into the loading bay. Dan's going to run away with it over here if Victor doesn't step up his game. Dan exploding across the sisters. And here it is, 4-0. Running.
Wow. Victor did not look like he had the same leg power as before. He was definitely on a slower route. Maybe he was slightly injured, but we were not seeing those explosive sprints. And Dan just took away with it with those quicker legs. 4-0, racking it up.
Remember, this is the first time that we're seeing quality movement on quad. This is their first competition, and those first comp nerves are coming through, but it's going to be Matthias that steps in next. Trying to stop Dan scoring a second point, misses the first swipe, but recollects himself and goes for the second opportunity now with the lazy boy. Dan duking out the way beautifully, and the chase is now on. A slip and a stumble. Matthias catching himself on the underneath of the ridge over there, but he collects himself again, and that's going to be a second evasion coming from Dan as we enter 5-0 at the halfway mark.
I guess it was just a little too scrambly out there, getting too many choked up points there, hitting his back on the mountain, going through the obstacles, just on the ridge. My goodness. He was just too scrambling, not sure of his placements, just trying to attack, not thinking about strategy too much.
Karma absolutely dominating here, and we've only seen two of the team on the quad so far. Dan really in the groove right now, confidently weaving and winding and quadrupeding his way underneath the mountain. Back to center control, but William is hot on his heels. William going now, 5 seconds left on the board. He's going to have to do something, and he does. And he finally stops this momentous start from Karma over here.
Fantastic job by Dan there, making sure he's got that EQ points all lined up, except for his final approach near the ridge, near that front line. just an open area to go through, and there's no other spot. Whereas Willem just sliding dive right underneath it, nowhere to go, stopping that Karma team from getting on more points.
And it's Tijman Godek from Karma trying to stop William, who makes his way back to the loading bay. A swipe and a miss, but William cracks on going now at the lazy boy. Usher it. Oh, why didn't you go for the tag over there? William, just about gets the tag at the end, but I'm not going to lie, that might have been one of the slowest games of World Chase Tag I've ever seen.
My goodness, Fisherman just 2 steps behind, always reaching out, not quite getting the tag up until that last few seconds there, 16, 17 seconds in. Man, they got to make some more strategic moves if they want to keep coming at it. Wow.
Just about gets it over there. Hopefully some more explosive nature coming through from Leon now. It's match point, so if Karma can get an evasion here, they win this game. Leon trying desperately to make sure that doesn't happen, but he is scrambling. And there it is, the tag is made. The game is not over yet, but in order to crack on, Leon's going to need to get 5 evasions in a row.
As much as I want to see 5 evasions in a row, I'm just not seeing this happening from this team. Leon is huffing and puffing back there, trying to gather his composure. Let's see what he's got in the tank left in reserves.
Leon with that typical start at the back of the loading bay. A great place for protection for evaders alike. Doubling back towards it, and Dan scrambling his way underneath. Oh no, it's Zoe, my apologies. Zoe making her way underneath the mountain now as she feeds her way into the tilted cube. A lot Kong up and Kong down. Zoe really needs to pull something out, but it's gonna be quality. It's gonna be the first point on the board now from Leon. And this is it. What does he need to do now to crack on, Fernando?
This will not be a shutout. This is going to be close. Leon definitely needs to come out here and work hard because, again, he just went almost 20 seconds. He's got to go again. He's got to make right decisions. He's got to look back at his opponent, seeing where they go to not make any mistakes.
And Leon again starting in the comfort of the winning bay. But yes, sir, probably the most experienced chaser. And there it is. The chase is made, the tag is given, and that is it for quality movement. You are now finishing on the bottom of the table. Karma finishing 3rd place over here. Incredible work for Karma. I think we can all say that that was a brilliant, brilliant matchup.
Yeah, Karma is a B. That was insane. They're taking it back up top. Fantastic job over quality movement, showing up their strong players have enough what it takes to make this championship go further.
And look, that was a great matchup in match 10 of this group over here. We've got match 11 next, which is Overground against Fata Morgana. Fernando, walk me through what you expect to happen from this clash of titans.
My goodness. I mean, Dominic is definitely going to be a powerhouse out there working for his team, as well as Florian. And Lucian was doing pretty well as well, but I'm more excited to see how this Stas and Shay take it away for Fata Morgana, as well as a few other people who have been some fresh legs out there, like Dimitri and Lewis, who have some not so much quad time on here, but definitely a lot of quad time back at their local quad training. So I'm excited to see these 2 powerhouses clash together, but I'm still going to say my money is going to be on Fata Morgana, and I'm going to say 4-2 to Overground Basel. What do you think, Greg? One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 athletes versus 5 athletes. This is going to be an even matched up chase here with Fata Morgana and Overground Basel. Greg, I was just calling out Fata Morgana is going to take it away 4-2 against Overground Basel. What do you think is your prediction?
Look, Overground Basel haven't had an incredibly strong start in this competition, you know. They just about came through on their sudden death matchup against French with a little narrow 3-2 win. But their previous matchup before that, we saw 4-1 against Trauma. So it's a bit of a mixed bag over here. But I can tell you one thing for sure is that this Fata Morgana team are here for the victory. They desperately want the slot which is available to go through from to the Worlds. And some stats on screen here now, provided by Squared, the GFX partner of this competition. Fata Morgana with a 77% tag rate, 50% tag. Clearly a better tagging team than an evading team, but that means nothing because they've got through so far. with skill, power, and victory. My money's on Fata Morgana. Chaps, and people in the chat, who do you think is going to take this one away? Now, Overground Basil stats coming through. Technically, they've got a higher percentage of tags, running in at 78 instead of 77. But it's Fata who are going to take the evasion percentage over here. Fata with 55% tag rate and Overground with 48%. So, on paper, it's Fata. And I think in practice, it's going to be Fata as well.
Fata all around. Numbers are going to be not lying, but let's see. Anything is possible with this World Chase Tag competition. Flips up happens and mistakes are made, but it's those strong points and those key aspects of training on the quad that's going to help you win this match.
Some good chats in the comments over there. D Chase, Fata Morgana, completely agree with you. Same as Zasaba on there as well. Trig coming all the way from Ireland, saying likes Overground, but Fata Morgana is probably the one to win this one. Scotty Boy with Fata, James with Fata. It seems like it's a Fata fan zone in the comments today. And it's going to be Dimitri who steps up first to try and get an initial point on the board. However, we're going to have Florian stepping up from Overground. Watch that one. Dimitri starting at the back of the tilted cube now. Relaxed, confident, waiting. Make a move, Florian. You come at me first. Dimitri straight over the sisters now. Across the front line with that expert power. Back to the loading bay underneath the mountain. I think it's an opening point, and it is!
Wow.
Well done to Dimitri.
And Dimitri, great job keeping the space in between him and his chaser, knowing exactly when to attack and when to pounce. He was staying still for some of those points there for those key meetups, and then just slowed down to know that his chaser was right behind him, and then turn on the jets real quick to get that evasion. Great opening spot for Dimitri.
That was Dimitri's first evasion of the Antwerp competition here today, so he should be very, very proud of that. In steps Dominic, trying to quash anything else over here. Threads his way through the tilted cube unsuccessfully. Now tracking down, and he just can't quite catch him. Dimitri is on like a rocket over here, like a firecracker set off. Back across the middle of the quad, seeking solace in the ridge, successfully seeking solace all the way to his second evasion of the day.
Dimitri staying on two legs, getting a quick sprints out there, while Dominique was staying a little bit on his hands and feet with the QMs and diving through the ridges. Going a little bit too low to come back up for that speed. Dimitri taking it 2-0 against Overground.
In Dima, we trust Dimitri absolutely pulling through over here. Does Josh have what it takes to try and pull a point back? Or are we going to see Dimitri join the high score quality with Loic in this competition? Dimitri certainly feels so as he starts getting behind the ridge over here, casually backtracking his way across the loading bay. Now towards the tilted cube. 5 seconds left and he runs into a graceful hug. Josh just getting him off guard.
I didn't see what happened there at that mountain interaction, but it looks like Dimitri grabbed his chest and like caught something, or maybe a necklace fell out or something. He paused himself, but maybe that just set him off on a little wrong track to get that evasion again.
Let's hope that nothing bad. Josh now starting, rocking underneath the mountain over here, ushering this Fata Morgana team to come. Josh now behind the loading bay. Oh, and a beautiful sidestep through from Shy, showing us his quad experience. Oh, that was lovely work.
Yeah, Shay read that like a book. He moved exactly where he needed to go, taking that outside route, keeping his eyes on his opponent, and making that outward tag with that long reach of those arms.
And it is very true. You got to hug it out. Now, unfortunately, my stream's just gone down, so we're going to try our best to keep cracking on.
I have a screen on my phone, and it looks like that one is also loading up as well.
We're having some bugging issues with the stream now. Please bear with us, and we'll get back to this intense matchup. There we go. Our expert technician, Marcus Mead, the guy that does all of the video production and editing for World Chase Tag, coming through, clutching the save. But it looks like we're having some technical issues from the stream side at Antwerp. Though I won't big you up too much, Marco, but you are a lifesaver. Okay, it looks like we're not going to start until we get the stream back up and running. And it's going to be a broken stream at that. Chat, all I can ask is that you humbly bear with us as we try our best to kick this one back up and running. While we're trying to figure that one out, obviously we've now seen 1 or 2 points in this. Kat, who do you think is going to be taking this through? Do you think that Overground have what it takes to pull anything out, or do you think it's going to be an absolute ambitious one?
All right, here we go. We're going to get started right now.
We're clutching. Shy starting behind the tilted cube over here. Still behind the tilted cube over here.
Maybe they're making moves right now. We don't even know. They're staring down.
We can use this as we can try and guess what's going to happen here, but that's not going to be the most not
Maybe
the most
they're going to the
accurate
mountain.
matchup.
I'm imagining by the ridge.
Goodness. Maybe across the front line next.
Is this a tag or evasion? Who knows? DTR. Oh, here we go.
And we're back up. Shy working his way. Oh gosh. Oh, this is killing me now. No. Okay, no, we're back up. We're gonna be in and out of this. Based on what we're seeing so far, Shy's getting a little lead on this.
We've just been space in between.
We've just been told that all of the streams are beginning to lag. And this is going to be the lagging stream coming through from EMA. Remember, this is being streamed across multiple platforms now, which is fantastic to see that we've got. But the problem is that, and we are cracking on. Shy working his way towards the front line. Back towards the end of the ridge. Jukes his way underneath the mountain. Successful, no, it just about gets caught with a little finger clip. Beautiful work coming through there from Miro. Stopping any more points from Fata Morgana.
Yeah, Shy just taking a little bit too much time underneath that mountain, getting tripped up there, QMing, and then just getting that foot tag. Quick, easy there.
Thank you very much for bearing with us. I know that we're still having some lagging issues, but we are trying our best to sort it out. And in the meantime, this is exactly what we thought we were going to see. But it's going to be Maxim who's going to step up onto the starter plate next to try and take out Miro. Looks like a little face-off at the ridge over here. And they still go. Maxim comes through with a clutch tag with 3 seconds left on the scoreboard.
Wow, Fata Morgana really trying to seal this deal of 2-0 and keeping this strong chases alive. 7 chases in. Can Overground Basel come up from behind and conquer them? Fata Morgana team.
People still saying Fata Morgana with an easy win here. But who knows? Remember that the stakes here are very high. The winner of this team, the winner of this chase-up, will essentially top the table. And it's going to be Maxim starting in the back of the tilted cube as Lucas steps up. Sorry, not Lucas. Lucian steps up. And it looks like we are lagging again. We've got our man Loic on the ground there at the competition trying best to fix these lag issues. But D-Chase, you're absolutely correct. It's still going to be a very easy win. I think we know what the outcome of this one's going to be. And if it is Fata Morgana, they will be going through to play second place on the side of Group A. Now, how I think this was going to probably match up is we're going to have Fata Morgana winning Group A, playing second up, going to be Sandstorm. And if that's the case, then that's going to be Group A and Group B from Israel coming through to play each other. But we're still midway through this match over here. Still could go anyway. Don't know what the score is. What we do know is that Fata Morgana are here for the victory. Looks like we might be back, at least. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for sticking with us again. What we've done is we're going to pop over through to our landing page, just so you don't have to get frustrated with, what's happening and what's not happening. Go grab yourselves a drink, grab a cup of tea if you're in, please do it. And if not, stay here for the action as we prepare to crack on in these matchups. Again, how it's looking on the table from Group A, it's looking like Fata are going to top out with Overground Basel in second. And how this usually works out is that we'll have first place playing second place and second place playing first place. Still lagging a bit, but hopefully we can be back soon.
And nice time to shout out our sponsors.
Hell yes. So, first up on the sponsor plate today, Sprite. You've probably all heard of the name Sprite, but it's a first sponsorship partnership here with World Chase Tag, and we're hoping that it will grow as the sport continues. Now, I don't know if you remember, but I mentioned a bunch of stats in terms of tag percentage and evasion percentage, and that's coming directly from Squared, who are the GFX partner here at the Antwerp event. This event is being run at the Strat Geneton event, which is a mixed sports event happening at Antwerp. We've got things like rock climbing, like mountain biking, BMXing, and skateboarding. It's a mixed sporting event. And once again, if you're wondering why there's a little QR code at the top of the screen, it's provided by Gamify. And the point behind that is you can, I think it's AI controlled basically. You basically have like real-time questions being thrown around from things that me and Fernando are saying, or from the actual competition itself. So give us a chance, have a little look in. But more importantly, guys, this is your opportunity to chat to me, Greg Ball, captain of Marrero, and you've also got Fernando, who's an insanely good athlete in his own right. If there's any questions for you or anything you want to ask, now is your time.
What time is it for you guys? Right now it is 10 a.m. where I am in America.
I'm on 10 past 3 in the afternoon here in London.
You were just in Belgium, right? But Greg, is that right?
So not quite Belgium. So guys, I've just spent a week in the Netherlands at Dave's quad. And now Dave from UGen, they've recently had a quad set up. Had the pleasure of staying with Sandstorm while they were there. So I can tell you quite a bit about the Sandstorm team, but I can't tell you much about the other Dutch teams who have also been training on the same quad. But the interesting thing about Sandstorm and Fata Morgana, who both hail from Israel, is that they've just had the first quad placed in Israel a couple of days ago. And what this means is that we're going to see a lot more training and a lot more expertise coming through from both these teams. And I'm kind of scared to see. What do you think it means for the world stage right here? Obviously, we've just had, Parkour 59 topping the tables at WCT France at the event. We've got the big Apex teams on your side, and now we're going to have big teams coming through from Israel. How do you think the next Worlds is going to match?
My goodness. I mean, as more quads come up in the countries, more teams are going to get way more practice on the quad. And as you know, quad experience is what gets the wins. You see out from Apex, as soon as they got the first championship and they got their quad installed in their backyard of the Rob Shields home in Denver, that they were constantly training on that quad. And you're seeing that time and time again with the U.S. championships, with the World Championships. And now we have another more quads in the U.S., like Dexterity Depot just got a quad a few recently. And they've been putting Hollywood Freerunners and Apex to putting their money where the mouth is. And they are training hard on that quad. And quad experience makes the difference, as you can see. And so with Israel getting a quad, and they have 2 teams now, I'm seeing them on the next world stage and coming out with a strong force at it too.
No, very, very good commentary there. Little shout out in the comment section here to D-Chase. Now, it turns out that the name of the gym where the quad is installed in Israel, which is in Hadera, is called D-Chase. So if anybody from the Israel region or anywhere around there wants to contact D-Chase, and now is your opportunity to really get involved. Shout out to the New Zealand crew as well. From James, the guy that gifted our 2-month subscription earlier on as well. You can see, Fernando, it's just incredible how much the sport is growing and how much it's penetrating the world. I think we've got teams coming out from, we just had a China competition. We've got Japan. We've got teams coming through from Mexico. Now teams from Israel. Now, when we started this whole World Chase Tag adventure 6-7 years ago, it was just 4 teams in the UK. We won that event and we progressed up to a couple of European teams. And then we finally had GNF joining us from the States in WCT3. So, across the past 3 years alone, we've seen so much expansion. Could you talk us through, Fernando, where the quads are situated in the States for our US?
In the States, as of right now, there is the Denver quad, where Apex trains at extensively in Rob Shill's backyard. We also have NYX has a training quad in Atlanta, Georgia, and that's where the Atlanta Talons trains. A lot of other athletes train there as well from the different teams. We've all got the new setup quad in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Dexterity Depot has the quad in their gym. There's also another gym in APK Blue. American Parkour has a team over in, I believe, Washington, D.C. area. And there's a few more that's hopping up. There's another one in California, in San Francisco, that's going to be popping up soon with Team Movementum. And Hollywood Freerunners has been a little bit on the ear of like, hey, they've got a quad, they just haven't had a place to put it yet. So if they have a quad starting up sometime soon, they are going to be an unstoppable force trying to take down Apex all those years, coming in second place every time. And it's really exciting because, again, more quads equals better gameplay for all of us to watch.
And also shout out to the Jupiter Corporation, who's just informed us that there's also a big scene happening in India now as we speak. So you can see just about that worldwide penetration that we're getting. Now, guys, I don't want to spoil too much. We're still seeing a very broken stream coming through here, but I can tell you, there's blood going on. There's some exciting matchups, and I think we're just about to hit match point. So as soon as we get a final score, we'll give that to you as we progress through the rest of the teams in this bracket. But I can tell you that we've just seen a picture of Dimitri, and he is bleeding from his eye over here. They must have had an intense matchup.
Don't get too cautious. So it's not from the eye. I would say it's more from the head, and it's bleeding down towards the eye. So his eye looks to be safe, and it's just around the head area. Hopefully it's not too much of a damage, and it's just like a wipe down. It can patch up, but the result is in, and it looks like that is going to be it for that match.
Yeah, Emily, just to give you a little update here, we're having some supply happening in Antwerp. The stream that they're providing to us is a little bit broken at the moment, and it's just stuck on loading pages. So as we wait for that one to come up, Fernando and I are going to do some more insight. We're trying our best to get this one up and running very quickly, but we keep zoning in and out. I can tell you now confidently, because we're not going to be running this again. The scores on the board for this 11th matchup over here, Fata Morgana versus Overground Basel. Fata Morgana has just won 3 points, securing themselves at top table, which means that as it stands so far, Group A, we've got Fata Morgana now with a confident lead, Overground Basel in second. Now teams will be going through to the semi-finals, and they'll be playing either Urban Corp or Sandstorm. Now, Sandstorm still needs to play Urban Corp in the 12th matchup, which is the next match here, and that will decide who goes forward in what order. How this works is that the top team from Group A, which is now Fata Morgana, will play the second team from Group B, which is looking like Sandstorm, but we're not confident yet. And vice versa. The top of Group B, which is looking like Urban Corp, will then very likely play Overground Basel for their chance to secure victory. Now, ladies and gents, we've just had the stream completely rebooted. I'm seeing it's looking very confident from my side. I think we might get to let you in on this so far, but let's have a little summary of how that last matchup went there. Looked like a 3-0 victory to Fata Morgana. We have Dimitri, who looks like he smacked his head and he's bleeding all over the place. So this could have been a very tense matchup. The stream's looking good. Hold on to your horses. We're about to jump back in to World Chase Tag Antwerp. The final shot for a lot of these teams to secure a place at World Chase Tag next year.
While that stream is coming back in, we've got Matinel going in for Sandstorm. He's going to be evading first, starting off in the back corner of the quad. Actually, he's taking his time to move around. Maybe he's going to start at a different spot position while we have Urban Corp figuring out who is going to go out first to chase off Matinel of Sandstorm. We're back. We back. Now that we're back.
Welcome to World Chase Tag, the Antwerp Chase-Off. Once again, here we have 8 teams competing for one opportunity to secure a spot the next World Chase Tag World Championships. Currently, we're seeing incredible work from Urban Corp, who are about to step up against Sandstorm. Now, these 2 teams currently top Group B, and what it means is that who wins out of this matchup here will now top their table and will be playing Overground Basel in the first semi-final. The team that comes second has got a slightly harder progression. They're going to be playing Fata Morgana. So, Fernando, in that situation, would you rather win this match and play Overground, or come second in this match and face Fata?
Dang, that is tough. I mean, you always want to go in with a winning attitude, but if you have a strategy of knowing if you're going to lose out to a team so you can face off an easier opponent team to go against, that might be a strategy for the team captain to make, or the whole entire team, because you don't want them to just blaze out in glories and try and just use all of their energy before they get to the championship round. So it's a tough call. I mean, that is a tough decision.
Now, I can't lie, as I said, I just spent the week with the Sandstorm team. Very coincidentally, but it means they've got a slightly softer spot in my heart, and I'm reaching for them. However, credit where credit's due and respect where respect's due. This Urban Corp team used to be United. They're the only team in this competition here to have won a main World Chase Tag event, which means on paper we should be seeing them go all the way. However, it doesn't matter. This here is the final of the group matches, which decides how the semi-finals work. Now, both of these teams have had an incredible run-up so far. In fact, we've seen some wins and some losses coming through from both sides. To give you a little story of how they've gone so far, Urban Corp won their first match against Karma 5-1. Following that, we had Storm against Quality Movement 5-0, so both teams winning their first matchup. We then had Urban Corp with an impressive 8-1 matchup against Quality Movement, with Loic Georgie, team captain, scoring 6 evasions in a row. 6 feet. But next up we had Sandstorm with a 4-0 victory against Corp, both having confident routes to get here today, and both teams deserving it. Here we are, points on the board from Group A. You can see how all of these teams progressed so far.
My goodness, a lot of ones on there, and then that 7 just sticking out, just so far ahead of those 4 and 5s. It's just looking like it's not even that same playing field.
I think this might be so you see going forward. You hit the nail on the head there, Scott. Very tough one, but the rest of chat, tell me, are you Team Urban Corp member right now, or are you backing Team Sandstorm?
A lot of the chat is saying Sandstorm's going to take this one away.
And I'll tell you, it would mean the world if it goes to Sandstorm. They've only been in one professional competition before. That was WCT Roubaix, where they went up against Parkour 59. Mo on the screen there with his signature victory dance. That was Mo from Parkour 59 over here. That last knocked out Sandstorm. And here we go, Matinel starting it up. Sandstorm as he starts behind the loading bay. And who are Urban Corp going to be sending out first? Right, chat, we're back up and running. Let's see some hype for this next matchup. This is probably going to be the closest one that we've seen so far. Dustin versus Matinel. Dustin tracks his way into the loading bay, just misses the tag, back to center control, to the lazy boy on the front line. Matinel roll! Dustin, they crack on and continue, and Dustin claws his way back to get a nice point over there.
My goodness, Dustin, really fancy footwork on top of that front line there. Not quite getting that diving tag, but made up for that excuse right there by the mountain over there. Here we see in that instant replay, slowing it down, going fast and quick around, looking like he swiped and got that tag over there, but came up and followed through with that mountain tag. Big reach and swipe now.
Second match now. Dustin with the chance to put some scores on the board. It's going to be Anas from Sandstorm trying to stop him. Both neck and neck characters. And here comes the break over the sisters back towards the lazy boy. Anas slipping on the lazy boy, juking. Dustin making his way across the front line. And is this going to be the first point on the board? Yes, it is.
Wow.
Or it's not. That might have come down to the wire there. What do you think, Fernando?
No, I think that was an evasion there, just after the time. And as you can see there, Dustin doing a great job of staying low and on the perimeter side. Anas was doing a little bit too much time going up and over the obstacles, wasting a lot of time and making Dustin get that first point evasion out for Urban Corp.
And it's going to be Tal stepping up now from Sandstorm. Tal has scored 2 evasions in this competition so far. But it's Dustin trying to get that second point. Reverse jukes Tal out of the way, but Tal now heavy on his heels. Both athletes going across the sisters. Now the front line. Dustin getting caught in Tal's storm as he stops the second tag from happening.
Dang, Dustin keeping his eyes on his opponent, but just after the sisters, took like a little hop step of a pause right there by the lazy boy, and that was just enough time for Tal to get in close attendance to get that tag in there.
And it's going to be
know where to go.
Enzo Trevido stepping up now, 26 years old, coming through from this Urban Corp team, but it's Tal that we're focusing on now, who starts behind the ridge. Waits for his opportunity and crosses court towards the loading bay, but Enzo is hot on his heels, and he tracks him down for a tag behind the tilted cube.
I believe that's Arthur with the headband, doing a great job on that one.
Yes, this is what happens when I get a bit too excited. I just go straight into commentary mode. Yes, forgive me, chat. That was Arthur coming through. Thank you for the correction there, Fernando. Hopefully I'll get the rest of the names right as we crack on into this one over here. It's going to be Nick stepping up from... Nick making his way up on the lazy boy, across into the tilted cube. Arthur going back underneath the sisters. Oh, with a little stumble behind the ridge. Could that cost him the point over here? Nick threading his way into the cube. Oh, just about missing the tag. Nick now across the front line, desperately trying to go for the tag, and he's not going to get the point. Urban Corp now 2-0.
Arthur doing a fantastic job. Had a little unorthodox start on the top of the sisters there in the beginning, going a little head games against his opponent, but was taking that outside approach and that perimeter away, making sure obstacles were in between him and the other Sandstorm opponent, getting them enough to reach around for that 2-point start off for Urban Corp.
For this third point on the board to start reaching away, and Tal is sent back in, and there looks like there's a reason for that. He's hot on Arthur's heels right now, but he's just about missing the opportunities to go for the evasion. Now we're playing a game of cat and mouse. Arthur with a brilliant little tag across, a brilliant little side step across the sisters. A double speed step as he makes his way back underneath the mountain, and there it is. He secures the third evasion of the day.
I am in shock and awe on that run by Nick. Wow, like so many close interactions there. Just swipes, and no contacts made. Like any other explosive movement or a shooting off of those legs could have made that tag happen, but Arthur just running away with that.
We're going to try and slow down our decisive commentary now in the back of the stream as to not spoil anything else for you guys. And it's going to be Matinel who's sent back in to try and take on. Oh, beautiful little thread through and shoot through the ridge. Sorry, guys, I tried to hold on over there, but I just couldn't. Matinel had a beautiful little shoot through the ridge.
Whether it was going to be a tag or an evasion, a beautiful dive tag is a beautiful dive through that ridge. My goodness. You got to make sure you have that expert key awareness of how much distance you have between those two bars there by the ridge. To not clip your knees, to clip your back, anything on that. That's a really tight space to dive through, and Matinel did a great job of that tag.
And it might have been a great tag, but will it be a great evasion of the back of Furious? Urban Corp send in Timothy, one of their star players now. Matinel with plenty of space at the front line, but quickly tracking down the distance across the sisters is Timothy. Just about missing the opportunity for tag. We're holding each other's heels right now, but Timothy gets the tag. It's out for Matinel, who looks like he's down and injured. Oh no! See what went on there?
It looks like a bit of scrambling there from Matinel and Arthur trying to go up and over that first part of that quad near the mountain area, and it was a bit of a slide trying to decipher which route you're going to take, either the low road or the high road. And when you come into a split decision and you don't know which one to take, you just happen to just run right into the obstacle itself, and that's where mistakes happen. That's where injuries can occur. And luckily we have the safety staff on deck here to make sure everything's safe and structurally put together, and no injuries are going to stop people from competing.
Let's hope that this isn't too bad of an injury from Timothy. We know that he was injured as they went into WCT 6 France, and that's why he didn't compete there. It looks like it might be a collarbone or a shoulder. Oh, he smacked his head. Oh, you can see a lovely egg form on his head over there. So what's going to happen now is the medics are basically going to analyze him and assess if he's going to be safe enough to crack on. He's giving the thumbs up and he's giving the all clear, but because it's a head and a neck injury, we have to be very careful now. Now, Fernando, you've seen enough injuries in your time. What would you recommend doing if this was one of your players?
I mean, I would have to look back at the replay to see how heavy the injury was or the contact made on the bars. But based off what the athlete is thinking and what their energy is at, it looks like it wasn't too bad of an injury to stop himself. If it was more dazed and confused, like coming off of the initial injury, getting up, I would definitely hold him back and be like, you know, we definitely need to hold you back and not have you get injured more. But he looks like he's confident, ready, and he's focused to go again.
Yeah, despite the huge bump forming on his forehead, huge bruise now happening, but he's still on it. Alan coming through from Sandstorm, just nice sportsmanship, double checking that he's okay before he unleashes the beast. 3-0 as we enter into chase 9 of this, the final group matches, and it's going to be Alan tracking down Timothy, who gets caught underneath the mountain. And I can't lie, Fernando, I'm kind of glad that one happened.
Yeah, I did not want to see Timothy make any more mistakes and have, look, he's already holding onto his head right now. He went that side-to-side juke underneath the mountain and was just a little bit too close in attendance and made a second juke that was a mistake and caught him too much time, and that was a quick tag out.
Team captain just making sure he's okay, but it's Alan who we've got our eyes on, starting on the middle of the table over here. Oh, speedy little run over there. I think that was a strategic mess up, but great work from Enzo to secure the tag.
Yeah, super quick spike out there from Urban Corp, making sure they're shutting it down, not trying to get Sandstorm any leeway, trying to get any points on the board. Urban Corp is looking to shut this down with 0 evasions from Sandstorm, but can Sandstorm pick it up enough to try and hold off Urban Corp for a little bit longer? We're now into chase 11 out of 16, not much remaining.
This isn't the be-all and end-all. This doesn't decide who loses, it just decides who's got the easier route into victory. And it's gonna be Anas stepping up to try and stop any more points happening, and it happens! Enzo with a mistake over there, the tag made from Anas.
Yeah, when you're in those crucial moments at the end of the match, you definitely don't want to make any mistakes. But unfortunately, you're a human being, and you want to just react real quick, and sometimes those reactions work against you. And that open area was just too big of a space for our Sandstorm competitor to just, easy smack, was going to run into him before he even crossed his path. Fantastic.
Anas with an absolute mountain to climb, and Dustin not allowing that to happen. Anas behind the loading bay, and the tag just made by the fingertips of Dustin. This man is showing some real effort and work out here today, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Dustin is always going for those dive tags, but that was a quick one too. Much early on, he knew how close he was to his opponent and had the contact point. Match point for Urban Corp. Great job, Dustin. Let's see if he can seal the deal right now.
It's going to be Tal who's sent in to try and provide miracles for this Sandstorm team. Dustin back across the front line, hoping in no way for that to happen. Over the sisters behind the tilted cube. Tal jumping into the tilted cube. Dustin behind the loading bay as they make their way across to the ridge. Tal now going for that final chase approach and just about tag, delaying the end of this game.
Dang. Dustin was doing a pretty great job over there with 4 or 5 seconds remaining, but just did not make a decision quick enough of where he was going to go on that mountain. He looked like he was going up on top, but heard those footsteps right behind him and just shut him down to go down below and commit to that tag.
Well, he committed to the tag, which is good, but can he commit to getting 3 evasions in a row, which is what he's going to need to pull it through from Sandstorm? But it's Enzo who sent in to stop it, and it looks like he has. There it is. That's the tag. Right, ladies and gentlemen, Sandstorm have had a brilliant start to this competition, but unfortunately Urban Corp just showing them that experience beats, well, energy in this case. However, don't go away. This doesn't mean it's the end for Sandstorm. All this means is that Sandstorm will now play their brother team, Fata Morgana, in the semi-final match leading towards the victory place, which means Urban Corp have the slightly easier run-through of going up against Overground Basel. Oh, this is exciting stuff now, isn't it?
Oh my goodness, this has been an all-out nail-biter so many times up and downs. Shutout matches leading to 0 evasions, close calls, 2 sudden death matches. My goodness, this is one chase-off I am happy to be a part of.
So tell me, Fernando, we've obviously got an injury now coming through from Timothy, who was one of the big players from Urban Corp. And they're going to need everyone they can get their hands on to progress not only against Overground, but if they make it through to that final, they'll then be having to go up against the Fata, Morgana, or Sandstorm again. What happens when you're a team member down at that point through an injury? Does everything crack through? Do you need to rely more on strategy? What's going through your head?
I mean, if I'm on Urban Corp, going through my head is not too much of worrying right now, because there are a lot of players on that team Urban Corp, like Benjamin. I've only seen go out maybe 1 or 2 times out in this entire championship. So he's definitely got fresh legs and definitely has the quad experience to keep it going for this team. We've got Loic, who wasn't out on that match very much, but he did have that 6 evasion run through and knows all the quad tactics to go around. Enzo and Arthur also have a little bit of fresh legs on them, but Timothy was that powerhouse that was going a little bit too hard and committed to that tag. And you know, if he does come back for the after the next matches, you know, great. But I don't feel like the team is going to push him after that injury. He's always grabbing onto his head. So as a team member, as a team captain, I would definitely set Timothy out and rely more on our athletes who have not gone out as much.
100%. I think the next question that we're going to be asking, and we'll find out very closely, is which team is going to be Fata, Morgana and Sandstorm, the 2 beasts from Israel coming through out of nowhere. Far way to come for an Antwerp competition, but they understand that how much this them potentially progressing forward. So, hey, stakes are here. They've both funded themselves to get here, which means that they clearly both want it. It just depends on who wants it more. Now, I'm not sure in which order we're going to be doing this, but we do know that the next 2 semi-final matches are going to be Fata, Morgana and Sandstorm, and it's going to be Urban Corp versus Overground. And then the next question is going to be, well, the 3rd place playoff, finally, and then the final, the most anticipated. Bear with, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back very, very soon with those final matchups over there. Thank you for tuning in so far. Thank you for watching everything so far. And thank you very much to our sponsors here today as well. Chat, who do you think's got this? Who do you think is going to make it through to the finals, and who do you think is going to win?
Man, I'm excited to see these 2 Israeli teams go at it, because, again, they're in the same quad. I mean, I know the quad was only there for a couple days, but more practice is better than none. And I'm assuming they're going to be practicing against each other, so they're going to know exactly a lot of their tactics with each other's teams. So it's going to be really fun. It's like seeing Apex versus Apex, you know. They're always going to be back and forth. So it's going to be a close match, I think. But I still believe Fata Morgana is going to take this one away. Just a shutout. What do you think, Greg?
I am going to have to agree with you over there, mate. Like, for me, Fata Morgana have strong matchup so far. However, ladies and gentlemen watching the screen, thank you so much for watching the group stages so far. We're going to be back at 7:30 CET to kick off the semi-finals. All that's going to happen is we're going to give these teams a bit of a break so far so they can rest up and come back and give you the best action possible. Right, gentlemen, thank you very much. From me, Greg Ball, and from my co-commentator, Fernando, it's been an absolute pleasure, and we'll see you back here at 7:30 CET.
Yeah. All right, welcome back to the 2023 Antwerp Chase Off. This is the finals. We've gotten 8 teams from around Europe, whittling down to just 1 team. We've got a few chases remaining, 4 in fact, and I am Fernando Arce, joined here by Greg Ball. Greg, why don't you tell us what we saw earlier today?
Look, Fernando, it's been an absolutely fantastic afternoon of chase tag action right here. We've seen some old school titans like Urban Corp absolutely dominate their way through to the semi-final positions, and also we've seen titans like Fata Morgana get here as well. Both groups kind of played out very straightforward as we imagined. However, there were a couple little wild cards being thrown into the mix here. The first semi-final match that we're going to see is Fata Morgana against their brother team, Sandstorm. It's going to be the Israeli chase-off, Fernando, and I'm so excited for it. But in semi-final 2, we're going to see Urban Corp with another shot of them going to Worlds against Overground. And I don't think that Overground want to give them this opportunity whatsoever. So hey, this is how it's been presented so far. After an incredible 2 table run-ups, we have 4 teams now going forward. We're about to see semi-final 1 and semi-final 2. Then we're going to have a 3rd place playoff before the all-anticipated big final. Fernando, tell me about what's your favorite moment of this competition so far.
I mean, moments go, moments come. The top one that shot out at me is Loic getting those 5 to 6 evasions in a row, almost wiping the entire team out, and basically winning it on his own for Urban Corp. It was fantastic, just pulling in clutch, even at his age of what you said, early to mid 40s. My goodness, showing that there is no age for World Chase Tag. Anyone can play.
100%. That was a fantastic feat over there by Loic. But look, let's see how Fata Morgana and Sandstorm got here in the first place. Fata Morgana actually smashed their way through all 3 of their group stages. 5-2 against French Fries, 5-0 against Trauma Tracers, and 3-1 against Overground. Very convincing start to this. Whereas Sandstorm, 5-0 against Quality Movement, 4-0 against Karma, and then they lost 3-0 against Urban Corp. So technically on paper, Sandstorm have got a 1-game disadvantage going into this against Fata. However, I spoke to them beforehand. I was hanging out with them in the Netherlands just before they went into this competition. And they said that, look, they train on how to beat Fata Morgana. If they're your brother team, they're going to come up with strats and tactics on how to get around it. And that's why they're focusing so much on their threading. They reckon that their threading might be able to help them to get an advantage of it. Will we see it? I'm not too sure. I'm very excited and looking forward to it. And then if we look at the second half of the semi-final rankings, Urban Corp won 5-1 against Karma. They then won 3-2 against French Fries before finally winning. I think I've actually got these scores down. I think I've got them wrong way around. It was 5-1 against Karma. It was 8-1 against Quality Movement. That's where Loic got his 6 evasions. And then Urban Corp beat Sandstorm 3-0. Whereas Overground on the other side of the table, 4-1 against Trauma Tracers, 3-2 in a sudden death against French Fries, narrowly scraping their way through. And then they just lost 3-1 against Fata Morgana. So very interesting lineup. But first up, here come the victors. It's Fata Morgana. Walk us through those stats on screen.
My goodness, their tag percentage is 80%. That's 12 out of 15 tags completed, which is an insane high number. Evasion's about 50-50, that 12 out of 24. And their average chase time is 13, which is an average evading time of 17 seconds. So they really got those long evasions. They just need to stick it out for a little bit longer to get more points, but they're sitting pretty high in top of the charts.
Interesting to see what the younger rivals, the Youngbloods, what their stats are coming into this. Walk us through it.
Whoa, exact same percentage rate for tags, 80%. They're 40%, they're 10% down from evasions for Fata Morgana, and almost the exact same, 13 seconds for average chasing time, but 3 seconds slower for the average evading time. So they are a little bit slower on the evasions. They need a lot more time. So both teams really need to eke it out for some more evasions. And with these guys training against each other, knowing those tactics to go what works against who and what their routes going against, I'm excited to see this Israeli matchup.
Definitely, and we just got to hammer it up one more time. This is the Battle of Israel right here. This is Team A versus Team B. And I guess any one of these teams wants it as much as the other, but the serious attitude that we've always seen from Fata Morgana, I reckon that's what's going to pull them through over here. And stepping up first to the plate is the man himself, Staz. Staz is going to be taking on Anas, who's going to be evading first from Sandstorm as he starts waiting eagerly behind the ridge. I think this is going to be an exciting matchup to come, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your seats. here we go. Chap, who do you think is going to win? It's looking 50-50 at the moment. And Anas running across the quad to the safety of the tilted cube. Stas dramatically running him down. This is an all-out race from the get-go, weaving and winding. Anas holding on for dear life, but Stas saying no. We are the big dogs out here.
Wow, both teams super quick, but Stas, you can see, just a shy bit quicker around there, that loading bay. My goodness, both teams are super quick and agile. This is going to be a nail-biter. I actually might want to see another sudden death chase-off right here.
Another sudden death chase-off will be a very fascinating way to go through. But if Matanel has anything to say about it, we won't be going there. Matanel chasing for Sandstorm now, threading through the ridge, coming back, closing down the distance underneath the mountain. Now to Benny Hill position, threads straight through the cube. Stas gets caught on the sisters, but he's still going. They're weaving and winding. And there's the thread through and he misses. But Stas, this is the opportunity to get the first point on the board, and here we go. There it is. What the heck was that, Fernando?
Wow, evasion. Matanel was doing an excellent job of threading so many obstacles. The ridge, the tilted cube. My goodness, let's take a look at it again. One more time, sliding through, pulling on the bars there. Even with that Stas, that slip up, my goodness, just out of reach, inches, fingertips away. Matanel could not quite get it. 1 point for Fata Morgana.
And up steps Allen, trying to take on Stas. They're playing behind the loading bay right now as they move more towards the ridge. Stas doubles back, tries to juke Anas one way and goes the other. They're threading underneath the mountain. Stas desperate for the tag, reaching endlessly, finally gets it. I thought he was going to miss it there for a second, Fernando.
My goodness, he's just reaching his arm out, just like couldn't quite get the tag until very end, 16 seconds in. Wow. Ooh. These guys are neck and neck to each other, so close. Those tags are coming by inches of gaps.
It's looking like this could go either way as Maxim steps up now for Fata Morgana. These guys have been wanting a grudge match for a long time, and here we go with a false start just to ease the nerves even more. Fernando, you know what it's like to feel the pressure of these situations. What's it like if you get a false start like this?
Oh man, I have yet to have one, but I got one during a practice round just before a comp, and it is just like, oh, you don't want that, because if you get that feeling, you get like, oh, you only get one or two. And you want to be on time with that. No jumping the gun.
And Anas looking the wrong way. Could this be the disrespectful move which lands them an evasion? Fata Morgana 1-0 up, a chase 4 over here. Maxim chasing down Anas with the unconventional route up to the mountain. Doubles back successfully. Nice little work there. But the thread comes through from Maxim. He wasn't playing games.
No, Anas looked like he had a predetermined route already planned right from the get-go. But he just didn't keep eyes on his opponent there, and Maxim just took him out.
Looks like Sandstorm haven't been the only team working on their threading here today. Lovely little work there by Maxim. 1-0 advantage. Can he make this 2? Nick steps up for Sandstorm. Straight into the tilted cube. Narrowly missing the first swipe, but he needs to make his way back to center for the second. Maxim doubling under the mountain now. Around the back of the tilted cube. Gets slightly caught up with the sisters there. Now towards the back, now towards the front line. Across the lazy boy. And a cheeky hand tag is made by Nick from Sandstorm.
Yeah, Maxim was doing a pretty great job of controlling the tempo there. But as he went from the outside perimeter to the inside perimeter, inside quad, just couldn't keep eyes on his opponent. Turn around to the outside, nearly getting chased down by the sisters.
The military man, Dimitri, now stepping up. Smacked his head in his previous matchup against Overground, but it looks like he's going to crack on as normal as he makes his way down to the center of the quad. Nick dukes underneath the sisters, but now Dimitri is on for the chase. He's hot on his heels, and the speed the man has. Look at how quickly he cuts down that distance.
Yeah, Dimitri was really quick legs on that back end of that chase, coming at real close, coming at 10 seconds in. And he did a fantastic going right under the ridge, getting that big reach. Dimitri saving it, getting all up in there for Fata Morgana.
You see there on the back line, Shai and Maxim now discussing tactics on what to do. Matanel now on the starter plate. Dimitri trying to throw him left and right. Doesn't look like the injury has affected him whatsoever. Confidence is still there, and here we go. Dimitri behind the tilted cube, wasting a bit of time as he makes his way over the sisters, now across the front line. Oh, but Matanel eager on his heels, just narrowly missing the swipe. Dimitri now behind the loading bay, dodging left and right, throwing Matanel off his scent. Oh, but Matanel with the thread through of the ridge. That's what we came here to see, Fernando.
My goodness, Matanel threading so many times in that interaction, in that chase. 3 times, 4 times. Man, he's getting so much better, grabbing those bars, pulling through, and getting that tag, making sure he's got that outstreak reach.
Matanel looking a little bit tired now as he desperately clings on for some oxygen behind the tilted cube. Halfway through, 1-0 up to Fata Morgana. Matanel needs to get an evasion if they want to change the game. And he looks like he might do it so far. He makes his way to the Lazy Boy, reverse jukes across the front line, under the ridge, and the chase is now on. Look at that, dipping and diving and weaving underneath the mountain, just narrowly gets away, and it's Lewis that's going to make the tag there for Fata Morgana.
Lewis tailing behind Matanel a long time in that chase, not trying to cut him off, but just trying to shorten that distance out. And it was around that mountain area where he got caught up in those bridges areas. Slowing down with that quadrupedal movement and going for that diving tag really low.
Quadrupedal master that is Matanel, just unable to get the point in the lead. Now it's Lewis behind the tilted cube, looking for that second of, and this is the second time that Fata Morgana has slipped up now on the exact same spot on the sisters.
My goodness, you got to look where you're stepping before you take off. You can't look at your landing spot. You got to look at your takeoff, because if you don't see your takeoff, you're going to slip off. You're going to have a bad time.
For a team that's just got a quad out in Israel, they're definitely not looking like they're putting much work into it over here. But I might be speaking too soon, and it's going to be Anas behind the tilted cube, looking to get the first point on the board for Sandstorm. We're at chase 10 over here as we enter the back end of this chase off, and Anas going around onto the Lazy Boys, tripping up, using it in his advantage, going back across the front line, now across the ridge, into the center court, back across the tilted cube, and he desperately tries to cling on for the tag, but Shai just says no.
Yeah, you did say they did have a quad just like a few days ago or a few weeks ago, like they just got it installed, but Shai putting it and showing the work that he's been putting in, cutting in corners, making sure he's getting that opponent, not tailing him too much, but staying on the inside of the quad and cutting those corners, making sure those points are choked up and he can make those tags.
Looks like Sandstorm are sending on Alan again. We haven't seen much of Tal so far, but here goes Alan, casually into the tilted cube, following along the top of the sisters, now onto the top of the front line, as he makes his way behind the ridge, weaving underneath the, just struggling to get through the space over there. Shai doing absolutely incredible work of leading at Alan exactly where he wants him to go. Oh, and there it is, the second evasion coming through from Fata Morgana, confidently securing their spot in this final by the looks of it.
My goodness, just if there was like 1 second remaining, I know Alan would have had that tag, but unfortunately he had nothing left in the tank for his legs to get Shai. Shai going in with that another evasion out there, creating it 2-0.
And here comes Nick Bleckerman, raining from Tel Aviv, trying to chase down this Fata Morgana lead right now, scrambling his way through the center of the quad. Little Benny Hill at the cube, wasting time nicely here as our man Shai, but manages to penguin slide his way to stop the momentum of Fata Morgana. Well done then.
Yeah, that penguin slide was enough because that open area of that tilted cube is just a lot of space for athletes to get that speed up. Unless you have that full range of that tilted cube, all that runaround, you're not going to be able to make that open area.
Now, if Sandstorm want any shot at Worlds, they're going to need to turn this around. But there are only 3 chases left, and it's Yuval that steps up from Fata Morgana, stalking his way across the mid of the quad over here. Nick with a little juke and over the sisters, and it doesn't work, and Yuval getting the tag behind the tilted cube. Their chances are running out now, Fernando.
Yuval doing that nice thread on that tilted cube, making sure he's got that foot contact, spreading it through. He has got fresh legs coming into this finals round. He's got some energy to go. He's got some air in his lungs. Let's see if he can get some more points on the board and solidify this win against Sandstorm, their B team from Israel.
To be honest, it's not as big of a lead as I thought it was going to be. Sandstorm showing Fata Morgana and the rest of the world that they're a force to be reckoned with here. Even if they just nearly scrape it out by a couple of points, but it's not over yet. Matanel stepping up again, Slowly into the tilted cube. We've seen a lot of threading from this guy. Maybe that's what he'll use to get through it, but Yuval's saying no. Yuval juking, wasting precious time over here. Matanev's going to have to make a move soon, otherwise that's going to be almost it for them. And Yuval behind the loading bay now. Duke's one way and again. Matanev getting caught, and that's it. 3-0 to Fata Morgana.
There it is. Got another point on the board, and that's it. 3-0. Fata Morgana are shutting down their B team of Sandstorm. They do a great job together in practice, great job in competition. Looking like a pretty tight match, but it's going to be Fata Morgana taking it on and moving on.
What an incredible matchup we see at the Battle of Israel, won by Fata Morgana, the more experienced team in here. But a big shout out to Sandstorm for flying all the way over here and giving it a proper good shot. I think they've made a message to the world over here that they're not a force to be reckoned with. And this chase like scene in Israel quickly putting their spot on the map right here. But, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, because the next matchup that we're going to see is the Titans that are Urban Corp. The ex-United, the only other team in here with a star on their jersey, with a win behind their belt, taking on Overground Basel, who have, to be honest, narrowly scraped their way through over here. They just about won their sudden death matchup earlier on. And then they've already lost 3-1 to Fata Morgana. So on paper, this is going to be an Urban Corp game. But look, we've seen good things and we've seen bad things from Urban Corp. And today we're seeing Loic Georgie on an absolute roll. So if he's got anything to do, maybe that's the way forward. What do you think, Fernando?
Yeah, like you said, our Urban Corp has got just the numbers to show what they're going to take to this finals, and looks like it's going to be taking it. But again, Overground Basel's got some players on there. Lucian getting those double points on there for their team, and keeping it alive, and it's looking pretty tight. I do think that it's Urban Corp. They are sponsored by Olo, which is my team. But trying to play favorites.
Out, right?
But they do have exactly a little bit. They do have the numbers, and I think numbers don't lie, especially when you've got some substantial ones that Loic has got almost as more than Fata Morgana has entirely.
Yeah, 100% there. Right, let's see these athletes as they start walking up. Chat, what do you think? Is it going to be Overground or is it going to be Urban Corp? Is it going to be the Titans or is it going to be the Swiss newcomers? Big shout out to Damien DeVoe on the announcer mic there at Antwerp. Once again, shout out to our sponsors today. But before we get there, Fernando, run us through the stats.
All right, we got Overground here with tags 72%, 16 out of 22 pretty decent numbers. Evasions 8 out of 23, not looking so hot on that one. Average chase time is 15 seconds with an average evading time about 16 seconds. So again, they're always getting real close to that ending time, which they need to get a little bit faster for those to pump those evasion numbers up.
And just before we see Urban Corp, it's worth mentioning right now, guys, that this is the last chance for Urban Corp to try and get to Worlds. Unfortunately, they came third at WCT6 France, and this is their last opportunity to try and fight for that spot. Everything is on the line, Fernando. Walk us through it again.
Here we go. Urban Corp has got 83% tag rate with 10 out of 12, which is very high. Evasions are looking at 62%, which is 15 out of 24, not too shabby. Average chase time about 12 seconds with an average evading time of 17 seconds. So they're not too quick on the tags, but need those evasion times a little bit longer.
Now listen, I know what it feels like to be an old Titan in the game and to get knocked off the radar because all of the other teams are coming through and they are, what a skill level that we're seeing at the moment. So the amount of pressure on these athletes' shoulders right now must be absolutely phenomenal. Fernando, what are you doing in that situation? Are you sending out your team captain Loic, or are you going to put someone else up first?
I would send out someone else first. Get Loic a little bit more rest time when you actually need him for the clutch moments. Let the other teammates have their shine because we do have two more matches after this for them, and they want to get as strong as they can and to have the star players save at the end.
And it's going to be Loic Georgie starting first in the evasion position against Overground. Loic making his way back across the front line, stalling at the lazy boy, reversing back towards the front line underneath the ridge. Loic is on fire today. Through the mountain, back towards the tilted cube. Could this be an open evasion once again for the team captain? Oh, it's scraping by the end of their teeth. Loic started doing the giddy on the court. What the heck did we just see, Fernando?
That is another evasion for Loic. Oh my goodness, the team captain for Urban Corp. Wow, Florian Mader was just tailing him the whole time, just not getting any moves cut off across, and just was tailing the time and just let the time run out. Loic, a fantastic job opening point. Urban Corp.
And it's Dominic who they send in to try and shut down team captain Loic. Once again, starting at the ridge, Dominic getting the high ground, working his way back across the front line. Loic juking again, just narrowly missing the grasp of Dominic over here, but can he continue it? Both athletes in a QM off, and unfortunately, Loic just doesn't have what it takes in the tank.
Dominic's got that nice scrambling tactic, staying on all fours, queuing M. I thought he had that on the first swipe on that, the first swipe on by that tilted cube, but he had to pick himself back up, move and keep it along, QM, and scramble back to that tag by that loading bay.
Chase number 3 as we move forward. Dominic starting behind the loading bay as Enzo steps in from Urban Corp now. Dominic through the mountain. Enzo sliding on his knees underneath the mountain over there, but Dominic getting some serious distance now. QM's his way back underneath the sisters, and the chase is on. Enzo now on Dominic's tail, but he gets caught up with the mountain. And this is Dominic's chance to get one more on the board. Enzo threading his way through with a little clutch dive tag, and he just about gets it.
Wow, Enzo was coming in super clutch moments, going really close tags. Got about 3 interactions there. Could not quite get it, and then with 0.6 seconds remaining, gets that clutch tag to shut down Overground.
Urban Corp are one of the oldest competing members or teams here today, and that experience is looking like it's paying off so far. Enzo tracking his way through to the mountain at the ridge again. Little tiny footsteps as he makes his way, juking at the front line, successfully over the sisters, back underneath the mountain, back to the safety of the loading bay, continues looping back and forth. Do Overground have what it takes, or are they going to go 2-1 up? There it is, second evasion done. Urban Corp showing us why they are the champs here.
Enzo just keeping too much distance between him and Josh Ernst, not letting him get any close attendance to him. Josh not be able to cut the cross and get that corners cutting, just not able to shut it down. Urban Corp getting another 0.20.
And it's Miro stepping up for Overground Basel. We've seen some great things from this kid here today, but he's got a mammoth challenge ahead of him as he kongs his way up to the top of the ridge. Smacks his knee on the loading bay as he desperately scrambles to try and stop Enzo from scoring another point, who accidentally jumps in the loading bay, and that is good for the tilted cube, and that's it for him.
Enzo doing a great job booking it up that mountain area. We normally don't see people lasting that long. We normally get tagged out at that top part. But Enzo jumped across into that tilted cube, able to Benny Hill just for a slight minute, but Miro read him out, got him tagged.
Chase 6 as we approach the midway point now. Arthur stepping up for Urban Corp. Miro starting at the back of the loading bay. Oh, beautiful little juke at the mountain over there by Miro as he backtracks his way to the ridge. Will he do it again? Arthur clutching on for dear life, but securely makes the tag, stopping any point from coming back from the Overground.
Yeah, Arthur just getting those nice tight threads deep and low, getting super low to the ground, making sure he's not hitting any bars on his way up or down, getting a nice tight thread around it.
Arthur now starting at the back from the top of the sisters, and it's going to be Lucien who's sent in from Overground Basel, the other star performer that we've seen here today. Chase 7, 2-0 to Overground Corp. Arthur works his way back towards the tilted cube, wasting as much time as possible. Now launches over the sisters, and Lucien is just too smart and too quick for Arthur.
Lucien keeping that inside coverage right on that quad, not chasing him into the perimeter outside. Making sure he's got that tactics to just go right diagonal and make that tag right by the sisters. Open area. Nice job.
Shout out to all of our fans on the World Chase YouTube page. We're reading your comments, we're seeing what you're saying. We love how much you're engaging. But here we go. This is going to be Dustin now stepping up. Dustin tracks his way into the loading bay. Lucien juking at the front line with an absolutely powerful dive there from Dustin.
Dustin keeping that inside control of the quad, making sure he's waiting for Lucien to make the mistake, and he just saw that opening right there. Dustin just took the opportunity and made it like, that window's too small, I can thread. Bam, diving tag.
Dominic sent back in from Overground. Captain himself Will he be able to captain this ship to victory, or will he let it sink as Dustin pushes his way through the middle of the mountain, now finding solace behind the loading bay before quickly darting to the ridge and back to the loading bay. He's toying with Dominic, but Dominic in his long arm reach absolutely thrusts him to the back end of the corner over there.
Dustin keeping that perimeter control in this round, but just too far back in the perimeter on that outside corner, leaving too much room for Dominic to make that easy tag right here, right by the loading bay. Could not get that speed up the mountain. Don't even try it.
It's looking like we might be captaining the ship to victory. Chase 10, 2-0 to Urban Corp. Dominic's going to need to pull something heavy out of the bag right now if he wants his team any chance of succeeding against Urban Corp. And the chase is on straight from the get-go, conging through the mountain nicely now behind the ridge, wasting enough time to go back across the front line, over the sisters, 5 seconds to go. Nice dive out the way, and that's the first evasion on the board for this team, and they would slide out of the way from Arthur.
Arthur doing a really great fancy footwork through that ridge. It's the first time I've seen this one, where he fakes one leg and then switched to the other one, doing a quick hop turnaround. And then he's got that speed to bolt around and going through the mountain instead of going up and over. Here comes that little hop. Whoop, whoop.
Dominic with his first point on the board. It's 2-1 to Overground with 5 chases left. And it's Loic, team captain against team captain. Loic slipping as he makes his way into the tilted cube. Dominic capitalizing, back to the lazy boy, straight underneath the mountain, but Loic with a heroic dive.
Even with that slip, Loic maintains center control just enough to watch, get that sliding tag on Dominic. Captain versus captain, that's a tag out.
And it's Florian who Overground reckon might have what it takes to claw back a second point here, but Loic Georgie and his 6 evasions earlier is going to try his best to stop him. Loic starting behind the ridge, straight to cross court. Straight up to the sisters, but Florian says no! Tags him instantly over there in just about 5 seconds.
Yeah, Florian was going the outside route, but then saw Georgie going in the middle and was like, I'm going to change up my tactics. I'm just going to go right towards you, right in the middle, and just make that easy, quick tag, almost a spike.
This is so much closer than I thought. I thought this was going to be an Urban Corp domination. Overground do have what it takes to try and claw their way back into this, but it's going to be Dustin saying no. Dustin now making his way, tracking across the front of the court, straight into the tilted cube, and it's a big no from Dustin over there.
Wow, Florian did not have eyes on his opponent right there. Dustin just maintaining all that speed out there. Florian just not looking back and getting caught. Quick tag out.
Tell you what, if this is me over here as we enter match point, the last person I'd want to be trying to chase up is Dustin. We've seen a lot of things from this young man, especially at WCT6 France, scoring a lot of evasions for Urban Corp. Is he about to bring them through to the finals and one step closer to victory over here? Big up turn down for Walt in the chat. How you doing, my dude? Right, Dustin waits securely underneath the sisters. Back across the front line. Lucia needs to step up the game here with only a couple of seconds left on the clock. We're going one way and then the other. Dustin QMing his way to the back of the tilted cube. And this could be it. 2 seconds left. 1 second. That's it. Urban Corp make the tag, or get the evasion, make their way through to the finals. And we're going to be seeing Fata Morgana, Urban Corp in the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, we're going to have about a 5-minute wait just so we can give Urban Corp a chance to gather their breath back. And then we're going to be straight back in for the 3rd place playoff and then the final. However, before we get there, Fernando, what were the highlights of that match there for you, mate?
My goodness. Urban Corp just like taking it again. It was a really close match overall. And we saw a lot of outstanding moments there, especially from Arthur and Enzo. And Loic Georgie coming back with that captain, like still as if that 6 evasions didn't even like slow him down at all. He took that 3-hour break and was like, I'm fresh again. Let me send out first myself one more time and get that evasion started off. It was incredible. I mean, super excited to see what they do in the finals.
And we didn't see anything from Timothy there as well. And bear in mind, Timothy smacked his head on one of the bars earlier, and we were all concerned if he was going to be able to compete or not. So evidently, this Urban Corp team are able to pull things through without needing the full roster of players. And I think that's a very impressive feat. And that's something that we're not, I say we're not going to see it on Fata Morgana. I mean, Dimitri's already smacked his head as well. But both of those athletes looking very strong and ready to go.
Yeah, and I didn't see Benjamin out there, did you?
No, Benjamin isn't currently on the roster today, and I wonder why, but Hope he's okay as well. Right, 5 minutes until we see the third place playoff, Sandstorm against Overground Basel. Now, if I'm going to put my money on any team going into this next matchup, it's going to be Sandstorm. They've had a much clearer victory drive so far getting to this point. Obviously, they've just lost to their brother team, Fata Morgana, but it was very, very close. Whereas Overground have only narrowly scraped their way through this matchup. They just about got their way through sudden death against French Fries, which are one of the underdogs. And they've already lost 3-1 against Fata Morgana. So on paper and theoretically, it's not going to be easy to come back from this one for Overground. And chat, what do you guys think in the comment section over here? Who's your money on for Sandstorm versus Overground? Are you going to side on the side of the Israeli team, or are we going to go for the Swiss team coming in from Overground? Remember that Sandstorm don't have much quad experience. They were in one competition in Roubaix, whereas Overground have their own quad. Do you think that that's going to be a big factor going into this over here?
Here comes the RPS.
I've always said the RPS makes or breaks a game. Statistically, it doesn't really matter if you start evading or start chasing. I believe it's about a 49 to 51% difference over there. But the RPS is where the psychological game is won or lost. That's my favorite part of this anyway, Fernando.
Absolutely. I know at backstage during our competitions, the RPS comes out, you're like, oh man, this is it. Who is going to be evading first? Who's going to chase first? And who's going to go out? It's like, you want to get that opening point, you want to get that opening win, so you make sure you get in that head game. Sometimes you go against them and be like, I'm going to throw a rock, and then take them out with a mental game. And that really throws you off. And if that throws you off in the mental game right there, the rest of your chasing is going to be like, dang it, we should be up right now. We should be evading first right now. We should be getting that point right now. But instead, you're on the other side. You're on the chasing team, and you got to make those tags.
Shout out to our sponsors just before we go into this next match. We've got Sprite, which I keep chatting on a big game about. It's so good to see such big brands now getting involved with this amazing sport. But alongside Sprite, we've also got Squared, who are the GFX partner, and the guys that are pulling together all of the stats that you're reading on screen. Very insightful work coming through there from Squared. And final partner is going to be Strat Genotin. I keep murdering these names. But this is the sport that we're seeing here today. It's a big sport festival. Chase Tag's beautifully been invited down to compete as well. But before we get there, this is the rock, paper, scissors for the final. Dimitri versus Loic, captain versus captain. And Loic wins the rock, paper, scissors for Urban Corp. Coming up next, we're going to have the third place playoff with Sandstorm evading first. And then we're going to progress into the final, where now Urban Corp are going to have the slight upper hand, and they're going to be taking out on the evasion plate first. Lots of people in chat saying Sandstorm. I'm going to have to agree with you over there. Fernando, tell me what's going through your head when it comes to putting on your first player when the stakes are so high like this. Obviously, it's not just the third place player, but the finals as well. What are you thinking going into this? Are you sending on your best opponent, your strongest, your quickest tagger, your best evader? Tell me what's going on in your head.
No, I'm going to send in like the second or third best evader right now, just so they can warm up the quad a bit and make sure the athletes are getting them going, and to chase down the opponents and making them not get any evasions and not get them tired. And if they do get tagged out, then we send out, like, you save your best athletes for the middle of the match, for when you need those clutch moments and you need to fire back into it. I mean, you could start off strong, but with this finals going off, it's anyone's game to come back and win out those chases and evasions. It's crazy.
Yeah, and as we just said, from a statistical point of view, it's just over 50%. It's like 50.5% of the time a team will win if they're in the evading corner, and 49.5% they'll win if they're in the chasing corner. So while it feels like a big advantage to have the first evasion opportunity, it doesn't actually work out like that when you look at the statistical backing behind it all, when you look at the data.
Yeah, crazy about those numbers, man. They didn't factor in the human element, because anything can happen. A slip could happen, a mistake, or a break, a great run, like on a precision rail. Anything could be possible on a mistake.
Anything might be possible, but Sandstorm are hoping that it's going to be possible for them to get the third place over here. And hey, I believe that they can do it. remember that Israel's just got their first quad set up, and shout out to D-Chase in the chat right here. That's the group which are going to be running the quad out in Israel. It's also worth mentioning,
out there.
I also mentioned earlier, but while Overground do have their own quad, it's a welded quad, which means that some of the spacing elements are different, some of the bars aren't in the same place, and they've got a big old concrete block in the middle of the quad, which is going to make it a very different experience from taking on the quad over here.
Yeah, from personal experience, when you're practicing on a quad that has a hinder point, meaning a wall or a blockage system that doesn't allow you to go full speed or full power into it, it definitely hinders your practicing, because you definitely change that up versus what you would do in an actual competition where you had full speed, full power, full reach, full roam all over the quad, no hindering factor. So that's where those quads definitely going to be different.
Just had a question in here. What are our favorite... Oh, before we get there, Fernando, walk us through the stats now.
All right, for Overground, we've got tags 70% at 21 out of 30, just missing 9 of them, which is pretty awesome there. Evasions at 31%, looking at 9 out of 29. Not too hot on that one. Average chasing time is about 15 seconds, with about 5 seconds remaining. Same with the average evading time, 15 seconds. So they're all about 5 seconds off of those 20-second markers. Looking pretty tight on those numbers.
Not very confident evasions, though. And you know, the sport is all about evasions.
It's not called world-based evasion, but these are the numbers what you need to be looking out for. Sandstorm, 73%, really high on that 17 out of 23 tags. Evasion's looking real low on 32%, 9 out of 28. Average chasing time and average evading time are both at 14.5 seconds. So again, they need that extra little bit of power to reach those 20-second markers to get those evasions.
Both teams looking fairly evenly matched on paper. But whether or not they'll be evenly matched in mentality going into this, I think it's going to be a different story. As I said, I had the pleasure of hanging out with Sandstorm before we went into this competition. They're all level-headed. They know what they need to do to execute out here. And I think they'll be very impressed with how they've done so far. And it's going to be Anas, as we see, taking on the opportunity to evade first. But Dominic, team captain from Overground, trying to chase it out. Dominic makes his way across the ridge. We now have a standoff at the loading bay. Dominic with that incredible reach, just missing out on the tag as Anas runs into the lazy boy over here. Doubles back to the ridge. 5 seconds left. Anas making his way. Oh, sidestepping at the sisters, back towards the tilted cube, and just about getting caught underneath the mountain over there.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was going to do a really great fake job, Anas, right there, but he got caught up under the mountain just about 5 seconds, about too late. If he would have taken that underground route, he might have had some more distance between him and Dominic to get that opening tag, opening evasion, but he just wasn't looking where he was going and just got caught up in that little spot right there.
And it's a fairly fresh Tal that we're seeing now. We didn't see him at all in his previous match against Urban Corp. So and there it is, the freshness of those legs and the sharpness of his mind coming in, securing the tag on Dominic at the tilted cube.
Yeah, super strong. Didn't waste any time. Did not do that Panther-like approach where you slow down and just read your opponent where they're going to go. He took off like a cannon, just shoot down the barrel, and then made that tag super quick spike.
And it's Lucien Marty who is sent out now to try and stop the first points from being scored by Sandstorm. Tal starting behind the ridge, baiting his opponent in. Excellent time wasting now behind the loading bay. Tracking his way back to the front line, and the sprint is on. The race begins. Lucien, Tal throwing him the wrong way as he doubles back towards the ridge. And an unsuccessful slider from Lucien. We've got 2 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. And that's it. First evasion on the board to Sandstorm.
Sandstorm, fantastic job by Tal, tailing it all the way around, making sure he got his eyes on his opponent. Breaking speeds, juking back and forth. Nice job, got that opening out there. Let's take a look again. That thread by Lucien was doing really nice work, but keeping that corner approach, cutting those corners, gonna only do so much. Sandstorm gets that opening point evasion.
And Miro is now sent in to try and stop any more progression. I get that wrong. This is now Josh that we're seeing. Josh into the loading bay, carefully and slowly, waiting for his opportunity to pounce, and there it is. Now the chase is on. Tal under the mountain, behind the tilted cube. An attempted slide through from Josh. Tal underneath the sisters. This might be a second evasion in a row here. I think it is. The idea to use your fresh player, evidently very successful from Sandstorm.
Oh yeah, fresh legs equals fresh points, and they are 2 points up, fresh out with a chase number 5. good, sitting in a really nice position for this semifinals right here.
Is this?
Third place playoff.
Yeah, that's the one. Now Miro being set up. Tal on fire with a 2-0 victory as we enter chase number 5. Miro up onto the ridge over there, tracking his way into the Lazy Boy. Just about missing the first opportunity for tag there, and then the second. But catches him in the corner behind the loading bay. Great work there from Miro.
Yeah, outreach once, outreach twice. The third one is going to be bread and butter, making that nice tag approach by that mountain. Again, you got to pick your points of where you're going to be going when you're heading that way, either a high route or low route. And if you got that speed to maintain, take that high route and book it up. But fortunately, just too close of attendance to get that pull. Did not decide where he wants to go. Got tagged.
Shout out to Vato in the chase. Greetings from Poland. How you doing, mate? Here we have Matanol now stepping in from Sandstorm. Can Overground bring this back? And it looks like Matanol is not going to allow that happen just yet.
Oh my goodness, Matanol with a spike tag right there. That's a under 5 seconds tag. That was like 3.5, 4 seconds right there, just going right around that ridge area. My goodness, Matanol making it easy.
It's worth mentioning as well here that on Wednesday, Matanol sprained his wrist, falling off the mountain straight onto his hands. I've seen the video footage of it, and it's quite ugly, but it just shows that resilient mentality that he's got approaching this game. As he tries to bait at the back of the tilted cube, now we're in a Benny Hill situation. Florian is going to have to make a decision, and there's the decision made. He decides to go for the tag, and he gets it.
I thought that was going to be all Matanol with that foot slip from Florian there, but Matanol took too long of a time to decide which way he was going to juke off with those hands on the rails, and just made it too close for Florian to get that tag in there for Overground.
10 seconds left to rest now for Florian as Nick is sent up for Sandstorm. Florian desperately needs to try to get back into this game right now. Chase 8, 2-0 on the board. Florian making his way through the center of the quad, and that might have been a bad decision over there. Nick capitalizing on it, darting his way through the ridge. Now chasing Florian, who runs over the top of the mountain, now over the sisters. Just about dodges the tag at the back of the Lazy Boy over there, but Nick says no. And double taps and gets the tag.
My goodness, some chunky threading there from our Overground Basil, or Sandstorm, I'm sorry. And it just made it come apart out there and made that tag happen there at the end. He needs to get a little bit cleaner of those steps there before he gets pulls out of the threads.
The weight of the world on Dominic's shoulders. He needs to get this tag and then crack on with at least one evasion. But will Nick let him get away with it that easily? Dominic taking the high route now as he approaches the sisters, just gets cut off. Nick didn't know how close he was onto his heels over there. Dominic is now running out of time, clutching aimlessly at Nick, who's got his boosters on like no tomorrow, just about loses the tag. And Dominic makes it through. Great sportsmanship coming through there. You can see the love that these teams have for each other.
And it's crazy when you're watching this on the screen here versus actually playing it. When you see them like so close, inches away, and you feel like, oh my goodness, why can't you just like reach out and touch them? It's because they are moving just as fast, if not faster than you are, and you are just out of reach and you cannot pump your arms anymore. You want to commit that tag, and it is just so far away. It is incredible.
Chase 10 of this, the Antwerp chase-off. Dominic needing to make some points over there, and Tal desperately slipping and tripping his way into things. Will Dominic be able to capitalize on that and actually get some points in this competition over here? We're about halfway through as Dominic looking at where the evader is. A risky move through the middle of the quad. Tal hot on his heels and desperately gets the slide. Congratulations on the tag.
Yeah, so most of the time when you have a slip up early in the chase, it throws off your entire game mentality and you're told a rhythm. And you have to regain your composure and think about what you just did and what you got to recompose yourself out. And luckily for him, Dominic made a little slip at the end there, getting that tag to regain the composure over there by the sisters.
Tal with the only 2 evasions in this matchup over here. Does he have what it takes to get a third and solidify his chances of going through, or is it going to be Miro, who chases down Tal and successfully gets the evasion just before Tal is able to escape through the mountain?
Getting that tag over there on that foot right by the mountain. Looked like it was going to be a nice speed vault through, but just made a nice commitment to that lower back before he can go right through those bars. Fantastic job there. It was a really quick decision to dive out that way.
There are indeed a lot of last-second tags in this. It just shows you how close this matchup is. Miro starting with his signature start underneath the mountain, managing to fool Matinel for now. Miro back towards the loading bay. Up onto the mountain now. Oh, Matinel just about going for the foot tag, and it is given.
Miro taking that big pull off that loading bay bar to go up that mountain, but just did not move his feet fast enough for Matinel to reach out and grab a foot tag. My goodness, super last reach. Oh, got him in the knee, in fact. Dang, and then he took his throat right to the bar, man. He's got to, when you are committed to that tag, you don't care. Something's going to happen.
And this is match point now. Matinel could win this for Sandstorm, but it's going to be Florian desperately trying to stop that. And look at the successfully executed tag on the back of Miriam, just over there at the back of the ridge. They still have a chance, Fernando.
Wow, Florian looking really calm and controlled out there. Looking like a totally different athlete now. Maybe is this what he's changing up for? They're trying to get these points back in and go in against Sandstorm, trying to shut that down 2-down. It's match point. I think he might have what it takes.
And Anyas now trying to end this. If he gets the tag, Sandstorm win third place in this Antwerp chase-off. Miriam quickly going through. They're both scrambling underneath the mountain now. Anas tracking across the middle of the quad now, getting held up at the front line. 5 seconds left on the clock, and Miriam going for the all-out clutch, striding their way across the sisters. This is going to be close to the wire, and I think the evasion is given. That was so close.
Evasion. Oh yeah, that's right. I can see he's looking on his eyes. He's like, I know where I'm going to step in out. I know where you're going to be going. I'm going to move around you, getting this point around. Evasion's putting that tactics right in between all the obstacles. My goodness. This is insane. Third place, this is it. Who is going to take it on? Is this going to go to a sudden death again? Who is going to take this on? Come on, this is it. Here we go.
And it's Nick sent up from Sandstorm to try and stop any chance of Florian getting a second evasion, and he's successful. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Sandstorm all the way over from Israel, proving that they are worth it in chase tag, now ending third in the rankings over here, successfully knocking Overground out of podium position. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not what we are here to see. Next up is going to be Fata Morgana against Urban Corp. What did you think of that game over there, Fernando, and what are your predictions on what's about to come?
My goodness, that Overground versus Sandstorm match was very tight indeed, all the way to the end. I didn't think Sandstorm was going to take it away like that close. I thought they were going to maybe get a little bit more evasions on that, but showing that off, it was fantastic job by Matinel and Nick Anas, my goodness. And on the other end, Dominic trying to hold it together for the whole team, and Florian looking almost clutch at the end there, but just not quite pulling off enough to hold that sudden death together. But now moving on to Fata Morgana, oh my goodness, this is going to be the match that everyone came to see. This is going to be who is going to be going to World Chase Tag 6, getting that final opportunity to go in for that World Championship title.
Yeah, and you spoke it right there, ladies and gentlemen. This is one more of the guaranteed opportunities to get to WCT 6 and finally get some more points on the board. Is it going to be Urban Corp aiming for their second spot? Well, not second spot, but this is their second opportunity to try and get into the Worlds. Or is it going to be Fata Morgana, the beast from the east, the absolutely incredible Israeli team coming through over here? We got a couple of questions now coming through from the chat. So, Fernando, let's see if we can answer those. As a current player, how do you prepare for games like these? What do you do? What does a normal practice look like in your head, Fernando?
Depends on the location. If you have access to a quad, you're going to be practicing all the tactics in the corners right. But if you have no access to a quad, it's going to be training your endurance, training your quick mobilities, your back and forth agilityness, and making sure you're on point to just keep on going. Because again, evasions are the things that count. You can be quick as a tagger, but unless you get evasions, you're not going to be winning as much. So it's got to be a lot of the endurance and that quad knowledge. As you can see, as more quads get popped up around the country, around the world, more athletes are going to get even better because they have access to the quad, they have more knowledge, more access, more experience, and they can have all the new tactics and all the experience before anyone else figures them out at the actual World Championships.
Very, very nice to hear. And ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. In 4 minutes' time, we are going to be seeing the absolute beast of a lineup, Fata Morgana against Urban Corp. First up, Fernando, again, tell me what your favorite obstacle is on the quad.
I would actually have to say the mountain because it's so vast and so much to do. Like you can go around it, you can go up on top of it. My favorite now is the speed vault through the mountain all the way through. And then there's the funny part where people were walking all the way around it, and then Apex was doing so much that the Brothers DeVoe was like, you know what, we need to solve this, put the bars up, make that triangle part, and stop that down and slow it down. And they were still making work with it. So even while it's evolving still, and that side panel too, that made it so much easier to run up. I just love how it's so adaptable and so traverse, and you can play around with it so much. What as an athlete, when you were playing, what was your favorite obstacle out here, Greg?
Do you know what? When we had our heyday, when we had our three World Chase Tag victories in a row, we didn't have half the stuff on the quad over here. There was no ridge, there was no mountain tables, there was no lazy boy. Half of the bars on the loading bay weren't there as well. The quad has changed so much. And if you want to see how the quad looked back in the day, scroll down to the bottom of the World Chase Tag main account videos, and you'll see us taking on a bunch of big named teams as we cracked on. But nowadays, I would have to say that my favorite obstacle is the ridge. I think the EQ and the protection it provides is just unmatched. We see so many Benny Hills happening there, but nowadays we're seeing as much of people threading and shooting through the ridge. So I can't wait to see how this obstacle gets developed and what kind of ingenuity people start to apply when it comes to the ridge. A couple of heads up for people that are in the chat that don't know where any of these obstacles are. Again, you can find a map of all the Chase Tag obstacles on their website, worldchasetag.com. You can also head over to evader.com, which is the official shirt sponsor of World Chase Tag. You can pick yourself up a team jersey from any of the teams that you're seeing here today, or from the historic list. You can get one from Olo, from Fernando, or a Morera Gang jersey for myself.
And shout out to one of our bigger sponsors out this time for the Antwerp and Chase Off, Sprite Soda.
Pretty cool. And there it is, Overground taking their way out of this competition. Right, now we go. Fernando, predictions start to come through in places like this. Who is your money on going into this final?
I mean, I gotta go with numbers, I gotta go with brand sponsorship. I'm gonna go with Urban Corp. They've got Olo on their shoulders, they got some Olos on their feet, they've got the numbers to back them up, evasions galore, team captain, one of the oldest competitors out here on this championship. He's breaking some moves, he's got the dancing. Look at that rhythm, look at that flow. He's gonna keep that vibe going all the way up onto the quad and make sure all the evasions see it. Such a smooth, active, I love this guy. Look at him go.
And Tal from the Sandstorm now stepping into that as well. Listen, you credit where credit's due. I reckon that Urban Corp have a very strong way of pulling through over here. But for me, my money's going to be on Fata Morgana. They are such a beastly team. They don't have a quad, and yet every single competition they come through strong as fire. You see the way that they beat Hollywood Freerunners. They've given Parkour 59 and Kimio a run for their money, beating them as well. So on paper, they are an incredibly strong team. But chat, who do you think is going to win this, more importantly? Let us know in the comments below. And also, big up Jupiter Corporation for appreciating the little mountain pullback that we did back in the day. That's some historic archival knowledge right there. So, you're a true Chase Tag fan right there. And we've got just under a minute to go, ladies and gentlemen, before the big final. Vote in the poll below in the comments and let us know who you think is going to take it through. Who do you think is going to guarantee themselves a spot at WCT 6, where they'll be taking on the titans that are Parkour 59 and Apex from the States as well? This was always the part that I hated most about World Chase Tag competitions. It's like the 2-3 minutes before you actually get onto the quad. The amount of nerves and pressure is way, way too much for a lot to handle. And that's going to be running like a plague in these guys' brains. They not only need to be physically tough, but mentally tough to pull it through as well. And that song starts playing in the background, which is the athlete walkout song. And all of a sudden, your stomach starts going, ugh, I didn't like it. Can you hack it, Fernando?
Oh my goodness. Every time that comes on, I'd be like, I need to run to the bathroom one more time. I need to get all this urine out. I have so much nerves that are pushing on me. I need to get this going. I'm sweating, my fingers are going, I need to dry off. This is good. This is where the intense moments come and the nerves get onto you. But here we have the Fata Morgana stats, this competition, looking at a really high tag rate at 85% with 18 out of 21. Evasion's not looking too hot with 46%, it's about 15 out of 32. and average chasing time is 13 seconds, about 14 almost. Average evading time is about 17 and a half seconds. Not too shabby numbers. Those tags are really high, but again, it's evasions where it counts. Up next, we have Urban Corp's stats here for the competition. Tags, again, high tag percentage at 83%, 15 out of 18, only missing 3 of them. Evasions looking at a 50-50% chance, 56 per shot, 18 out of 32. Average chase time is 13 seconds with an average evading time of 17 seconds just about. So again, pretty close numbers. So again, evasions where it counts right now. Urban Corp has the higher evasions count right now. They're both around 80% tag rate. It's gonna be a close match, Greg. Greg, I'm gonna see. I really want to see this go.
The way, and definitely, the thing is that the average evasion rate in World Chase Tag is 30%. So both of these teams coming up off the back of that still have a very strong rate. Same with the tag rate. Average is 50%. So to get 80 up here, insane stuff. And it's going to be Loic Georgie stepping onto the quad, trying to then secure that first evasion. It's worked so far in the rest of this competition. This man is on a roll today. He's on fire. But so is this Fata Morgana team. And the 10-second timer is given. Loic starting behind the ridge. And it's going to be Yuval stepping in first. I might be getting that wrong. It's not. It's Lewis making his way on top, onto the front line. Loic double backing, but unfortunately unsuccessful. That was their first opportunity to get an evasion in. This just got
Dang,
a lot harder.
that's a rookie mistake there by Loic, going to that open area by that lazy boy. I mean, he's gotten so many evasions on this entire championship. I'm surprised he made that little rookie mistake there, but again, nerves get to you. You gotta make those quick reactions.
And it's Dustin now, trying to stop Lewis getting his first evasion and securing the lead. We're in chase 2, 0-0. Lots of juking happening. Dustin seeing straight through Lewis's tactics and securing that tag.
Lewis going back and forth, trying to just out-juke Dustin, but wasn't far enough in attendance there. Lewis just got tripped up and afraid from Dustin getting that quick tag in that back of that loading cube.
This is the kind of intensity and closeness I was hoping to see, but it's going to be team captain Dimitri who's sent in to try and stop Urban Corp taking an early lead. We're still 0-0 as Dustin starts behind the back of the tilted cube. Trying to lead Dimitri one way successfully now over the sisters. Duking back underneath the front line, now towards the tilted cube. Here we go, this is for a spot in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Dustin pulling away, this might be the first evasion of the day, and it is! 1-0 to Urban Corp. Was not expecting that.
Wow, Dimitri taking that high road almost the entire chase, getting up on that front line. Dustin making that quick move under the front line, taking an alternate route that I haven't seen this championship yet. And Dimitri just a little bit of slip up at the end near the sisters. Dustin getting that first evasion point for Urban Corp.
And it's going to be Stas. We've seen a lot from this man here today and in previous competitions as he tracks Dustin, following him blindly. This might not be the best stat for Stas. And he slips and he trips, and this could be Dustin's chance to get a second evasion on the board. Jukes his way back to the mountain. Stas going for the clutch and getting the tag, securing another evasion. Not happening. Well done there for Stas.
Wow, Stas really turning on the jets there. Knew he couldn't get that first tag in there, so he had to pull out all the speed and just diving out of the quad, making sure he gets that contact first. Nice job slowing down Urban Corp Stas.
Chase number 5 as we progress through this final at Antwerp here today. Remember, this is for a shot at WCT 6 as Enzo is now sent in to stop Stas. Stas idling at the back of the loading bay, now making his way towards the front line, hitting his corner on the board over there, and Enzo capitalizing it, taking him out.
Yeah, Stas taking a little bit too tight of a corner there, trying to get that speed out. Gets a little hip clip over there, near by the ridge. And then just enough speed to slow him down. Enzo to dive all the way out of the quad, just like we did before. Make sure we have that speed and that safety to tag first.
Enzo on his signature position, and it's Dimitri who's going to stop Enzo from getting an evasion over here. A nice casual start to this 6th point over here, the 6th chase. Oh, and a clinical tag coming through from Dimitri.
Enzo doing a successful escape going out of that mountain area, getting that speed up and over, but just didn't quite keep eyes on his opponent there, getting tagged up by that tilted cube. Switching it back.
Chase number 7 as we enter the halfway point. Both teams are doing spectacularly, but it's going to be Dimitri with the first chance to try bring this back from Fata Morgana. All he needs is one evasion to change the momentum of the game. And he starts behind the tilted cube to do that. Arthur straight in. Dimitri taking the open exit now across the front line. Arthur tracking him beautifully as we waste time now at the back of the ridge. Arthur missing the tag. 5 seconds left. Can Dimitri pull this off as he makes his way back into the center of the quad? Back towards the ridge. This is the last chance, and the evasion is made. 1-1.
Oh my goodness, Arthur doing a fantastic job of that center quad control, making sure he's not making too much speed to run around, but Dimitri's got the legs on him still, even after that head bump. He is making quick moves around this spot. Dimitri making it 1-1, evening it up at the halfway marker of this match.
Chase number 8, it's a level game. This could go either way. As Dimitri tries to go ahead again now for Fata Morgana, wasting beautiful time, but getting trapped in the corner over there. And Enzo making him suffer for it.
Enzo just doing that panther-like approach on that tilted cube, making sure he's backing him up slowly but surely, not wasting too much energy, waiting for that right strike to pounce. He did a little slip up on that beginning spot, but it did not matter. Dimitri did not make a move, and he just stood there frozen in the headlights, stalemate, right up to that tag.
It's Shy who's sent out. Not only is this man a master of strat, he's a master of World Chase Tag itself. And he threads his way through the tiniest opening on the ridge over there. Now tracking Enzo, who goes over the mountain towards the tilted cube. Successfully gets away from the first swipe attempt. We're now at the front line. This could be Urban Corp's opportunity to get ahead again. But will Fata Morgana let it happen? No, they won't. Beautiful shoot through the ridge over there.
Wow, just aiming and locking on until that right moment to strike. Oh my goodness, like a cobra out of the sandstorm. My goodness, look at that. Fata Morgana stopping it out there. Getting that real nice tight thread. Here, giving that foot on that block. Here we go, so that pull, and wow, quick open reach that thigh tag.
Both teams fighting desperately for this shot at Worlds. Loic Georgie more than most. Can he stop Shy from getting an evasion here and sending Fata Morgana into the lead? Loic desperately scrambling now into the sisters. Shy making his way across to the back of the ridge. Wasting time beautifully now, back towards the lazy boy. Back under the sisters, Loic just misses the dive tag. That could be it, but both players fumble and Loic gets the tag.
Oh my goodness, what a stressful 20 seconds that was for both athletes and myself. That was crazy. Where all the times you think there's going to be a tag, there's going to be a quick move. It's not. It's shut short by Georgie, and then there's a trip up all the way by Shea, and that's just enough time for George Loic to get that tag in there. Both athletes relieved that it's over.
And it's Lewis sent in. Loic and his chances of glory are slipping away at his fingertips. And an incredible jump in from Lewis, who then goes on to secure the tag. That was an incredible feat of athleticism right there.
Oh my goodness, from the top of the ridge over down to that section platform of the mountain. I thought that was going to be a swipe tag from like, oh my goodness, fallen bald eagle down there. But maybe get that speed around in that tilted cube, get that tag on Loic.
There are 4 chases left, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be close. And it's going to be Lewis trying to get one on the board for Fata Morgana. And Dustin sent back in to stop that from happening. Lewis behind the loading bay. And Dustin with a beautiful shoot through the loading bay.
Jeez. Oh my goodness, laser focused tracking on that dive through that thread. My goodness, that loading bay stood no chance right there. Instead, again, Dustin threading in, getting a foot in between, then a foot on top, both feet, and then sniping out all the way through to that ending block. My goodness, Dustin, commitment to the tag right there. 13 out of 16. We have not many chases left with 1-1.
And it's Stas who sent in to stop Dustin from pulling ahead over here. Dustin cautiously making his way across the front line. Stas chasing him down. Just misses the first tag. Now he's backtracking on himself. Could Dustin be pulling ahead over here? 5 seconds left. And no, Stas dramatically and powerfully tagging Dustin underneath the sisters.
Stas had quite the speed on that last chase. not knowing where he was going to end up. Had a little spots where he missed, spun around, a little quick too hot, and then Dustin, again, tripping up over himself, just getting caught underneath the sisters. So many spots here where it's won by so close tactics that, again, anything can happen here. 1-1 still with 2 chases remaining.
We are neck and neck. This could go either way. Chat, which way do you think it's going to go? Stas looking for the evasion now from Fata Morgana. An evasion now would be huge. And Enzo saying no. Stas just getting his heel clipped as he goes over the sisters there. That could be it for Fata Morgana.
Fantastic thread underneath that tilted cube there. My goodness, having just enough space to get that heel tag on the sisters and catching him up and over. Now we have 2 chases remaining. This is match point to Urban Corp. Can Dimitri, the team captain for Fata Morgana, take this and shut him down?
Urban Corp desperately looking for the evasion here to secure their spot at Worlds. And it's going to be Enzo trying to do that. Dimitri hot on his heels. This is already a very close chase. And Dimitri confidently saying no. Tripping up Enzo with that little tag at the end over there. Once again, we are neck and neck. Match point flips back to Fata Morgana.
Enzo, I believe, was just too close in the starting spot. These athletes need to get further away from their opponents if they want to try and waste a lot of time to get to that 20-second evasion marker. And Enzo is just starting off of that ridge, too close for the opponents to come get him. This is nail biters, people. My goodness.
Could we be going to sudden death? It's Loic Georgie sent out. Team captain versus team captain, putting everything on the line over here. Dimitri looking strong as he idles at the back of the cube. Loic getting inside the cube now. Dimitri over the sisters. He's got some space ahead of him as he moves on the front line. Loic's going to have to go for a tag here, otherwise it's going to be too late. Could Fata Morgana do it? And I think they have. Fata Morgana coming through with the evasion. That's it. They secure themselves a spot at WCT 6, leaving Urban Corp in their dust for the second time. Urban Corp narrowly miss out on a chance to go to Worlds.
My goodness, and that is it. Israeli team ending up in 1st and 3rd, winning the Antwerp Chase-Off 2023 and securing their spot in the World Chase Tag Championships number 6 sometime this year or next year. My goodness.
That was an absolutely incredible feat of performance. Unfortunately, Loic, team captain, just narrowly missing it at the back over there. But Dimitri, team captain for Fata Morgana, with pride in his heart now and success in his eyes. They will be moving on to WCT 6, as you said, Fernando. Next up, we're going to have the trophy presentation, and then we're going to sign off. So hold tight as we see the victors lift their trophy and see the happiness in their eyes as they get there. Huge shout out once again to all of our teams competing over here today. It's been an incredible, close matchup the whole way through. Who's been your standout player here today, Fernando?
My goodness. I mean, even though he just lost in that last match, I'm going to still go to Loic Georgie. You know, team captain of the Urban Corp, shutting it down, making sure he's getting those awesome tags and evasions, coming in those clutch moments when he needs to, always coming out in the first match, first evasions, getting those crucial points, and, you know, leading his team to 2nd place was not too shabby right there. What about you? What is your standout athletes to you in this chase?
I'm going to have to agree with you as well. Loic Georgie coming through and absolutely smashing it, but let's not steal from his limelight as the trophy makes its way to the quad. Fata Morgana, eager, and the man himself, Loic, is going to be doing the presentation. Loic is the founder of WCT EMEA and the organizer of all of these events. And here we go. Fata Morgana successfully pulling their way through, fighting against all odds, beating their brother team, beating the old winners of WCT 4, securing their spot at WCT 6. The question is now how will they do for Worlds, and the wait to see how they will get there. I believe that Loic's presenting the trophy to what I can imagine is the organizer of this game's event over here. Here come the handshakes. They've won our hearts, they've won the competition. Will they have what it takes to beat Parkour 59 and Apex in the Worlds at WCT 6? That's what we're wondering, Fernando. Do you think they could? Do you think they could go all the way?
Now that they have their own quad, it's all about putting in the hours and putting in the practice, putting in the work. How much can they get in that quad experience before Worlds comes around? Apex has already got a leg up on them with their quad and their experience, but these guys have shown in their work and their grit, and they got 1st place in the Antwerp Chase-Off. This is going to prove that they are hungry and ready for that Worlds.
Shout out to Frank in the chat, WCT royalty over there. But more importantly, shout out to both these two teams and for the other 8 teams competing here today. It's been an incredibly fantastic performance to watch, everyone. And thank you all to the fans for watching on the YouTube channel over here. Remember to sub, to join, keep watching all of our live streams. And if you do join WCT, there will be some secret content which gets uploaded, some behind the scenes and stuff like that which is coming through. But there's not much to say as we go on from here. All it's going to be is watching Fata Morgana's road now to WCT 6 and seeing how they're going to shape up and compare towards everybody else. Okie dokie. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again to everybody for coming and watching. It's been an absolute pleasure interacting with you, myself and Fernando. And on behalf of Fernando and myself, Greg, and the whole of World Chase Tag and all of the teams involved over here, thank you very much. We'll see you again soon. Keep chasing and don't get caught.